Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Fog of Black Hollow Bay, Chapter 1, The Invitation. It was an autumn evening when Helen received the invitation. The letter, a simple affair, had no return address and was written in elegant, flowing handwriting, the ink deep black and immaculate. It was addressed to her specifically, but its contents were sparse, offering only a vague description of the location and a simple, mysterious request: come to Black Hollow Bay. Midnight. You are needed, no signature. No explanation. But somehow, the note felt personal, as if it knew something about her that she had long buried in the back of her mind. Helen had always been a curious woman, someone who found herself drawn to the unknown. And though the message felt unsettling, something in her couldn't resist the pull of its mystery. Black Hollow Bay was an isolated stretch of coastline, a place she had heard of in whispered conversations. The locals spoke of it in hushed tones, as if it were a place that had been forgotten by time, a place that was best left undisturbed. Its reputation was well known, a quiet village with a dark history. Ships had been known to disappear in the waters off its shore, and the bay had a certain eerie reputation among those who lived nearby. Despite the warnings, Helen's curiosity got the better of her. She had recently moved to a small cottage on the outskirts of the town where she worked as a freelance writer. And the isolation seemed to draw her in. She had no immediate family, no close friends, and little to keep her grounded. This invitation, though strange, seemed like something she couldn't ignore. She had to see what lay behind the cryptic words. Chapter 2, The Journey Begins. Helen packed a small bag and set out in the dead of night, the air crisp with the chill of impending winter. The fog, as thick as a curtain, had already begun to roll in as she drove down the winding, desolate roads leading to Black Hollow Bay. She could barely see past the headlights of her car, the world around her reduced to shadows and indistinct shapes. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. As she drove further into the mist, Helen began to question her decision. The invitation had mentioned midnight, but as the minutes ticked away, it seemed as though the time had slowed. The fog thickened around her, and every turn felt like a step further into an unknown world. The eerie quiet of the night only added to the unease. There were no streetlights, no signs of civilization, only the endless stretch of road and the weight of the fog pressing in on her. When she finally arrived at the bay, it was nearly impossible to see. The coastline, usually beautiful in the daylight, was now an indistinct, foreboding mass. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, but their sound was muffled by the fog. There were no other cars in sight, no lights from the small cottages along the bay. It was as if the entire town had been swallowed by the mist. Helen parked her car near a small, weathered dock that stretched out into the water. The wooden planks creaked beneath her feet as she stepped out, the air heavy with moisture. The dock was abandoned, and the only movement in the bay was the gentle sway of the boats, bobbing in the dark waters. She wasn't sure why she had come. The invitation had promised something, but now that she was here, it felt less like a grand revelation and more like a mistake. But the pull of the unknown was irresistible. Taking a deep breath, Helen stepped off the dock and onto the narrow path that led into the town. Her steps were muffled by the thick fog, but there was no turning back now. Chapter 3, The Stranger. The town was even quieter than Helen had imagined. There were no lights on in the houses, no sound of life. It was as if the entire town had been abandoned, save for a few wandering shadows that lingered on the edges of her vision. She walked slowly, carefully, through the fog-laden streets, hoping for some sign, some indication of where she was supposed to go. It was then that she heard the sound of footsteps. They were soft at first, almost imperceptible, but as she paused to listen, the sound grew louder, closer. She spun around, but the fog seemed to swallow any movement, the world around her hazy and indistinct. Then, out of the mist, a figure appeared, a man, tall and thin, his features hidden beneath the hood of a long coat. He stepped toward her without speaking, his footsteps slow and deliberate, like he had been waiting for her. His face remained shrouded, his eyes hidden in the darkness of his hood, but his presence was undeniable. Helen's heart skipped a beat as he approached. She was alone, in the middle of nowhere, and this figure was the first person she had encountered in the ghostly town. "You're here," he said, his voice low and steady. It was neither welcoming nor threatening, just a statement of fact. Helen swallowed. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if considering the question. "A guide," he said finally, his voice carrying a strange weight. "A keeper of what you've come to find." He stepped aside, his gesture indicating that she should follow. The path before her seemed darker now, as if the fog had deepened in response to his presence. Helen hesitated for a moment, but then, driven by an overwhelming curiosity, she stepped forward. Chapter 4, The Secret of Black Hollow Bay. The man led her through the winding streets, deeper into the heart of Black Hollow Bay. Every building they passed seemed abandoned, the windows dark and empty. There was an eerie stillness in the air, as though the town itself was holding its breath. They stopped in front of a large, dilapidated mansion, its stone facade covered in ivy. The mansion looked ancient, its windows cracked and boarded up, its roof caved in at certain points. It seemed as though time had forgotten this place, leaving it to decay in the midst of the endless fog. "This is where it all begins," the man said, his voice barely a whisper as he reached for the large iron gate. With a creak, the gate swung open, revealing a path that led into the garden beyond. The garden was overgrown with twisted, blackened plants, their sharp, thorny tendrils curling like skeletal fingers. The air smelled of decay, but there was something more, a deep, underlying scent of salt water. Like the sea itself had been tainted by something unnatural, Helen felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end as she stepped forward, the fog swirling around her ankles. The man led her toward the entrance of the mansion, his steps sure and steady, as though he had walked this path many times before. Inside, the mansion was dark and silent. The walls were lined with old, dusty portraits, their faces hidden by layers of grime. The floors creaked beneath her feet as she followed the man deeper into the house. The air was thick with the smell of mildew, and every corner seemed to hold a shadow, a memory of something long forgotten. "Why did you bring me here?" Helen asked, her voice shaky. "What's going on in this place?" The man turned to face her, his eyes glimmering from beneath the hood. "You've come to learn the truth," he said softly. "And now, you must face it." Helen swallowed hard. "The truth about what?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to the staircase ahead. "It's time." Chapter 5, The Ritual of the Bay. The staircase spiraled upward, leading them to the upper floors of the mansion. As they climbed, the air grew heavier, colder, and the whispering wind outside seemed to grow louder, as if the fog itself was trying to speak. When they reached the top, the man turned to Helen. "This is where it all ends," he said, his voice now full of finality. "The curse of Black Hollow Bay is old, older than the town itself. It started with a pact, a promise made long ago, and now it is up to you to decide whether it will continue or be broken." Helen stared at him, confusion clouding her mind. "A pact? What are you talking about?" The man stepped toward an ancient door at the end of the hall, its wood warped and covered in strange markings. He placed his hand on the door, his fingers tracing the symbols as if they held some sort of power. "It's time for you to see the truth, Helen," he said, his voice low and haunting. "The curse of Black Hollow Bay will either consume you or set you free. But the choice is yours to make." With a final push, the door creaked open, revealing a darkened room. Inside, the shadows seemed to writhe and dance, and a cold, unnatural wind blew through the room. At the center of the room was a large stone altar, stained with what appeared to be old, dried blood. Surrounding the altar were hundreds of black candles, their flames flickering in the thick air. As Helen stepped inside, a cold sensation crawled up her spine. The man stepped past her, his voice a whisper. "You must decide what happens next. The fog, the town, it will all end if you do what must be done. Or it will never end, and Black Hollow Bay will remain trapped forever." The weight of the moment pressed heavily on Helen's chest as she looked around the room. Her heart pounded in her ears. The fog outside swirled as if it was alive, and the strange, unsettling whispering grew louder, and then, without warning, the man spoke one final time. "The choice is yours, Helen. Will you break the curse, or will you embrace it?" The eerie, suspenseful atmosphere of Black Hollow Bay was now fully realized, and the weight of the town's dark history rested on Helen's shoulders. Would she unravel the mystery, or would she, too, become part of the fog? The Fog of Black Hollow Bay, Chapter 1, The Invitation. It was an autumn evening when Helen received the invitation. The letter, a simple affair, had no return address and was written in elegant, flowing handwriting, the ink deep black and immaculate. It was addressed to her specifically, but its contents were sparse, offering only a vague description of the location and a simple, mysterious request: "Come to Black Hollow Bay. Midnight. You are needed." No signature. No explanation. But somehow, the note felt personal, as if it knew something about her that she had long buried in the back of her mind. Helen had always been a curious woman, someone who found herself drawn to the unknown. And though the message felt unsettling, something in her couldn't resist the pull of its mystery. Black Hollow Bay was an isolated stretch of coastline, a place she had heard of in whispered conversations. The locals spoke of it in hushed tones, as if it were a place that had been forgotten by time, a place that was best left undisturbed. Its reputation was well known, a quiet village with a dark history. Ships had been known to disappear in the waters off its shore, and the bay had a certain eerie reputation among those who lived nearby. Despite the warnings, Helen's curiosity got the better of her. She had recently moved to a small cottage on the outskirts of the town where she worked as a freelance writer. And the isolation seemed to draw her in. She had no immediate family, no close friends, and little to keep her grounded. This invitation, though strange, seemed like something she couldn't ignore. She had to see what lay behind the cryptic words. Chapter 2, The Journey Begins. Helen packed a small bag and set out in the dead of night, the air crisp with the chill of impending winter. The fog, as thick as a curtain, had already begun to roll in as she drove down the winding, desolate roads leading to Black Hollow Bay. She could barely see past the headlights of her car, the world around her reduced to shadows and indistinct shapes. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. As she drove further into the mist, Helen began to question her decision. The invitation had mentioned midnight, but as the minutes ticked away, it seemed as though the time had slowed. The fog thickened around her, and every turn felt like a step further into an unknown world. The eerie quiet of the night only added to the unease. There were no streetlights, no signs of civilization, only the endless stretch of road and the weight of the fog pressing in on her. When she finally arrived at the bay, it was nearly impossible to see. The coastline, usually beautiful in the daylight, was now an indistinct, foreboding mass. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, but their sound was muffled by the fog. There were no other cars in sight, no lights from the small cottages along the bay. It was as if the entire town had been swallowed by the mist. Helen parked her car near a small, weathered dock that stretched out into the water. The wooden planks creaked beneath her feet as she stepped out, the air heavy with moisture. The dock was abandoned, and the only movement in the bay was the gentle sway of the boats, bobbing in the dark waters. She wasn't sure why she had come. The invitation had promised something, but now that she was here, it felt less like a grand revelation and more like a mistake. But the pull of the unknown was irresistible. Taking a deep breath, Helen stepped off the dock and onto the narrow path that led into the town. Her steps were muffled by the thick fog, but there was no turning back now. Chapter 3, The Stranger. The town was even quieter than Helen had imagined. There were no lights on in the houses, no sound of life. It was as if the entire town had been abandoned, save for a few wandering shadows that lingered on the edges of her vision. She walked slowly, carefully, through the fog-laden streets, hoping for some sign, some indication of where she was supposed to go. It was then that she heard the sound of footsteps. They were soft at first, almost imperceptible, but as she paused to listen, the sound grew louder, closer. She spun around, but the fog seemed to swallow any movement, the world around her hazy and indistinct. Then, out of the mist, a figure appeared, a man, tall and thin, his features hidden beneath the hood of a long coat. He stepped toward her without speaking, his footsteps slow and deliberate, like he had been waiting for her. His face remained shrouded, his eyes hidden in the darkness of his hood, but his presence was undeniable. Helen's heart skipped a beat as he approached. She was alone, in the middle of nowhere, and this figure was the first person she had encountered in the ghostly town. "You're here," he said, his voice low and steady. It was neither welcoming nor threatening, just a statement of fact. Helen swallowed. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if considering the question. "A guide," he said finally, his voice carrying a strange weight. "A keeper of what you've come to find." He stepped aside, his gesture indicating that she should follow. The path before her seemed darker now, as if the fog had deepened in response to his presence. Helen hesitated for a moment, but then, driven by an overwhelming curiosity, she stepped forward. Chapter 4, The Secret of Black Hollow Bay. The man led her through the winding streets, deeper into the heart of Black Hollow Bay. Every building they passed seemed abandoned, the windows dark and empty. There was an eerie stillness in the air, as though the town itself was holding its breath. They stopped in front of a large, dilapidated mansion, its stone facade covered in ivy. The mansion looked ancient, its windows cracked and boarded up, its roof caved in at certain points. It seemed as though time had forgotten this place, leaving it to decay in the midst of the endless fog. "This is where it all begins," the man said, his voice barely a whisper as he reached for the large iron gate. With a creak, the gate swung open, revealing a path that led into the garden beyond. The garden was overgrown with twisted, blackened plants, their sharp, thorny tendrils curling like skeletal fingers. The air smelled of decay, but there was something more, a deep, underlying scent of salt water. Like the sea itself had been tainted by something unnatural. Helen felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end as she stepped forward, the fog swirling around her ankles. The man led her toward the entrance of the mansion, his steps sure and steady, as though he had walked this path many times before. Inside, the mansion was dark and silent. The walls were lined with old, dusty portraits, their faces hidden by layers of grime. The floors creaked beneath her feet as she followed the man deeper into the house. The air was thick with the smell of mildew, and every corner seemed to hold a shadow, a memory of something long forgotten. "Why did you bring me here?" Helen asked, her voice shaky. "What's going on in this place?" The man turned to face her, his eyes glimmering from beneath the hood. "You've come to learn the truth," he said softly. "And now, you must face it." Helen swallowed hard. The truth about what? The man didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to the staircase ahead. "It's time." Chapter 5, The Ritual of the Bay. The staircase spiraled upward, leading them to the upper floors of the mansion. As they climbed, the air grew heavier, colder, and the whispering wind outside seemed to grow louder, as if the fog itself was trying to speak. When they reached the top, the man turned to Helen. "This is where it all ends," he said, his voice now full of finality. "The curse of Black Hollow Bay is old, older than the town itself. It started with a pact, a promise made long ago, and now it is up to you to decide whether it will continue or be broken." Helen stared at him, confusion clouding her mind. "A pact? What are you talking about?" The man stepped toward an ancient door at the end of the hall, its wood warped and covered in strange markings. He placed his hand on the door, his fingers tracing the symbols as if they held some sort of power. it's time for you to see the truth, Helen, he said, his voice low and haunting. The curse of Black Hollow Bay will either consume you or set you free. But the choice is yours to make, with a final push. The door creaked open, revealing a darkened room. Inside, the shadows seemed to writhe and dance, and a cold, unnatural wind blew through the room. At the center of the room was a large stone altar, stained with what appeared to be old, dried blood. Surrounding the altar were hundreds of black candles, their flames flickering in the thick air. As Helen stepped inside, a cold sensation crawled up her spine. The man stepped past her, his voice a whisper. You must decide what happens next. The fog, the town, it will all end if you do what must be done. Or it will never end, and Black Hollow Bay will remain trapped forever. The weight of the moment pressed heavily on Helen's chest as she looked around the room. Her heart pounded in her ears. The fog outside swirled as if it was alive, and the strange, unsettling whispering grew louder, and then, without warning, the man spoke one final time. The choice is yours, Helen. Will you break the curse, or will you embrace it? The eerie, suspenseful atmosphere of Black Hollow Bay was now fully realized, and the weight of the town's dark history rested on Helen's shoulders. Would she unravel the mystery, or would she, too, become part of the fog? Chapter 8, The Bound Fate. Helen's mind reeled with the weight of the decision that loomed over her like a storm cloud, dark and unrelenting. The whispers, the eerie chanting that filled the room, seemed to increase in tempo, growing frantic and agitated. She could feel them trying to take hold of her, twisting her thoughts, guiding her towards something she could neither understand nor accept. The fog outside had become a living entity, pressing against the walls, pushing closer, as though it were waiting for her to make a move. The candles flickered violently, casting elongated shadows that danced along the walls. Each movement of the shadows seemed deliberate, as if they had a life of their own, shifting in time with the pulsing beat of her own heart. The air in the room was thick, heavy with the scent of earth and decay, and the chill of the fog seeped into her bones. She shivered despite herself, the cold creeping into her soul. Helen's fingers brushed against the altar once more, and this time, there was no shock of energy. Instead, there was a sense of foreboding, an invisible pressure, like an invisible weight pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. The symbols etched into the stone seemed to grow more pronounced, glowing now with an unnatural light that illuminated the room in an eerie glow. The voices grew louder still, and she could no longer ignore them. They were now an undeniable force, filling her mind with fragments of forgotten stories, half-forgotten truths, and the anguished cries of the long dead who had been trapped within this cursed town. Sacrifice. The word echoed endlessly in her head, reverberating through her bones. Sacrifice. Only through sacrifice. What did it mean? Was this the only way out? Was there truly no other path? Her thoughts turned back to the vision she had seen earlier. The woman, her lifeless gaze, the doll she clutched in her hands, and the suffocating silence that had followed. The doll. Why had it been so significant? She couldn't help but feel that it was somehow a key, a symbol, perhaps, that she needed to understand. But how? She turned away from the altar, her eyes scanning the room. The walls were lined with dusty, ancient bookshelves, the shelves sagging under the weight of centuries-old tomes, their spines cracked and faded. There was an old chair by the fireplace, its fabric threadbare and frayed. But none of these objects seemed to offer any answers. They were mere remnants of a forgotten time, but then, her eyes landed on something else. In the far corner of the room, hidden beneath a heavy, moth-eaten velvet cloth, there was a small wooden box. The box was unassuming, inconspicuous even, but there was something about it that caught her attention. She felt a pull, a strange compulsion. Drawing her toward it, her heart pounded as she crossed the room, her footsteps muted by the thick carpet. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed the cloth aside, revealing the box beneath. It was plain, unadorned, yet it seemed to radiate an unsettling energy. There was no lock on it, no obvious mechanism to keep it closed, but as she lifted the lid, it felt heavier than it should have. As though it were not just the weight of the box, but the weight of history itself that pressed down on her. Inside the box, nestled on a bed of faded red velvet, lay an object that sent a chill through her spine, a small, delicate porcelain doll. Helen's breath caught in her throat. The doll looked identical to the one she had seen in her vision. Its limbs were twisted, its face contorted into a grotesque mask, a silent scream frozen on its painted features. The doll's eyes were wide, glazed over with an eerie emptiness that seemed to look right through her. And yet, as she stared into those eyes, Helen felt a strange, undeniable connection. She could almost hear the whispers again, soft and insistent, urging her to take the doll in her hands. For a long moment, she stood frozen, unsure of what to do. But then, her fingers moved almost of their own accord, reaching down to pick up the doll. As her hands closed around its fragile form, she felt a jolt of energy, cold and sharp. Like a bolt of lightning coursing through her veins. The room seemed to shift, the walls bending and warping, as if reality itself was warping around her. She gasped, dropping the doll in shock, and it clattered to the floor with a soft, hollow sound, and then, everything went silent. The fog outside, which had been pressing against the windows with such intensity, suddenly stilled, as if it too had been waiting for her decision. The air in the room was no longer thick with suffocating dread. Instead, it was strangely still, as if the very world had paused, holding its breath. Helen's mind was spinning, the weight of what had just transpired settling heavily on her shoulders. The fog had receded, but a new feeling had replaced it, a deep sense of emptiness, a hollow ache that seemed to consume everything around her. The town had chosen her. Or perhaps it had always chosen her, but now, as the minutes passed, the silence grew unbearable. She could feel the weight of something terrible stirring beneath the surface of the world, something ancient and malevolent, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The whispers returned, this time louder, more insistent. "You must choose," they said, the words echoing in her mind like a mantra. "Will you become the savior? Or the next sacrifice?" Helen looked down at the porcelain doll in her hands. There was no going back now. Whatever fate awaited her, she knew that the choice she made here would be the final one. She could feel the pull of the town, the curse, wrapping around her like an iron grip, and there was no escaping it. She clenched her eyes shut and took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage she had left. Her voice, when she spoke, was barely above a whisper, but it was enough to break the silence. "I choose." And just like that, the room seemed to shift once more. The air grew thick again, the fog returning with an unnatural haste, rolling in through the windows like a living thing. The symbols on the altar began to glow with an even greater intensity, and the whispers grew louder still. Merging into a single, unified chant, Helen could feel the weight of the curse settle upon her. She had made her choice. Now, the consequences would unfold, whether she was ready or not. Chapter 9, The Awakening of Black Hollow Bay. The night stretched on, dark and heavy, as if the very earth was holding its breath. The fog outside had thickened once again, curling around the old mansion like a suffocating veil, seeping through cracks and crevices, as though it was alive and waiting for something. Helen's heart raced in her chest, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched the porcelain doll to her chest. Its once empty eyes seemed to gleam in the faint candlelight, watching her, following her every move. The whispers in her mind had grown louder, no longer separate voices, but a single, unified entity, speaking with one voice. The fog will never release you now. Child, the voice hissed. You have chosen the path. You are bound to this place. Black Hollow Bay will not let you leave. She felt the weight of the words press against her chest like a heavy stone, suffocating her. The room around her seemed to pulse with energy, a low hum that vibrated in her bones. The air had turned frigid, and she could see her breath forming in the cold air. You should never have come here, the voice continued, but this time it was not just in her mind. It echoed from the walls, the shadows themselves speaking to her. The room seemed to stretch, elongating, warping as if it were bending to some unseen force. Helen dropped the doll to the floor again, a sharp gasp escaping her lips as the room around her shifted. It wasn't just the room, though. The mansion itself seemed to be waking up, the house groaning, the walls creaking as if it were coming to life. She stumbled backward, her breath quickening as she backed into the altar, her eyes wide with panic. The walls seemed to close in on her, the shadows drawing nearer. She tried to move but found that her legs were heavy, her body stiff. It felt as though an invisible force was pushing her back, forcing her to remain in the center of the room. The fog outside pressed against the windows with a terrible pressure, as though it were trying to break through. And then, suddenly, a loud crack shattered the silence. Helen turned just in time to see the glass of the window shatter. The fog pouring inside like an unstoppable tide. The mist swirled around her feet, its icy tendrils snaking up her legs, reaching for her body. It was as if the very air itself had become thick with malice, each breath she took more difficult than the last. Then, she heard it, a low, guttural growl emanated from the shadows. The sound wasn't human, nor was it animal. It was something ancient, something hungry. And it was getting closer. Her heart pounded in her chest as she glanced around, but the shadows were all-consuming. The room itself had turned into a void, a black expanse that swallowed her whole. The candlelight flickered violently, casting twisted, grotesque shapes across the walls as the fog surrounded her. Thick and impenetrable, you cannot escape the curse now, the voice said again, louder this time, a cruel and mocking tone lacing the words. The Bay has claimed you, as it claimed all who came before. There is no escape from the fog. There is no escape from Black Hollow Bay. Helen's pulse quickened as the growl grew louder, now accompanied by dragging footsteps. The sound sent a chill down her spine. It was close. It was so close, she turned quickly, her eyes scanning the room, and then, with a sudden burst of adrenaline, she bolted toward the door. But her legs felt as though they were moving through thick mud, every step heavier than the last. The fog had crept up behind her. Its cold fingers wrapping around her ankles, trying to pull her back into the darkness. She reached the door, but when she turned the handle, it wouldn't budge. She tugged at it frantically, but it was stuck, sealed shut by some unseen force. She let out a strangled cry, her fists pounding on the wood as the growl grew closer, the footsteps now accompanied by a heavy breathing, a low and ragged sound. Her mind raced. There had to be a way out. There had to be. The windows were open. She turned to face the nearest window, her eyes wide with fear. The glass had shattered, but the mist still swirled outside, a thick, undulating mass. She pushed toward it, her hand reaching out for the frame. But it was as though the fog itself were keeping her at bay. "You cannot leave," the voice echoed, and this time, it was no longer in her mind. It was everywhere. It was the house itself speaking. The walls groaned in protest, and the floorboards creaked beneath her feet. The growl was almost upon her now. A monstrous shape loomed in the mist, its features distorted by the fog. Helen froze. The creature that emerged from the shadows was not something of this world. It had the form of a man, but its eyes were black pits, and its skin was stretched tight, veins running beneath it like dark threads. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, glistening in the dim light, and as it moved closer, its twisted limbs cracked and popped like dry wood. In an instant, the creature lunged toward her, its fingers like claws reaching for her throat. But before it could make contact, a burst of light flooded the room, blinding her for a moment. Helen stumbled backward, her eyes squinting as she tried to shield herself from the light. And then, as quickly as it came, the light faded, and she was left standing in the center of the room, her heart hammering in her chest. But the creature was gone, the fog had receded, and the house was silent once more. The door had opened, and she was free to leave, but something had changed. The fog had not completely left. It lingered, just on the edges of the room. Waiting. Watching, she turned, her breath coming in ragged gasps, and saw the small porcelain doll lying on the floor. Its glassy eyes seemed to reflect the flickering candlelight. It called to her, beckoned her closer. She knew that her choices were no longer hers to make. Something far more powerful had taken control, and there was no escaping the curse of Black Hollow Bay. As Helen stood there, her body tense and her heart racing, the air seemed to shift once again. The fog, which had once receded, crept back into the room with a chilling swiftness. Its cold tendrils wrapped around her legs, seeping through her shoes and creeping up her skin. She could feel the heavy weight of it settling over her, as though the very atmosphere was pressing against her chest. The doll, still lying at her feet, seemed to mock her with its empty eyes, as if it had been waiting for her to return to this very moment. Helen swallowed hard, her throat dry, but she knew that she could not just stand here any longer. The presence of the creature, the one that had emerged from the shadows, still lingered in the corners of her mind. She could hear its guttural growls, its twisted limbs cracking, even though it had vanished. That thing, that force, was still in this house, and it was far from gone. With a determined breath, she took a step forward, her legs shaking beneath her. Her eyes never left the doll on the floor. For some reason, she knew that it held the key to everything that had been happening here. The mystery of Black Hollow Bay, the fog, the shadowed whispers, it all seemed to tie back to this seemingly innocuous object. The moment she bent down to pick it up, a low rumble sounded from deep within the house. The walls trembled, a low hum vibrating through the floorboards beneath her feet. Helen's heart skipped a beat as she turned sharply toward the source of the sound. It was coming from the far end of the room, near the broken window where the fog had originally poured in. The shadows in the room seemed to shift and twist, as though the house itself was moving. "You cannot escape," the voice echoed once again, louder this time, deep and resonant, like an ancient being that had always existed within the house, bound to it, speaking through the walls. "The fog will claim you as it has claimed all who dared enter. The curse is not so easily broken." Helen's eyes darted to the broken window. The fog had thickened, swirling around the edges of the room. The mist seemed to draw closer, pressing against her like a force of nature, blocking the light from the outside. It was then that she noticed the faintest outline in the mist. At first, it was barely noticeable, just a hint of movement, like a shadow passing by, but as she blinked, it grew clearer, a figure, slowly materializing in the fog. Its shape was vague at first, shrouded in the white mist, but Helen could feel it moving closer, inching toward her. A creeping sense of dread washed over her. Her body went cold, and every instinct told her to run, but her feet were rooted to the floor, as if the house itself was holding her in place. The doll felt heavy in her hand, its smooth porcelain pressing into her palm. She could hear the voice again, but this time it was not in her mind. It was real, resonating through the very air around her. "You are ours now," it whispered, the sound coming from all directions, reverberating in her ears. "The fog will not release you. You have entered our domain." The figure in the mist was closer now, its movements jerky and unnatural. It had no discernible face, just an outline of a person draped in tattered, blackened robes. The air seemed to grow colder with each step it took toward her. Helen's pulse quickened. She could feel the chill in the air, the suffocating weight of the fog that surrounded her, and she knew that whatever this thing was, it was not of this world. Suddenly, the mist parted, revealing a twisted figure before her. It was not human, or at least not entirely. Its face was a mask of terror, hollow and skeletal, with empty eye sockets that seemed to absorb the light around them. The thing wore a cloak that fluttered in the mist, but underneath, its body was gaunt and skeletal, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. The fingers on its hands were like claws, curled and reaching for her. Helen stumbled back, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but the figure was faster than she had expected. With a sudden movement, it lunged toward her, and she barely had time to react. She tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. It was as if the very air had been stolen from her. The figure reached out, its clawed fingers grazing her arm, sending a wave of cold through her body. She felt her skin burn where it touched, and before she knew what was happening, the fog surged forward, enveloping her completely. The room seemed to vanish, leaving only the suffocating blackness of the mist. She tried to move, tried to escape, but it was as though the fog itself had become a part of her, wrapping around her, holding her in place, and then, just as suddenly as it had come, everything stopped, the fog lifted, and she found herself back in the room, the mansion around her eerily silent once more. The walls no longer groaned, the shadows no longer twisted, and the oppressive weight in the air had dissipated. But something had changed. The doll, now tightly gripped in her hands, felt warmer. Its eyes, once empty, were now glowing softly, a faint, eerie light radiating from them. Helen dropped to her knees, panting, as her heart struggled to slow down. She was shaking, her hands cold and clammy. The voice in her mind was gone, but the lingering sense of dread still clung to her like the fog itself. She had narrowly escaped whatever had sought to claim her, but she knew deep down that this was not over. The mansion was still watching her. With trembling hands, she set the doll down once more. Its eyes flickered, as if responding to her touch. The room remained silent, but the very air seemed to hum. Alive with an energy she couldn't understand, and then, in the silence, a door creaked open somewhere in the distance. Not the front door, but a hidden one that Helen had never noticed before. She stood slowly, her legs unsteady, but her curiosity overpowering her fear. The door beckoned to her, an invitation she could not refuse. Without fully understanding why, Helen moved toward the door. As she stepped forward, the floor beneath her feet groaned, and the air grew cold again, but she pressed on, drawn by a force she could not explain. She reached for the door, her fingers brushing the cold handle, and as she opened it, the world around her seemed to bend, the shadows stretching and warping. The fog was back, swirling in the hallway, pulling her toward the darkness. This time, though, she didn't resist. The moment the door creaked open, a deep, cold draft swept through the room, causing Helen to shiver despite the warmth of her fear. The hallway before her was dark, its very air thick with the same oppressive fog that had nearly consumed her before. As she stepped into the passageway, the faint echoes of distant whispers reached her ears, their sound muffled and ghostly, as though they came from the farthest recesses of the house. Helen paused for a moment, her hand still on the door handle, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She was no longer sure if the house was alive or if it was simply a shell, haunted by the spirits that had once walked its halls. Every instinct in her screamed to turn back, to leave this cursed place behind and never look back, but something deeper, something darker, pulled her forward. The air felt heavier now, thick with the promise of something malevolent lurking just beyond the veil of mist. She couldn't see anything clearly in the dark, but there was a sense of motion in the shadows, as though eyes were watching her from the darkness. The fog writhed and shifted around her, swirling in tendrils that seemed to breathe with a life of their own, growing denser with each passing second. As she took a step forward, the faintest sound broke the silence, the softest of footsteps, like those of someone, or something, moving just ahead of her. Helen froze. Every muscle in her body tensed with fear, her breath shallow and fast. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, like the creature was aware of her presence and wanted her to follow. It wasn't a choice anymore. With a deep, hesitant breath, Helen took another step, and then another, the fog swirling around her ankles like ghostly fingers. The whispers grew louder now, more insistent, their words unintelligible but thick with a malevolent energy. The house seemed to grow even colder, the walls closing in, the air so thick it felt like she was breathing through the fog itself. As she walked, the hallway stretched on endlessly, the walls leaning closer together, the floorboards creaking with each step she took. The further she ventured, the stronger the feeling that she was not alone grew. The footsteps, slow, measured, were unmistakably close now, though she couldn't see the source. She could feel them behind her, following, waiting, as if toying with her, and then, out of the corner of her eye, something flickered, movement in the shadows. A shape, a silhouette, darting quickly between the patches of darkness, just out of reach of her sight. It was there and gone in an instant, but it left behind an unnerving sense of dread. Helen's pulse quickened. There was no denying it anymore. The house was alive with a presence, something ancient and powerful, and it was waiting for her. She couldn't stop herself now. The house had already claimed her, and she was drawn forward, as though she were being led to something inevitable. Eventually, the hallway widened, opening into a large, circular room, the air thick with fog that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. The walls of the room were lined with mirrors, tall, ornate, dust-covered glass that reflected only shadows. Helen stepped into the center of the room, her eyes darting to each reflection, but there was nothing except the faint outline of herself. She reached out a trembling hand to touch one of the mirrors, and the moment her fingers brushed the cool surface, a strange, hollow sound echoed from within the glass. It was as though something had moved behind it. Something unseen, just beyond her reach. A sudden rush of cold air swept through the room, and Helen pulled her hand back, startled. The whispers grew louder again, but this time, they were no longer indecipherable. They were clear, sharp, cold, and unmistakable. "You shouldn't have come." The voice was low, its tone full of malice, but it carried a strange, sorrowful edge, as if speaking from the depths of some ancient grief. The words seemed to echo, reverberating from every direction, bouncing off the mirrors in unsettling harmony. It was as if the house itself was alive, speaking to her, warning her of the danger she had unwittingly walked into. Helen spun around, but the room seemed to shift before her eyes. The mirrors, once reflecting only her image, now showed something else, shadows moving within their depths, figures trapped behind the glass. Faces appeared, twisted in agony, their mouths open in silent screams, their eyes wide with terror. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, Helen thought she saw a figure standing behind her reflection, its face pale and ghostly, with eyes black as night. She whipped around, but there was nothing there, only the empty, fog-choked room. She was no longer alone. "Turn back," the voice echoed again, now unmistakably close, right behind her ear. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat, but there was no one there. The mirrors were empty once again. But the presence, the overwhelming sense of being watched, remained. A cold sweat broke out across Helen's forehead as her eyes darted from mirror to mirror. She had to leave. She had to escape this place, but her feet felt frozen to the spot. The fog thickened around her, and the air grew stifling, heavy with the scent of decay, and then, with a sudden jolt, the door at the far end of the room creaked open, as if inviting her forward. The fog churned and shifted, as though urging her toward it, and without fully understanding why, Helen moved. She was drawn toward the door. The threshold seemed to stretch and distort before her eyes as she approached, as though the door itself were becoming part of the mist. Warping and bending, until she couldn't tell where the door ended and the fog began, Her hand reached for the doorknob, cold and unyielding, as if the house were reluctant to let her pass. With a firm twist, the door opened with a loud creak, revealing a set of narrow stairs descending into darkness below. The fog poured into the stairwell, like a living thing, swirling around her feet as if beckoning her down into the abyss. Helen hesitated for only a moment before she took the first step down, her heart racing in her chest. The whispers grew louder as she descended into the darkness, their voices now an almost tangible presence, wrapping around her mind. She had no choice but to continue. As Helen descended the stairs, her breath quickened, and the cold that had initially chilled her bones now seemed to invade her very soul. The darkness seemed to consume everything around her, suffocating the light that remained. Each step she took felt heavier, more deliberate, as though the house itself was pulling her downward into its depths. The walls seemed to close in on her with each movement, the shadows pressing closer, as though trying to swallow her whole. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, and for a moment, Helen thought she heard her name being called, soft and pleading, as if someone, or something, was trying to warn her, begging her to turn back. But the voice was distant, fading, and soon drowned out by the constant murmur of voices that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. Turn back. Helen. They whispered, but it was too late. She couldn't stop now. Her feet carried her down the stairs without her consent, her body moving almost automatically, as if some unseen force was guiding her. The fog thickened, swirling around her ankles, and with each step, the air became colder, sharper. It felt like the fog was alive, breathing, wrapping itself around her, coaxing her deeper into the bowels of the house. When she finally reached the bottom of the stairs, the fog seemed to dissipate slightly, but the oppressive silence that filled the air was almost worse than the whispers had been. It was as if she had stepped into a place where time no longer existed, a place suspended in some strange, eternal moment. The room she found herself in was vast, its walls hidden by the thick mist that still hung in the air. The space felt infinite, stretching out in all directions. She could make out the faintest outline of what looked like furniture, a table, some chairs, and in the farthest corner, something that resembled a cabinet or a cupboard. The room seemed untouched by time, frozen in a state of disarray, as if the very act of living had been banished from it. Helen took a cautious step forward, her eyes darting around, trying to make sense of the scene before her. Every part of her screamed to leave, but her feet refused to obey. She was trapped, drawn deeper into this cursed house with every step. The air was thick with a musty odor, like old books and decay. She could feel the presence of something in the room with her, something watching from the darkness, just beyond the reach of the dim light that filtered in from the stairwell. Her senses screamed at her to turn around, to run, but she couldn't. She had to keep moving forward, and then she saw it, in the farthest corner of the room, partially obscured by the dense fog, was a mirror. It was unlike the others she had seen earlier. This one was large, framed in tarnished silver, its surface marred with scratches and imperfections. But there was something different about this mirror. It felt wrong, like it was waiting for her, calling her. Against every instinct in her body, Helen walked toward it, her movements slow and deliberate. The closer she got, the heavier the air became, as if the very act of approaching the mirror was distorting reality itself. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, filling her mind with a dizzying rush of voices. Look into the mirror. Helen. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her breath caught in her throat as she reached out and touched the cold surface of the mirror. The instant her fingers made contact, a strange shudder ran through her, as though the mirror itself were alive, responding to her touch. And then, in the reflection, she saw something that made her blood run cold. At first, it was nothing more than a shadow, a fleeting movement just out of the corner of her eye. But as she stared deeper into the mirror, the shadow took shape, slowly, methodically, as if it were being drawn from the depths of the glass itself. It was a figure, tall and gaunt, dressed in tattered clothes that seemed to hang from its frame like the remnants of a long-dead corpse. Its face was pale, almost white, with hollow eyes that stared back at her, unblinking. Helen stumbled back in terror, but the figure in the mirror didn't move. It simply stared, its eyes locked with hers. As though waiting for her to make the next move, she wanted to scream, to run, to get as far away from the mirror as possible, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. Something in those eyes held her captive, as if they were pulling her deeper into the reflection, into the very heart of the darkness that surrounded her. "Come closer," the voice whispered, but this time, it didn't come from the walls. It came from the mirror itself, from the figure that stood motionless, watching her. Against her will, Helen stepped closer, her body moving of its own accord, drawn toward the mirror like a moth to a flame. With each step, the figure seemed to come more into focus, its hollow eyes widening, its lips stretching into an eerie, unnerving smile. The air grew colder still, and the whispers rose to a deafening crescendo. The room seemed to spin around her, the walls twisting, distorting, as if the house itself were closing in. But the mirror was all she could see, all she could feel. The figure's smile grew wider, its eyes darkening with hunger, and then, just as she was about to step into the reflection, the floor beneath her feet cracked. The sound echoed through the room like thunder, and the mirror shattered, its glass splintering into 1,000 pieces. The world around her collapsed. In that moment, time seemed to stop. The fog, the shadows, the whispers, they all vanished, swallowed by the silence. Helen was left standing in a void, her heart racing, her mind reeling from what had just happened. The mirror had shattered, but the presence of the figure remained, lingering in the air, a faint, cold trace of something ancient and powerful. And then, she heard it, a soft whisper in the distance, a voice that seemed to come from every direction at once. "Welcome, Helen, to the end." As the room settled into a thick, suffocating silence, Helen's breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. The broken mirror lay at her feet, shards of glass glittering like forgotten memories scattered across the floor. The fog had dissipated, but in its place was something even more unsettling, the sense that she was no longer alone. Something was watching her, unseen but palpable, like a cold hand resting lightly on the back of her neck. She dared not look behind her, as every instinct screamed at her to leave, to run, but her legs felt like they were made of stone, unyielding, rooted to the ground. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the room, searching for any sign of movement, any clue as to what had just happened. The walls were bare now, stripped of their mysterious presence, but the oppressive air that had filled the space still lingered. The quiet was almost unnatural, so thick that it pressed in on her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. Her skin prickled, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, as though the house itself were alive, its very foundation shuddering with something ancient, something dark. It was then that she noticed it, a faint, almost imperceptible shadow at the far side of the room, just beyond the reach of the light. It was not a figure but more like a shape, something that seemed to blend with the darkness, a presence that she could feel rather than see. It seemed to shift and sway in the periphery of her vision, always just out of focus, yet unmistakably there. Helen's heart pounded faster, each beat reverberating in her ears. The shadow grew larger, more defined, but it did not take a physical form. Instead, it seemed to stretch and bend, warping the very air around it. The walls, once solid and unyielding, now seemed to bend in strange angles, as if the space was twisting, warping into something that defied logic. She stepped back, her feet unsteady beneath her, but she couldn't look away from the shadow. It beckoned her, a whisper carried on the windless air. She could feel its pull, its grip tightening around her chest. Her mind screamed for her to run, to escape, but her body refused to obey. "Come closer," the voice whispered again, this time clearer, more insistent, like a command rather than a plea. It was the same voice from the mirror, the voice that had called her to this place. Her mind reeled, trying to make sense of the impossibility of the situation. The figure in the mirror, the whispering shadows, it all felt like a nightmare, a twisted dream from which she couldn't wake. But this wasn't a dream. It was real. Too real, and then, the shadow moved. It slid across the floor, impossibly fast, and before Helen could react, it engulfed her, wrapping her in a cold, suffocating embrace. Her body stiffened, frozen in place. As the shadow pressed against her, its presence filling her mind with dread. The whispers grew louder, merging into a cacophony of voices, all demanding her attention, pulling her deeper into the void. "Don't fight it," the voice murmured, so close now that it felt like it was inside her head. "You belong here, Helen. You've always belonged here." The words were like chains, binding her mind, shackling her to the darkness. She could feel herself slipping, her thoughts clouding over, her sense of reality fracturing. The shadows closed in tighter, and she felt as though she was being consumed by the very darkness that surrounded her. Suddenly, the weight lifted. The shadows receded, retreating into the corners of the room, leaving her breathless and disoriented. She blinked, trying to clear the fog from her mind, but the sense of unease remained, hanging heavy in the air. Helen's pulse raced as she stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her. She glanced around, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of what had just happened. The shadow was gone, but the feeling of being watched remained, crawling up her spine like a cold hand. And then, she saw it, a door, hidden in the farthest corner of the room, half hidden by the shadows. It had not been there before, she was certain of it. It had appeared as if by magic, or perhaps it had always been there, lurking just out of sight. Without thinking, Helen stumbled toward it, her mind a blur of panic and confusion. The door was old, its wood dark and weathered, with a tarnished handle that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. She reached for the handle, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold metal. The moment she touched it, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow hallway that stretched into darkness. The air beyond the door was thick and musty, carrying the scent of decay, of something long forgotten. It beckoned her, just as the shadows had, pulling her deeper into the unknown. Helen hesitated for a moment, but then, something, some instinct deep within her, pushed her forward. She stepped into the hallway. The door swinging shut behind her with a loud bang that echoed through the house. The hallway was narrow, its walls covered in peeling wallpaper, its floor creaking under each step she took. The air was colder here, and the farther she went, the heavier it seemed to become. The darkness pressed in from all sides, suffocating, closing in on her like the walls of a tomb. As she walked, the whispers returned, this time louder, more insistent, swirling around her, filling her head with 1,000 voices. They were everywhere, filling the air, vibrating in her bones. Keep going, they whispered. You're almost there. Helen's head spun, and her vision blurred as the voices grew louder. More frantic. She tried to shut them out, to block them out, but the sound was deafening, drowning her thoughts, consuming her, and then, as if responding to her fear, the hallway seemed to stretch even farther, the darkness swallowing everything in its wake. The floor beneath her feet began to shake, the walls creaking and groaning as if the house itself were alive, as if it were preparing to devour her whole. Helen reached the end of the hallway, her heart pounding in her chest, and found herself standing in front of another door. This one was different. It was ancient, covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shift and change when she looked at them, as if they were alive. As if they were waiting for her. Without thinking, she reached for the handle and turned it. The door opened, revealing a vast, empty chamber, its walls lined with shelves of dusty old books. The air was thick with the scent of age, of forgotten knowledge. In the center of the room, on a pedestal, stood an object, a book, bound in dark leather, its pages yellowed with age. It seemed to glow with an eerie light, casting shadows across the room. Helen took a step forward, her eyes fixed on the book. Something in her mind told her that it was the key to everything, the source of the shadows, the whispers, the darkness that had haunted her since she had entered the house. As she reached out to touch the book, a cold, clammy hand grasped her wrist, holding her in place. She froze, her heart racing, as the whispering voices grew louder, more frantic. You found it, they hissed. Now you must take it. But even as the words echoed in her mind, Helen knew she had no choice. She had to take it. The book was calling to her, and with a final, trembling breath, she did. Helen's hands trembled as it hovered just above the ancient book, the leather cover worn and cracked with age, its surface strangely warm despite the chill in the air. The moment her fingers brushed the cover, an electric shiver ran up her spine. It was as though the book itself had awakened, responding to her touch, as if it had been waiting for her all along. The room seemed to darken even further, the shadows stretching and twisting, creeping toward her like hungry tendrils. The whispering voices grew louder now, overlapping and swirling in her mind, each one trying to speak over the others. They were no longer just words, they were commands, suggestions, promises, all blending together in a cacophony of urgency. The darkness seemed to press against her skin, each breath she took growing heavier, suffocating her in its presence. Take it, the voices pleaded in unison. Take it, and you will know everything. Everything you've been searching for. Helen's heart raced in her chest, her mind clouded with conflicting thoughts. The voices spoke with a power that was impossible to ignore, their allure irresistible. She could feel the pull, the magnetic force drawing her in. It was as though the book held the key to all her questions, the reason she was here, why the house seemed to come alive in the dead of night, why the shadows seemed to whisper her name, but as her hand descended, her mind flashed back to the mirror in the other room, the whispering shadows that had tormented her. The strange sensations that had plagued her ever since she had entered this place. She had felt the weight of the house pressing against her, its secrets begging to be uncovered. But was it worth the price? Don't listen to them, a voice within her cried. It was her own voice, a quiet whisper amidst the chaos, urging her to resist, to leave this place behind. But the lure of the book was too strong, too overwhelming. Before she could stop herself, her fingers made contact with the book. The moment she touched it, a surge of energy shot through her body, electric and violent, like a bolt of lightning that left her breathless. The world around her seemed to shift, the walls of the room warping and distorting as the shadows began to dance. Moving in ways that defied logic, the whispers intensified, growing frantic, almost desperate. They spoke of things she couldn't understand, things she didn't want to hear. The very air seemed to vibrate with their presence, each word like a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. "You're not meant to have it," one of the voices hissed, its tone filled with rage. "It doesn't belong to you." But it was too late. The book had already begun to open, its pages flipping rapidly, as though it were alive, as though it were searching for something. The words on the pages seemed to shimmer and shift before her eyes, the language foreign, unreadable, until, suddenly, one of the pages froze. The words on the page glowed with an eerie light, their meaning clear despite the strange symbols. They were written in a language she didn't recognize, yet she understood them completely. It was as if the book itself was speaking to her, its ancient knowledge seeping into her mind, unlocking something deep within her. A single line of text stood out among the rest: "The door to the void is always open. But once you pass through, you may never return." The words sent a chill down her spine. The void? Was that what the book was trying to show her? Was this the source of all the shadows, all the whispers? What did it mean, and why was she the one chosen to uncover it? As she read, a sharp pain shot through her head, a searing headache that caused her vision to blur. She dropped the book, clutching her temples, struggling to maintain control. The room around her seemed to spin, the walls breathing, pulsating with a dark energy. It felt like the house was alive, alive with a force far older than she could comprehend, a force that had been waiting for her, just as the book had been waiting. The shadows closed in again, thicker this time, wrapping around her like a shroud, smothering her every breath. A low growl rumbled through the room, vibrating through the floor and up her spine. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping so rapidly that she could see her breath in the dim light. The whispering voices shifted from pleading to menacing, the words turning sharp, cutting through the silence like knives. "Now that you've opened it, there is no going back," one voice warned, its tone dark and foreboding. "You have sealed your fate." Helen's chest tightened, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She tried to move, to step away from the book, but her body refused to obey. The shadows had wrapped around her legs, holding her in place, the air thickening until it felt like she was drowning in it. The book's pages began to flip again, faster now, as if something was trying to escape, something that had been trapped for centuries. The words on the pages seemed to warp and shift, the letters twisting and curling, as if the book itself was alive, hungry for something more. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, a burst of sound that shattered the oppressive silence. The floor beneath her feet shook, sending Helen crashing to the ground. The book flew from her hands, landing with a thud on the floor beside her. She scrambled to her feet, panic flooding her veins. The walls seemed to close in on her, the shadows pressing closer and closer, as if they were reaching for her, pulling her in. The whispering voices were deafening now, screaming in her mind, each one more insistent than the last. "You can't escape it." One screamed. "You can never escape it." Helen's heart pounded in her chest as she bolted for the door. Her mind racing. She reached for the handle, but it was no use, the door wouldn't budge. The shadows pressed in around her, pushing her back toward the center of the room, trapping her within its dark, suffocating grasp, and then, just as suddenly as it had all started, everything stopped, the shadows receded, the air clearing as if a storm had passed. The oppressive weight that had filled the room lifted, and Helen found herself standing alone in the middle of the room. The book lay forgotten on the floor, its pages still fluttering in the aftermath of the strange events, but she knew deep down, that this was not the end. The darkness had been momentarily pushed back. But it was still there, lurking in the corners, waiting for its next chance. Helen stood there for a long time, breathing heavily, her mind reeling with the strange events she had just experienced. The house was quiet now, unnervingly so, but she knew that it would not stay that way forever. The door, however, remained shut, and the path ahead was uncertain. With trembling hands, Helen gathered the strength to pick up the book once more. The pages had stopped turning, but the words inside still pulsed with an eerie glow. The answers were there, hidden between the lines, waiting to be uncovered, and with a final, steadying breath, Helen made a choice. She would find the truth. Even if it meant going deeper into the darkness, the journey had only just begun. As Helen stood in the center of the room, the silence around her felt oppressive, like the calm before an impending storm. The shadows, though receded for the moment, still lingered in the corners of her vision, like forgotten ghosts waiting to be awakened. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing at the edge of something much larger, something far more dangerous than she could comprehend. The book lay in front of her, its pages still trembling with an invisible energy, beckoning her to delve deeper into its secrets. There was no turning back now. She had felt the power, the weight of whatever lay hidden within the ancient pages, and it was calling to her, urging her to continue. But the question that gnawed at her mind was whether or not she truly wanted to know the truth. The price for that knowledge had already proven to be too high. She glanced at the door, still firmly closed, as if mocking her attempt to leave. The house was locked in place, its ancient structure groaning under the weight of time. Whatever had kept her here was not simply the allure of the book, it was something more, something alive within the walls, the floors, the very air she breathed. It was as though the house itself had a consciousness, an awareness of her presence, and it wasn't about to let her go without ensuring she knew everything it had to offer. Taking a deep breath, Helen crouched beside the book. Her fingers hovered over its pages once more, and she felt the same electric shiver from earlier as she made contact. The sensation was stronger now, more intense, as though the book was pulling her into its web, wrapping its tendrils around her mind. The whispers began again, soft and insistent, but now they carried a darker edge, a warning she couldn't ignore. Do not open it again, one voice whispered, a deep, guttural growl underneath the words. "You will never be the same." But Helen's hand, though trembling, did not pull back. She could feel the weight of the book's secrets pushing against her, urging her to reveal what had been hidden for centuries. The need for answers, the need to understand, was stronger than her fear. She opened the book, the pages flipped wildly, faster than she could follow. Words began to emerge, shimmering and shifting, forming coherent thoughts in a language that was both foreign and familiar. The book had not merely been a collection of stories or forgotten knowledge. It was a map, a guide to something far darker, far more sinister than she had imagined. Her eyes raced over the words, each sentence leading her deeper into the web of the house's history, into the very foundation of its existence. The stories it told were not mere legends or myths. They were warnings, accounts of others who had come before her, seeking answers but paying a heavy price for their curiosity. The house had been built upon an ancient power, one that existed long before its walls were erected, and that power had claimed those who had dared to uncover its secrets. Helen's fingers moved faster, her mind consumed by the words. She couldn't stop herself. She needed to know, to understand the truth that had eluded so many before her. But with every page she turned, the room grew colder, the shadows around her thicker, more oppressive. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, like an unholy chorus urging her to stop. "You don't know what you're dealing with," the voice returned, now desperate, pleading. "You will bring it upon yourself." But it was too late. As her eyes reached the final page, the whispers stopped. For a brief moment, everything was silent. The shadows seemed to recede, and the room, though still filled with a cold, eerie energy, seemed momentarily still. Helen felt a sense of calm wash over her, but it was fleeting. The air in the room grew thick, suffocating. She could feel the house breathing, its ancient walls pulsing with an unnatural rhythm. Then, without warning, the ground beneath her feet shook. The walls cracked, deep, resounding groans echoing through the house as though it were being torn apart from within. The book fell from her hands, its pages flapping wildly as if trying to escape. And Helen stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows around her began to move again, swirling, growing, becoming more defined, more alive. She could hear the voices again, but they were different now. They were not whispering, they were screaming. Helen looked around desperately, her mind racing. The room was no longer just a room, it had transformed. The walls were stretching, bending, warping as if the very structure of the house was folding in on itself. And within the shadows, shapes began to form, humanoid figures, tall and thin, their features hidden by darkness, their presence suffocating. Helen tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. She backed away, stumbling, but the shadows followed, their tendrils reaching for her, closing in. She turned to run, but the floor beneath her cracked, splitting wide open, revealing a dark abyss below. The house seemed to be collapsing around her, the very foundation giving way to whatever darkness had been trapped beneath it for so long. A cold hand gripped her ankle, dragging her toward the gaping chasm. She kicked and screamed, but the force was too strong. She was being pulled into the dark void beneath the house, the blackness swallowing her whole, and then, just as she was about to be consumed, everything stopped, the pulling force ceased, and the house fell silent once more. The shadows disappeared. The floor was whole again, and the room had returned to its original form. Helen lay on the ground, gasping for air, trembling in disbelief. Her mind couldn't process what had just happened. She slowly stood up, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of the horrors she had just witnessed. But there was nothing. The house was still, too still, as though nothing had happened at all, but the book was gone. It had disappeared, leaving only the faintest trace of its presence on the floor. Helen's heart raced as she realized that whatever she had uncovered, whatever she had unleashed, it was no longer contained within the book. The darkness had found a way out. She was no longer alone in the house. Whatever had been trapped beneath it, whatever had been waiting, was now free. And it was waiting for her. The truth, Helen realized with a growing sense of dread, had come with a price. The house had claimed her, just as it had claimed the others before her. And now, there was no escape. As Helen stood in the now eerily silent room, her heart pounded in her chest. She had crossed a line, and there was no going back. The whispers that had once filled the air had faded, but the cold presence that lingered in the shadows told her everything she needed to know. The house was awake. It had been waiting for this moment. For a long moment, she simply stood there, frozen. Her breath was shallow, her mind racing with the realization of the horrors she had just unleashed. She glanced around the room, her eyes darting from one shadow to the next, expecting something to leap from the darkness at any moment. But the silence was deafening. Still, she could feel the eyes of the house on her, pressing in from every angle, watching, waiting. With a shaking hand, she reached for the door handle. The cold metal sent a shiver through her, but she didn't pull back. She had to leave. She had to escape before whatever was now unleashed found her. The door opened with an agonizing slowness, as though the house itself were reluctant to let her go. But she pushed forward, stepping into the dark hallway. The air felt thicker here, heavier, as though each breath was weighed down by the secrets the house held. The floor creaked under her weight, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. She tried to ignore it, to push past the terror gnawing at her insides, but her footsteps seemed to echo through the empty house, amplifying her fear. As she moved further down the hallway, the temperature seemed to drop even more. The warmth of the daylight that had once filtered through the house's windows had vanished, replaced by a biting chill that sunk into her bones. And that's when she heard it, the faintest sound, almost like a whisper, but this time, it wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from behind her. She whipped around, her heart in her throat, but the hallway was empty. Her mind was playing tricks on her, she told herself. It had to be. But then came the sound again, louder this time, and unmistakable. It wasn't her imagination. There was something, or someone, following her. Helen's pulse quickened as she broke into a run, her feet pounding on the creaking floorboards as she raced down the hallway. She had to get out, had to escape this place before it consumed her completely. But the house seemed to stretch on endlessly, the rooms twisting and turning in impossible ways, always just out of reach. The whispers grew louder now, filling her ears, becoming unintelligible but urgent. She could feel the presence closing in, feel the weight of it pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. She could almost hear the footsteps behind her, matching her own, growing faster, closer. She wasn't alone. Whatever had been released, whatever had awoken with the turning of the book's final page, was coming for her. The door ahead of her, the front door, was within sight. It was so close. She reached for the handle, her fingers trembling as she grasped it, but as she pulled, the door wouldn't open. Panic surged through her, and she yanked harder, but it remained stubbornly closed, as though something unseen was holding it shut. The shadows around her deepened, stretching toward her, darkening with each passing second. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw it, a figure, tall and gaunt, standing just outside the edge of the hallway, its eyes glinting in the darkness. It didn't move, but she could feel its presence, its hunger, its desire for something more than just her fear. It was something ancient. Something that had been waiting for her, for all this time. Helen tried to scream, but her voice caught in her throat. The figure didn't step forward, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, its hollow eyes locked onto hers. She could feel its power, its influence, seeping into her very being, wrapping around her mind like a vice. Suddenly, the whispers became clearer, their words no longer unintelligible but filled with dark promises. "Stay with us," they whispered. "You are one of us now." The figure in the hallway took a step forward, its movement slow and deliberate, its eyes never leaving hers. The shadows swelled around it, moving like liquid, and Helen's breath hitched as the room seemed to spin. The walls closing in, she backed away, but the door behind her was still locked tight. She had no escape. The figure's presence filled the space around her, suffocating her with its cold, malevolent energy. It was no longer a person, it was an entity, something beyond the realm of the living, something that had been bound to the house for far too long. "You will never leave," the figure said, its voice echoing in her mind. "We will never leave." And as the darkness closed in around her, Helen realized the truth. The house had claimed her, the power she had unleashed, the knowledge she had sought, had come at a terrible cost. She wasn't meant to learn the secrets of the house. She wasn't meant to awaken the forces that had slumbered beneath it. But now that she had, there was no going back. She would remain, trapped in the labyrinth of shadows and whispers, for as long as the house existed. And with her, the whispers would never cease, they would haunt the halls forever. The forgotten carnival, in a secluded valley, hidden from the maps and the march of modernity, there existed a carnival unlike any other. Its name had been long forgotten, its banners faded and tattered, and its music a ghostly echo that carried on the wind. The locals of the nearby town of Eldermore spoke of it in hushed tones, calling it the Carnival of the Vale. They said it appeared without warning, shrouded in mist, and those who ventured into its grounds often returned changed, or didn't return at all. For decades, the carnival had been nothing more than a ghost story, a tale parents told their children to keep them from wandering too far into the woods. But for 19-year-old Evelyn, it was an irresistible mystery. She was an aspiring journalist with a taste for the bizarre, and when rumors spread that the carnival had reappeared just beyond Eldermore, she saw it as the opportunity of a lifetime. The invitation. Evelyn's journey began with an enigmatic invitation slipped under her door. The card was embossed with intricate designs, its ink shimmering faintly in the light. It bore a simple message: "Come see the wonders beyond imagination. One night only." There was no signature, no address, just the faint scent of candied apples clinging to the paper. The next evening, she set out with her camera and notebook, following the whispers of the townsfolk and the strange pull she couldn't quite explain. The forest loomed dark and foreboding, but Evelyn pressed on, guided by faint strains of music that grew louder with each step. When the mist finally parted, she found herself standing before the carnival. It was a place out of time, its tent striped with faded crimson and gold, illuminated by strings of flickering lanterns. The air was thick with the scents of spun sugar, roasted nuts, and something metallic she couldn't place. The Ferris wheel turned slowly, its seats empty, and a carousel spun to a tune that sounded slightly out of tune. A tall man in a ringmaster's coat greeted her at the entrance. His face was obscured by a mask, its features a blend of human and animal. "Welcome, Evelyn," he said, his voice smooth and inviting. "We'd been expecting you." The attractions, the carnival was alive with activity, yet something about it felt wrong. The performers moved with an unnatural grace, their eyes glittering with an intensity that made Evelyn uneasy. She wandered through the attractions, her curiosity warring with a growing sense of dread. The Hall of Mirrors was her first stop. The glass distorted her reflection, twisting it into grotesque shapes. At the center of the maze, she found a mirror that didn't reflect her at all but showed a dark forest where shadowy figures moved among the trees. When she turned away, her reflection was there again, staring back with an expression she hadn't made. Next was the fortune teller's tent. The old woman inside seemed to know Evelyn's every secret. "Beware the midnight hour," she whispered, her voice cracking like dry leaves. "The carnival is not what it seems, and neither are you." Evelyn laughed nervously and left, but the woman's words lingered. The other attractions were no less unsettling. A tightrope walker performed above a pit that seemed to have no bottom. The clown's laughter was hollow and echoed too long after the sound should have faded. And everywhere she went, she felt the eyes of the performers and patrons alike, watching her with unnerving intensity. The midnight hour, as the clock neared midnight, the carnival seemed to shift. The air grew colder, the lights dimmer. Evelyn's unease turned to outright fear when she realized that the patrons she had seen earlier were gone, leaving her alone with the performers. The ringmaster appeared again, his mask gleaming in the dim light. "The final act awaits," he said, extending a hand. Reluctantly, Evelyn followed him to the central tent. Inside, the audience seats were empty, but the ring was alive with movement. Shadows danced across the sawdust floor, their shapes indistinct yet menacing. The ringmaster gestured to a pedestal in the center. "Step forward," he said, his voice commanding. "You are our guest of honor." Evelyn hesitated, but the shadows seemed to close in, leaving her no choice. She stepped onto the pedestal, and the world around her dissolved into darkness. The revelation. When the light returned, Evelyn found herself standing in a forest clearing. The carnival was gone, but the mist remained. The ringmaster stood before her, his mask removed. His face was strangely familiar, a warped version of her own. "The carnival is a mirror," he said, his voice echoing in her mind. "It shows you what you are, what you fear, what you could become." Evelyn looked around and saw figures emerging from the mist. They were the performers she had seen earlier, but their faces were now mirrors, reflecting her own image back at her. She realized with growing horror that they had once been like her. Drawn to the carnival by curiosity, only to become part of its twisted world, you have a choice, the ringmaster said. Leave and forget, or stay and become, the return. Evelyn chose to leave. She woke the next morning in her bed, the invitation still clutched in her hand. Her camera and notebook were gone, and with them, any proof of what she had experienced. But the memories remained, vivid and haunting. The carnival had vanished, as it always did, leaving no trace behind. Yet Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling that it was still watching her, waiting for the day she would return. The stories of the forgotten carnival persisted in Eldermore, and new rumors spread of its reappearance in distant towns. Evelyn knew the truth, but she kept it to herself, warning others only with a simple phrase: some mysteries are better left unsolved. The Gentle Sea Breeze, Part 1. The Arrival. The sun was beginning its slow descent toward the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the small coastal village of Almaris. Its narrow cobblestone streets twisted and turned, leading to the most serene and tranquil beach the world had to offer. Here, time seemed to stand still, as if the world beyond simply didn't exist. The villagers lived simple, content lives, their days measured not by hours, but by the rhythm of the tides and the gentle breezes that whispered through the palm trees. Elena had heard stories of Almaris all her life, tales passed down through her family of a place untouched by the chaos of the modern world, a sanctuary for those in need of peace. So, when she found herself at a crossroads in her own life, struggling with the fast-paced pressures of her career and the uncertainty that loomed over her future, she knew where she had to go. Almaris had been calling to her for years. When she arrived, the village greeted her with an air of quiet hospitality, the people warm and welcoming, though there was a certain unspoken understanding that those who came here were seeking something more than just a vacation. They came for solace, for a moment to breathe, to escape the noise of their lives. As Elena unpacked her things in the small cottage she had rented for the week, she could already feel the weight of the world lifting off her shoulders. The soft sound of waves crashing against the shore was all she needed to feel at peace. She had left the city behind, and with it, her troubles, but as night fell, she ventured down to the beach to get a better sense of her new surroundings. The soft glow of the moon reflected off the water, illuminating the darkened world with a silvery light. The breeze picked up, gentle and cool, carrying the scent of salt and the distant promise of adventure. Elena closed her eyes and took in the moment, allowing the air to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. It was here, on the beach, where Elena first noticed the sound that would haunt her dreams for the rest of her stay in Almaris, a faint, melodic whisper in the breeze, as if the sea itself were speaking to her. Part 2. The first night. That first night, Elena barely slept. Every time she closed her eyes, the same strange whispering would fill her ears, coming from the direction of the sea. At first, she dismissed it as nothing more than the wind carrying the sounds of the ocean, but as the hours passed, she began to feel as though the whispers were meant for her alone. The breeze itself seemed to call her name, growing more persistent, tugging at her heart as if urging her to step closer to the water. The next morning, Elena awoke with an overwhelming sense of curiosity, the whispers from the previous night still echoing faintly in her mind. It was a sunny day, the sky clear and endless, and the village was alive with the laughter of children running through the streets and the soft chatter of neighbors enjoying their morning coffee. She walked down to the beach again, this time with a purpose. The sea stretched endlessly before her, its waves rolling gently toward the shore. The air was cool, the breeze still carrying that faint whisper that had kept her awake for hours. It was a voice, soft and soothing, like the lullaby of the wind. Elena couldn't quite place it, but she felt as though it was beckoning her, urging her to listen more closely. With every step, she felt an increasing pull toward the water, as if some invisible force were guiding her. When she reached the water's edge, she paused, staring at the vast expanse before her. The whispers seemed to come from all directions now, swirling around her, until they coalesced into a voice, clear and unmistakable, "Elena." The voice whispered, as though the very sea had spoken her name. Startled, she took a step back, her heart racing in her chest. There was no one around, just the endless horizon and the soft lap of the waves against the sand. She stood there for a long moment, unsure of what had just happened, but the whispers faded away, leaving only the sound of the breeze and the sea. Part 3, The Legend of the Sea. As days passed, the whispers continued, growing more frequent, more urgent. Each time she ventured to the beach, Elena felt as though something was drawing her closer to the water, something she couldn't explain. It was as if the sea had a secret to share, one it was desperate for her to uncover. The locals, however, seemed oblivious to it. No one spoke of the whispers, no one mentioned the eerie presence that Elena had started to feel. Instead, they went about their routines, content in the peace the village offered. One evening, as the sky darkened and the stars twinkled above, Elena sat down with a local woman, Maria, at a small outdoor cafe near the beach. Maria was older, with silver-streaked hair and an air of quiet wisdom. Elena had grown fond of her during her stay, and Maria had become something of a mentor, offering advice and stories about the village and the surrounding area. "I've been coming to Almaris for many years now," Elena said, her voice soft as she stirred her drink. "But there's something strange about the sea. I keep hearing whispers when I'm near it." "Do you know what they mean?" Maria studied Elena for a long moment, her eyes searching, as though weighing something hidden in her gaze. Finally, she spoke in a low voice, her words carefully chosen. "The sea speaks to all those who come seeking peace," Maria said softly, her eyes never leaving Elena's. "But it does not give its secrets freely. You must be careful, for not everyone who listens to the sea returns the same. Some come for solace, others for answers. But the sea is ancient, and it has a way of taking what it wants." Elena's heart raced. She had heard of the legends, of course, the old tales passed down by the villagers about the sea's mysterious power. But she had never truly believed them, dismissing them as simple folklore. Yet, standing here, hearing Maria's words, she felt a deep, unsettling certainty that there was more to the whispers than she had realized. "The sea gives you peace, yes," Maria continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "But it can also take something in return. It has a way of making you yearn for something, something you cannot have. It draws you in, and once it has you, you may never be able to leave." Part 4, The Heart of the Sea. That night, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that Maria's words had stirred something within her, something she had been trying to ignore. The whispers had grown stronger, now more than just a faint melody on the wind. They were a voice calling to her from the depths of the ocean, as if urging her to come closer. She stood on the shore, her feet sinking into the cool sand, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the water. And then, she heard it, the voice, clearer now, almost as if it were inside her head. "Elena, come to us," her breath caught in her throat. The voice was unmistakable now, as if it had known her entire life, calling to her with a familiarity that was both comforting and terrifying. Without thinking, she stepped forward, her bare feet meeting the cool, damp sand as the water lapped at her ankles. The gentle sea breeze caressed her skin, and she closed her eyes, allowing the whisper to wash over her. She didn't know what was happening, but she knew, deep in her bones, that the sea was offering her something she could not refuse. It was pulling her in, and for the first time since she had arrived in Almaris, Elena felt like she was where she truly belonged. The sea had whispered its invitation, and now Elena was ready to listen. Part 7. The Heart of the Deep. As Elena stepped into the temple, the oppressive darkness seemed to envelop her. It was a kind of darkness she had never felt before, an ancient, suffocating presence that made her skin prickle with both fear and anticipation. The cold, salty water she had grown accustomed to now felt oddly warm and alive, swirling around her like a living thing. The creature that had led her here lingered just behind her, her glowing eyes the only source of light in the eerie, shifting shadows. The temple's interior was vast, its architecture impossible to comprehend. Giant stone columns rose high into the water, their surfaces slick with algae and barnacles, as if they had been submerged for millennia. Strange symbols, similar to those on the outer door, were carved into every surface. They pulsed faintly with a light of their own, the glow shifting with the movement of the currents. Elena's eyes darted from one symbol to the next, but no matter how hard she tried to focus, they seemed to shift in ways that defied logic. They felt alive, as though they were communicating something, but the language was beyond her understanding. Ahead, a large circular pool lay at the center of the temple, its surface calm and unnervingly still. But Elena could feel it. Beneath the water, something stirred. Something ancient, something waiting. Her heart raced with the realization that this was the heart of the temple, the source of the power that the creature had spoken of. The sea's true power, locked away for so long, was about to be awakened. The creature moved silently beside her, her luminous form almost blending into the water. "This is where the secrets of the sea are held," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper against the stillness. "What you seek lies beneath the surface." Elena's breath caught in her throat. She knew, in some deep, unexplainable way, that she was not simply here as an observer. She was part of something much greater. She had come here for a reason, something tied to the very heart of the ocean itself. She was the one chosen to release whatever had been bound in this temple. "Waiting for centuries, do not be afraid," the creature said softly. "What is about to happen is necessary. You are the key, Elena. Only you can awaken what lies beneath." She didn't know how she knew, but she understood that she had to trust this being, and the deep connection they shared in this moment. She stepped toward the edge of the pool, her body moving with a fluidity she hadn't thought possible. The water around her parted gently as she approached, as if the ocean itself was guiding her, allowing her to take the next step. With a deep breath, Elena plunged her hands into the water, feeling the coldness seep into her skin. The instant her fingers touched the surface, a surge of energy rippled through her, causing her body to stiffen. The water was not just water anymore, it was alive, pulsing with an ancient force. Her heart hammered in her chest, and her pulse quickened as the ground beneath her seemed to shift. The symbols on the stone walls began to glow brighter, the light moving faster and faster, until it was almost blinding. The temple, the water, everything around her felt as though it was coming to life, coming awake, drawn to her. The water in the pool began to stir, swirling as though caught in an unseen current. Elena felt the change in the air. The very atmosphere seemed to thicken with power, an energy that hummed in her bones. She gripped the edge of the pool, her knuckles white. As the force beneath the water rose higher, swirling violently now, the shadows that had once been still and peaceful shifted, bending toward the pool, as though the temple itself was waiting for the release of what was buried beneath. And then, with a violent rush, the water in the pool surged upward. Elena was thrown back by the force, her body spinning in the water as the currents whipped around her. The temple's ancient structure seemed to groan in response, the walls vibrating with a deep, low hum. And then, from the depths of the pool, something began to emerge. It was like nothing Elena had ever seen before. At first, it seemed as though the water itself was solidifying, forming a shape. An outline, a towering, dark figure. Then the figure began to take form, becoming more distinct with each passing moment. Its body was made of water, but it shimmered with a translucent light, like the deep sea itself. Its eyes, two burning orbs, glowed an unnatural shade of blue, piercing through the darkness. The being towered over Elena, a creature of pure water, a force of nature that she could not possibly comprehend. "Who are you?" Elena whispered, her voice barely audible above the roar of the waves. The creature's voice echoed in her mind, the sound both foreign and familiar, like a forgotten memory from another life. "I am the keeper of the deep," it said, its voice like the crash of distant waves. "I have waited for you, Elena, for you are the one who will set me free." Elena could feel the weight of its words in her chest, the gravity of what was happening pressing down on her. She was no longer an observer, she was part of this ancient ritual, a link between the past and the future. She had been chosen to free something that had been bound for centuries, and now the time had come. "What do you need from me?" she asked, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain calm. "You have already given it," the keeper replied. "You are the key. You have awakened the power that slumbers beneath the sea. Now, it is time for the ocean to reclaim what was lost." Suddenly, the water around them began to churn violently, the currents spiraling faster and faster. The keeper's form shifted, swirling like a storm on the horizon. Elena felt the power building inside her, an energy that was not her own, but something ancient and infinite, rising to the surface. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the feeling, allowing the sea to flow through her, filling every part of her being. As the power reached its peak, the temple shook, and the sea itself seemed to come alive. Waves crashed against the walls, but they did not break. Instead, they surged upward, pulling Elena into the very heart of the ocean's power. The keeper's voice echoed again, more forceful this time, as if the very sea was speaking through it. "The time of silence is over. The time of awakening has come. You have freed me, Elena. Now, the world shall feel the touch of the ocean's power. The water exploded around them, sending waves crashing against the walls of the temple. Elena was thrown backward, her body spinning in the chaotic currents, but her mind remained focused. She had done it. She had released the power of the ocean. Now, the balance had been tipped, and the world above would begin to feel the echoes of what had been unleashed. The keeper's form began to dissolve, the water swirling around it like mist, as though the creature was returning to the depths from which it had come. But Elena knew that nothing would ever be the same again. The sea had awakened, and with it, the ancient forces that had slumbered for centuries, and now, she was forever bound to the ocean, her destiny intertwined with its vast, mysterious depths. Part 8, The Awakening. The ocean's power surged through Elena like an unstoppable tide, her senses overwhelmed by the force of the forces she had unleashed. The keeper of the deep had faded into the waters, its form dissolving like a mist, but the echo of its presence still vibrated through the very air around her. The temple shook violently, its ancient walls groaning in protest as the water's power continued to swell. Elena struggled to keep her bearings, but she could feel it, the overwhelming pressure, the pull of something greater than herself. She gasped for breath, her body sinking further into the deep waters of the temple. But it was no longer the peaceful, serene currents she had first felt. Now, the ocean felt alive, thrashing with an intensity she had never known. The very water around her seemed to pulse, beating like a heart, each wave sending ripples of energy through her body. Her eyes fluttered open, and in the dim light of the temple, she saw the water had begun to glow. Not the soft, gentle light she had seen before, but a deep, otherworldly radiance that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the very heartbeat of the earth. The symbols on the stone walls that had once glowed faintly now blazed with a fierce intensity. The air around her crackled with energy, and she could feel the ancient presence of the ocean's power rising to the surface. There was no time to think. The temple was collapsing around her, its ancient foundations trembling as the force of the awakening sent shockwaves through the water. Elena gritted her teeth and swam, her muscles burning with the effort. The currents were stronger now, twisting and pulling at her, but she fought against them, determined to escape. She had awakened the power of the sea, but now, she had to survive its wrath. The tunnel that led her into the temple was closing in on itself, the stone walls shifting and crumbling as the temple's heart throbbed with the force of the awakening. The water churned violently, waves crashing against the columns, sending debris flying. Elena's heart pounded in her chest as she swam faster. Her body moving almost instinctively, as if the ocean itself was guiding her through the chaos, and then, just as the walls began to collapse inward, she broke through to the surface of the water. She gasped for air, her lungs burning with the effort, but she didn't stop. Her eyes scanned the horizon, and she saw it, the waves, towering high above the shore. The sea had risen, the calm, tranquil waters she had once known had transformed into a storm of unimaginable power. The ocean's depths had been stirred, and now, the surface was a chaotic whirlwind of waves and fury. The storm that Elena had unleashed was just beginning. As she paddled toward the distant shore, she could see that the world had already begun to change. The once peaceful beach was now bathed in the eerie glow of the ocean's power, the waves crashing violently against the rocks. The wind howled through the trees, sending sand swirling into the air in a blinding fog. The ocean was angry, and it seemed to be calling to her, pulling her closer to its depths, but Elena knew she couldn't let the ocean claim her. She had awakened the forces of the deep, but it wasn't too late to stop them. She had to make it back to the village, to warn the people. The awakening was only the beginning. There was something darker at play here, something far more dangerous than she could have imagined. She struggled against the waves, pushing herself forward with all her strength. Her arms ached, her body weary from the battle with the ocean's currents, but she refused to stop. She had seen the power of the sea, felt it coursing through her veins, and now she had to face the consequences of her actions. Her mind raced as she recalled the words of the keeper, the prophecy it had spoken before it vanished into the depths. "The time of awakening is upon us," it had said. "The world will feel the touch of the ocean's power. The balance will shift, and all that has been lost will return." Elena shuddered at the thought. What had the keeper meant? What was about to happen? The ocean had been awakened, and now, the world would pay the price. The village was still some distance away. But Elena pushed on, driven by a newfound urgency. The storm above her raged with increasing intensity, the wind screaming through the air. The once calm sea was now a tumultuous, chaotic force of nature, and she was at its mercy. As the waves grew higher, Elena felt herself being pulled under. She gasped for air as the water crashed over her, swallowing her whole. The world around her disappeared into darkness, and for a moment, she thought she might drown. But then, just as quickly, the force of the current released her, and she was hurled toward the shore. The beach loomed ahead, and she felt herself being drawn toward the land, the ocean reluctantly releasing her. She stumbled onto the sand. Gasping for breath, her body heavy with exhaustion. The storm raged behind her, the waves crashing violently against the shore, but she had made it. She turned back toward the ocean, her heart pounding in her chest. The world had changed. The ocean's power was no longer something to be feared from a distance. It was here, with them. And now, Elena had to figure out what to do with the knowledge she had gained, but as she looked out at the waves, she felt a strange pull, an undeniable connection between herself and the sea. The ancient power she had awakened was calling to her, beckoning her to return. The keeper's words echoed in her mind. "The ocean will never let you go, Elena. You are bound to it now. Its fate is your fate," and with that thought, Elena knew that her journey was far from over. The storm had only just begun. Part 9. The heart of the storm. The storm raged around Elena, its fury unrelenting as she stood on the shore, her clothes soaked through and her heart racing. The sky above was a swirling mass of dark clouds, a thunderous roar filling the air as the wind howled with unnatural force. Waves, now higher than ever before, pounded the shore, crashing against the rocks with a deafening crash. The ocean was no longer a tranquil body of water, it was a living, breathing entity, full of anger and power. Elena, however, did not flinch. Her body trembled from exhaustion, but she stood tall, her eyes locked onto the ocean that had once been so peaceful, yet now felt so dangerous. She had awoken something within the sea. Something ancient and powerful, and there was no turning back. The keeper's warning echoed in her mind, "The ocean will never let you go. You are bound to it now. She knew that it was not only the sea's power that she had awakened, but also the deep, forgotten magic that had slept beneath its surface for centuries. The prophecy, the curse, everything was beginning to unravel before her eyes. And yet, despite the overwhelming fear creeping through her veins, there was also something else. A strange sense of connection, a pull towards the ocean that she could not ignore. Elena had spent the past few days trying to make sense of what she had experienced. She had read the ancient texts the keeper had shown her, piecing together the clues and stories passed down through generations. The ocean, once a force of creation and destruction, had been kept in check for centuries. But now, with the keeper's disappearance and the awakening of the ocean's true power, the balance was shifting. It was not just a curse, it was a beginning. The storm began to intensify as Elena stood, caught in the pull of the ocean's call. The winds howled louder, and the waves, towering higher with each passing moment, seemed to be reaching toward her. She could hear whispers on the wind, soft at first, then growing louder, more urgent, as though the ocean itself was speaking to her, Elena. The voice was faint, barely audible over the storm, but it sent a chill down her spine. She turned, scanning the shoreline, but there was no one in sight. The beach was empty, save for the crashing waves and the wild winds. She stepped forward, her bare feet sinking into the damp sand. The voice had come from the ocean. She could feel it now, an unmistakable presence calling her, Elena. The whisper was stronger now, and this time, she felt it inside her bones, inside her very soul. She knew, without a doubt, that the ocean was calling her back. Why? She whispered, her voice trembling. What do you want from me? The ocean responded with a deafening roar, and in that moment, Elena's mind flooded with visions, images of the past, the present, and the future. The ocean's deep, ancient memory coursed through her, and she saw it all. The great civilizations that had risen and fallen, the forgotten gods who had once ruled the seas, and the curse that had been placed upon the water long ago. The keeper's voice echoed in her mind, repeating the words it had spoken to her before it vanished beneath the waves. You are the key, Elena. The ocean has chosen you. But you must choose the path you will walk. Elena felt the weight of those words pressing on her chest, like the very ocean was squeezing the life out of her. The power was within her now, she could feel it, the raw, untamed force of the sea's magic. But the question remained, what would she do with it? Would she embrace the ocean's call? Surrender herself to its will? Or would she fight it, attempt to break the curse that had been placed upon her? Suddenly, the ground beneath her trembled. The storm intensified even further, the wind howling with such force that it felt as though the very earth itself might tear apart. Elena dropped to her knees, clutching the wet sand as the ocean's roar grew louder, filling her ears with its fury. The water began to rise, swirling around her ankles, then her knees, then her waist. It was as if the ocean was enveloping her, claiming her, pulling her into its depths. She gasped for air, but the water kept rising, engulfing her in a tide of power and energy. Elena. The voice came again, now so close that she could feel it in her chest. It was not just a whisper, it was a command, and then, with a final surge, the water surged over her head, she sank beneath the waves, her body twisting and tumbling in the fierce current. The world around her was nothing but water, swirling in a chaotic dance of light and shadow. She struggled to stay afloat, her lungs burning for air, but the water seemed to have a mind of its own, dragging her deeper and deeper into the abyss. But as she sank further, something changed. The pressure of the water around her lessened, and the chaos of the storm seemed to fade into a distant hum. Elena's body grew weightless, her mind clearer than ever before. It was as if the ocean was speaking directly to her, not through words, but through a connection deeper than anything she had ever known. She saw it, the heart of the ocean. A vast, glowing light at the center of the water, pulsing with life and power. It called to her, beckoning her to come closer. Without thinking, Elena began to swim toward it, her body moving effortlessly through the water, as if the ocean itself was guiding her. The light grew brighter as she approached, and as she reached its source, Elena felt her heart stop. For in the heart of the ocean was the answer to everything, the truth that she had sought, the truth that the ocean had hidden from the world for so long. The water around her shimmered, revealing images of the past, the great battles fought for control of the seas, the rise and fall of kingdoms built upon the ocean's bounty, and the curse that had been placed upon the waters long ago. But there was more. The ocean held within it the memory of all life, of all creation, and it was waiting for Elena to unlock its secrets. As she reached out, her hand brushing the light, she felt a surge of energy like nothing she had ever experienced. It coursed through her, filling her with knowledge, with understanding, with a power she could not yet comprehend. And in that moment, Elena knew what she had to do. The storm above her was no longer just a storm, it was a manifestation of the ocean's wrath. A reflection of the curse that had been placed upon the world. And now, it was up to her to end it. With newfound strength and clarity, Elena swam toward the surface, her body moving swiftly through the water. As she broke through the waves, the storm above her seemed to quiet, the winds dying down, and the waves settling into a peaceful rhythm once more. Elena stood tall on the shore, the ocean now calm before her. She had faced its fury, unlocked its secrets, and now, she held the key to its future. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear, the ocean had chosen her, and she would answer its call. The journey was far from over, but Elena was no longer afraid. Part 10. The calm after the storm. The ocean had grown still, the storm's fury a distant memory now. Elena stood on the shore, her feet firmly planted in the wet sand, her heart still racing with the echoes of the powerful forces she had just encountered. The gentle sound of the waves lapping against the shore was all that could be heard, but in Elena's mind, the roar of the storm and the deep, ancient call of the sea were still fresh. Her body was weary, her muscles aching from the strain of her journey through the storm, yet there was a deep, unshakable calm within her now. She had faced the ocean's wrath, discovered the depths of its secrets, and unearthed the very curse that had bound it. And now, with the storm fading into memory, Elena felt the weight of her decision settling upon her. She had chosen her path. The ocean, once a fierce and untamed force, was now at peace. She could feel it in her bones. The curse had been broken, or at least, its hold had been loosened. The balance between the earth and the sea had been restored, and with it, the promise of a new beginning, but the journey was far from over. Elena knew that. She had only just begun to understand the depths of the ocean's magic, and the ancient power it held within its tides. The sea was not something to be controlled or subdued. It was a living, breathing entity, and Elena now shared a connection with it unlike anything she had ever known. Looking out at the horizon, Elena felt a sense of awe wash over her. The sun had begun to set, casting a golden glow across the water. The world felt quieter now, the wind softer, the night sky clear and peaceful. But there was something more, something in the air that made her feel as though the ocean was watching her, waiting for her next move. It had spoken to her, and she had listened. As she turned away from the shore, Elena felt a renewed sense of purpose. The keeper's words echoed in her mind, guiding her forward. "You are the key, Elena. But you must unlock your own future. The ocean has chosen you, but now, it is up to you to determine how you will shape its destiny." And so, with the ocean behind her, Elena took her first steps toward a new future. The path ahead was unclear, but she knew she was no longer alone. She was bound to the ocean now, just as it was bound to her. The bond was unbreakable, and it was hers to guide. Elena's journey had only just begun. The winds were gentle now, and the moon hung high above, its silver glow casting a soft light across the world. The ocean stretched before her, vast and endless, filled with untold mysteries and infinite possibilities, and Elena knew, with certainty, that she would face whatever came next with the same courage and strength that had carried her through the storm, for she was no longer just a traveler on the shore. She was a part of the ocean now, a part of its heart, its whispers, its tides, and in that, she had found her true calling. Next story. The next story you'll hear is a tale that takes place on an isolated island, a place that seems to have a mind of its own, a place where the weather changes at will and where the locals whisper about things that can't be seen. The main character is a writer named Laura, who is searching for inspiration. She's heard about this island, a place that not many people visit. It's known for its beauty, crystal clear waters, lush forests, and towering cliffs, but also for its strange occurrences. Laura arrives on the island, eager to find solitude, to escape the pressures of everyday life and find the peace she's been searching for. She takes a boat from the mainland, the trip smooth at first. Then suddenly turbulent, the water choppy, the sky turning from a bright blue to a menacing gray. As Laura steps onto the dock, she feels a shiver run down her spine. The island seems to be watching her. She brushes it off as nerves, grabs her bags, and heads toward a small cottage she's rented for the week. The cottage is nestled in a grove of trees, hidden from view. Laura had chosen it because it was isolated, far from the few other inhabitants on the island. She drops her bags inside and takes a deep breath, the air filled with the scent of salt and pine. For the first few days, Laura enjoys the solitude. She spends her mornings walking along the beaches, her afternoons exploring the dense forest that covers the island. But on the fourth day, she starts to notice things, strange noises in the night, footsteps outside her window when there's no one else around. The weather on the island also becomes erratic. One moment the sun is shining, the next, a heavy fog rolls in, obscuring everything from view. Laura doesn't think much of it at first. She's used to unpredictable weather in her hometown, but the constant shifts start to make her uneasy. One evening, Laura is sitting on the porch of her cottage, her laptop on her lap, when she hears a soft voice call her name, Laura. She looks up, expecting to see someone, but there's no one there. The voice seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Laura. Come to me. Laura's heart starts to race. Who could be calling her? She scans the trees, then the beach, but there's no one in sight. Who's there? She calls, her voice trembling. Come to me, Laura, the voice says again, this time clearer. Laura's hands are shaking as she shuts her laptop and heads inside, locking the door behind her. She doesn't know why, but she feels as if she's being watched by something that can't be seen. That night, Laura has trouble sleeping. She's plagued by strange dreams where she's walking through the forest, following a voice that calls her name. She wakes up several times, her sheets soaked with sweat, her heart still racing. The next day, Laura decides to leave the island. She can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. But when she tries to book a boat back to the mainland, she finds that all the boats are gone. No one is coming or going from the island. Panic sets in as Laura realizes that she's trapped. The island doesn't want her to leave. She tries to call for help, but her phone has no signal. No matter where she goes on the island, she can't get a signal. That night, Laura decides to stay up. She's determined to figure out what's going on. She sits on the porch, her eyes scanning the dark forest, her ears straining for any sound. At midnight, she hears it again, the voice, closer now. As if it's right beside her. Laura. This time, she responds. What do you want? She calls, come to me, the voice says, its tone more insistent. Laura hesitates, then gets up and heads into the forest. She feels as if she has no choice, as if something is pulling her toward whatever is calling her name. As she walks deeper into the trees, the forest around her seems to change. Trees twist and turn, branches reaching out as if to grab her. The air grows colder, the sky darker. Laura's breath is visible in the mist that seems to cling to everything. Suddenly, she comes to a clearing, a small glade, the ground covered in strange markings, symbols she doesn't recognize. In the center of the glade is a figure, an old woman. Hunched over, her eyes empty. Who are you? Laura asks, her voice trembling. The woman looks up, her eyes meeting Laura's. I'm the guardian of this island, she says, her voice barely more than a whisper. Laura takes a step back. What do you want from me? You were drawn here for a reason, Laura, the woman says. This island doesn't want you to leave. There are things here that need to be contained. What kind of things? Laura asks, her voice steady. The woman's eyes fill with fear. Things from beyond, things that shouldn't be here. They're trapped on this island, but if they get out? What happens if they get out? Laura asks, her heart pounding. The woman looks away. Her voice breaking. They'll consume everything. This island is their prison. But they're trying to break free. Laura feels a chill run down her spine. And you're the only one who can stop them. The woman nods. Yes, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. Me? Laura asks, her voice rising. Why me? The woman takes a step closer, her eyes filled with desperation. Because you're the one who was drawn here. There's something about you, something that connects you to this place. Laura takes a deep breath. What choice does she have? She's trapped on the island with no way to leave, and now she's being asked to save it. Okay, she says, her voice steady. What do you need me to do? The woman smiles, a faint hint of relief in her eyes. You have to help me draw the lines, to contain the darkness. There's a ritual, a way to bind the evil to this place, to keep it from spreading. Laura nods. She doesn't know how to perform a ritual, but she's willing to try anything to get off this island. Tell me what I need to do, she says. The woman begins to explain, a series of steps, each one more complex than the last. Laura listens intently, memorizing every word. That night, under the light of a full moon, Laura and the woman perform the ritual, the ground around them covered in strange markings, the symbols glowing faintly in the darkness. As they finish, the air grows colder. The wind picking up. Laura can feel the island shudder beneath her feet. Something is trying to break free. Hold on. The woman shouts, her voice breaking. Laura follows the woman's lead. She recites the incantation, her voice steady, her hands shaking. The clearing around them starts to glow. Laura can see shapes moving in the shadows, the air thick with a strange energy. For what feels like hours, Laura and the woman chant, their voices rising and falling in a strange rhythm. The symbols on the ground start to glow brighter, the darkness around them slowly fading. Finally, with a last, powerful shout, the woman raises her hands. Laura follows her lead. The symbols explode with light, filling the air with a blinding white flash. When the light fades, the woman is gone, disappeared as if she had never been there. The clearing is empty, the strange markings still glowing faintly in the moonlight. Laura stands there for a moment, her heart pounding. Did they succeed? Was the island safe again? As she looks around, she notices something, a boat, small and battered, making its way toward the dock. Laura races out of the clearing and down to the beach. When she reaches the dock, the boat is already there. The man who steps out is familiar. He's the owner of the cottage she's been staying in. Laura, he says, his voice relieved. You made it. Laura's heart swells. She's finally going to leave the island. Yeah, she says, her voice trembling. I'm ready. The man helps her into the boat, then unties the ropes. As they pull away from the dock, Laura looks back at the island. She feels a pang of sadness, but also relief. Goodbye, she whispers, her voice breaking. As the boat makes its way to the mainland, Laura looks around at the other passengers, the man, a couple, and a few other tourists. Did any of you hear voices? She asks, her voice trembling. The passengers exchange glances, then shake their heads. No, one of them says. We didn't hear anything. Laura looks out at the island, her heart heavy. Had it all been in her head? Was she really meant to help that woman and the island? As they approach the mainland, Laura feels a sense of peace. She's leaving the island behind, taking the story with her, but knowing that it will always be a part of her. When she finally steps off the boat and onto solid ground, she takes a deep breath. The air is different here, the sky clear and bright. Laura looks back at the island, then turns away, knowing that she'll never forget what happened there. As she walks away, she feels a sense of closure. Maybe the island wasn't real, maybe it was just a place she had to visit to find herself, to find the inspiration she was looking for. But as she walks, she can't shake the feeling that something is watching her, something from the island. Something that doesn't want to let her go. Goodbye, Laura whispers again, her voice steady. I hope you're at peace. From that day on, Laura tried to write the story of the island, the woman, the ritual, hoping that it would be the inspiration she had been searching for. but sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind howled outside, Laura would hear it, soft, almost too faint to hear, whispering her name, Laura. And she would know, the island wasn't done with her yet. Next story. The story you're about to hear is about a young couple, Sarah and Mark, who move into their dream home, a beautiful, old house in a quiet, rural town. The house is everything they've ever wanted, a spacious, well-kept Victorian with large windows, a white picket fence, and a lush garden. But there's something off about the house, something that both Sarah and Mark can't quite put their finger on. When they first tour the house, the realtor tells them that it's been vacant for years. No one has lived in it since the previous owner passed away under mysterious circumstances. The owner's death was ruled as an accident, but the locals whisper about things that don't make sense, things that can't be explained by logic alone. Sarah and Mark decide to ignore the rumors. After all, the house is beautiful, and it's at an unbeatable price. They put in an offer, and to their surprise, it's accepted. The first few weeks in the house are blissful. They unpack, decorate, and settle in, making the place their own. But soon, Sarah starts noticing things, strange noises in the night, footsteps echoing in the hallway when there's no one else around. At first, she brushes it off, just old houses settling, she tells herself. But the occurrences continue. The temperature in certain rooms drops suddenly, and sometimes she'll find doors slightly ajar when she's sure she closed them. Mark is skeptical at first. He doesn't hear the noises, doesn't notice the cold spots, but when Sarah shows him what she's found, he begins to believe her. The couple tries to find logical explanations. Maybe the house has drafts, maybe it's just an old building settling. One night, Sarah is lying in bed, the moonlight filtering through the curtains, when she hears a voice, soft, almost a whisper, calling her name. Sarah. She sits up, her heart pounding. Was she dreaming? The voice is so clear, so distinct. Sarah, come to me. Sarah gets out of bed and walks through the house. She's drawn to the hallway, the one where she often hears footsteps. As she reaches the door, the voice grows louder, Sarah. She hesitates for a moment, then opens the door. A chill rushes through the room, and she can feel eyes on her, watching her every move. Who's there? She calls, her voice trembling. Come to me, Sarah, the voice says again, more insistent this time. Sarah pushes the door open further, her heart in her throat. Inside, the room is empty, but there's a feeling of presence, as if she's not alone. Why are you calling me? She asks, her voice steadying. There's a pause, then the voice says, because you can help me. Sarah feels a shiver run down her spine. What does this ghostly voice want from her? Help you with what? She asks, her voice steady. Release me, the voice says. I'm trapped in this place. In this house. You can set me free. Sarah takes a step back. Release the ghost. How can she do that? Why me? She asks. Because you're the one who can hear me, the voice says. You're the one who can see me. Sarah feels a mix of fear and curiosity. She doesn't want to stay in this haunted house, but something is drawing her in. I don't know how to help you, she says. Find out, the voice says, the urgency in its tone growing. There's a way, there's always a way. Sarah spends the next few days researching. She reads books on ghost hunting, on rituals and exorcisms, anything that might help her communicate with the spirit in her house. Mark is supportive, although he remains skeptical. He wants to believe Sarah. But he doesn't understand how a ghost can be trapped in a house. One night, Sarah thinks she finds something, a ritual that's supposed to release spirits from their earthly bonds. She convinces Mark to help her. He's still hesitant, but he loves Sarah and wants to protect her. Under the light of a full moon, Sarah and Mark perform the ritual. The air grows thick with energy, the temperature in the room dropping rapidly. They light candles, draw symbols on the floor, and chant the words from the old book they found. As they finish, the temperature drops even further. Sarah can see her breath in the air, and the room feels like it's closing in on her. Suddenly, the voice calls out, "Sarah." Sarah's heart is in her throat. "I'm here," she says, her voice steady. "I'm trying to help you. Help me find peace," the voice says, its tone urgent. Sarah's hands tremble as she asks, "What do you need me to do?" "Find the key," the voice says. "It's hidden in the basement. Find it, and you can release me." Sarah and Mark look at each other. Neither of them has ever been in the basement, but they know they have no choice. They go down to the basement, Mark with a flashlight, Sarah with a sense of dread. The basement is cold, musty, a place where no one has been in years. They move cautiously, searching through old boxes and forgotten items. After what feels like hours, they find it, a small, iron key, hidden in an old trunk at the back of the basement. Sarah picks it up, her hands shaking. This must be the key the voice was talking about. They head back upstairs. Sarah holds the key tightly in her hand, her heart pounding. Now what? Mark asks, his voice steady. "Now we use it," Sarah says, her voice trembling. "We have to find the door." They search the house, their dream home, which now feels more like a prison. They go from room to room, looking for the door the key belongs to. Finally, they find it, the door at the end of the hallway, the one they never use. Sarah takes a deep breath, then puts the key in the lock, slowly, carefully. She turns it. As the door swings open, the voice calls out again, "Sarah." Sarah steps through the door. She's in a room she's never seen before, a small, dark space filled with strange symbols etched into the walls. The air is heavy, thick. Sarah feels as if she's being pulled in. "Do you see it?" The voice says, its tone urgent. "See what?" Sarah asks, her voice trembling. "Look," the voice says, "the portal, the way out." Sarah follows the voice's instructions. She looks closely at the symbols, tracing them with her fingers. As she does, she feels a strange connection, a pull. She can see something shifting in the air, a doorway opening. Is this it? She asks, her voice breaking. "Yes," the voice says, its tone filled with relief. "You found it." Sarah hesitates. What will happen if she opens this portal? Will the ghost be free? Are you ready? The voice asks. Sarah takes a deep breath. There's no turning back now. "Yes," she says, her voice steady. "I'm ready." She touches the symbols on the wall. The air around her grows colder, the room growing darker. As she does, the portal widens, a bright light shining through. "Go," the voice says, its tone urgent. "Go through, find peace." Sarah takes a step forward, her heart pounding, then another. She's almost there, almost through the portal. As she crosses the threshold, the room around her begins to disappear, the darkness fades. The strange symbols fading with it. When Sarah steps through the other side, she's back in the hallway of her house, the door behind her closed, the strange symbols gone. Mark is there, waiting. He looks at Sarah, his eyes filled with fear and concern. "Are you okay?" he asks, his voice trembling. Sarah nods, her heart still racing. She feels a sense of relief, a feeling that the ghost is finally at peace. "I think I did it," she says, her voice steady. "Did what?" Mark asks. "I released it," Sarah says, her voice breaking. "I helped it find peace." Mark takes her hand. "Let's get out of here," he says. "We'll leave this place behind." Sarah agrees. She doesn't know if she'll ever feel truly safe in that house again. But she knows that they've done something important. They've helped a trapped spirit find its way. As they leave the house, Sarah takes one last look back. There's no sign of the ghost, no lingering presence. The house feels empty, as if it's lost its soul. "I think we're free," Sarah says, her voice steady. "Yeah," Mark replies, his voice barely a whisper. "Let's go home." And as they drive away from the old Victorian, Sarah feels a sense of peace. She's helped someone find their way, helped a ghost find its rest. And as they leave the town behind, she knows that there's a part of her that will always be connected to that house, to the spirit she helped to find peace, from that day on. Sarah and Mark made sure never to talk about the ghost. Maybe it was better left in the past, a story that would eventually fade away. But sometimes, in the quiet of the night, Sarah would hear it, the faint whisper of a voice, calling her name, Sarah. And she would know, it wasn't over yet. The ghost was at peace, but it was still watching, still grateful for the help she had given. "Thank you," she would whisper, her voice steady. "You're at rest now." And then she would close her eyes, knowing that the story was finally complete. The black oak tree. Every town has its secrets, and in the small town of Willow Creek, the black oak tree was the biggest of them all. It stood at the edge of the cemetery, its branches twisted and gnarled, its bark dark and foreboding. The townspeople whispered that the tree was cursed, that anyone who tried to cut it down would disappear, their bodies never found. When Alex moved to Willow Creek, he heard the stories, the old-timers talking in hushed tones about the black oak tree, about how it had once been a place of dark magic, where rituals were performed under the light of the moon. Alex wasn't one to believe in such things, but he was curious. There was something about the tree that drew him in. One night, Alex found himself walking through the cemetery, his flashlight casting long shadows among the gravestones. He came to the black oak tree and stopped, his eyes fixed on the darkened branches overhead. "Hello?" he called, his voice barely a whisper. "Is anyone there?" There was no answer, just the wind, rustling through the leaves. Alex took a step closer, his flashlight revealing the strange symbols carved into the trunk, symbols that seemed to move as though they were alive. "Why do people say you're cursed?" Alex asked, his voice trembling. "What's your secret?" The tree seemed to respond, the wind shifted, the leaves rustling in response to his question. Alex felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of something watching him. Something waiting. "Come closer," the wind seemed to whisper. Alex hesitated, his eyes moving to the cemetery gates behind him. He could hear the distant howl of a wolf, the rustling of leaves in the distance. But he was drawn to the tree, compelled to know its secret. He reached out and touched the bark. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt it, like a pulse, a wave of energy that seemed to wrap around him. Alex took a deep breath and stepped forward, his flashlight casting strange shadows on the ground. "Is this what you want?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The wind seemed to answer him. "Come closer, let me show you." Alex moved forward slowly, his flashlight flickering as he reached the trunk of the tree. The bark seemed to move under his touch, the symbols shifting and glowing faintly in the darkness. "Why are you doing this?" Alex asked, his voice breaking. The tree seemed to respond. The wind grew stronger, the whispers louder. "Because you have to know, you have to understand." "I don't understand anything," Alex shouted, his voice breaking. The tree seemed to shake, the branches swaying as though in response to his anger. Alex took a step back, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew he should run, but he was frozen, unable to move. "Leave this place," the wind said, the words almost a growl. "You don't belong here." But Alex was too curious. He reached out again, his fingers brushing against the symbols on the tree's trunk. As he did, he felt a surge of energy. His body seemed to vibrate, the air around him growing colder. "Why are you showing me this?" he whispered, his voice breaking. The tree responded, "Because you need to know. The past is never really gone, it's just waiting for the right moment." As Alex listened, the symbols seemed to come alive, the images becoming clearer, almost like a memory playing out before his eyes. He saw it, a dark ritual, performed under the light of the moon, the black oak tree at the center. "Is that why you're still here?" Alex asked, his voice trembling. The tree shook again. "Because the past never dies, it just waits for someone to hear its story." Alex felt a pressure in his chest, a tightness that seemed to grow with each passing moment. The wind was louder now, almost a roar. Alex knew he had to get away. He turned and ran, his footsteps echoing off the gravestones as he made his way back to the gates. As he reached them, he heard it, the voice of the wind, calling his name, its tone almost mournful. "Come back," it whispered, "come back and let me show you." But Alex didn't stop. He ran until he was out of the cemetery, out of the reach of the black oak tree and its dark whispers. As you listen to this story, let the sound of the rain be a comfort, the gentle patter against the roof, the soft lull of water on the window. Think of the black oak tree. What was it trying to show Alex, and why did it want him to know its secret? Leave a comment below and let's keep the conversation going. And remember, sometimes the past isn't really gone, it's just waiting for the right moment to make itself known. Next story. In a small, isolated town nestled in the mountains, there was an old library, its shelves filled with ancient books, the air thick with the scent of old paper. The librarian, Mrs. Blackwood, was a woman in her late 60s with a deep love for stories and an even deeper knowledge of the books in her care. But what the townsfolk didn't know was that Mrs. Blackwood had a secret that tied her to the books in ways no one could understand. Every night, as the library closed its doors to the public, Mrs. Blackwood would stay behind, sometimes until late in the night. She would move quietly through the aisles, dusting the books, rearranging them, always seeming to know exactly where each one belonged. But it wasn't just the care she took with the books, it was what she did with them that was strange. Mrs. Blackwood had a ritual. She would take down a specific book, an old, leather-bound volume that looked like it had been around since the town was founded. She would open it to a marked page and read aloud in a low, melodic voice, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The words she spoke were ancient, arcane, almost indecipherable. And every time she read from that book, the temperature in the room would drop, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. The townsfolk never thought to question Mrs. Blackwood's habits. After all, she was a librarian, a woman who loved books. And everyone knew that books were magical in their own right. But one night, a young journalist from the city, intrigued by the old town's history, came to visit the library. He wanted to write a piece on the town's unique folklore, and Mrs. Blackwood was his first stop. As he entered the library, the air felt heavy. Mrs. Blackwood was at her desk, writing in a large, ornate journal. She looked up as he approached, her eyes sharp and calculating. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice calm. The journalist introduced himself. His name was Ethan, and he was looking for stories to tell. Mrs. Blackwood smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly. "And what kind of stories are you interested in, young man?" she asked, her tone knowing. Ethan hesitated. He hadn't expected her to be so keenly aware of his intentions. "I'm looking for something different," he said slowly. "Something no one else knows." Mrs. Blackwood's smile widened. "I think I might have just the story for you." She led Ethan through the aisles, her fingers brushing lightly against the spines of the books as they passed. They stopped in front of the old, leather-bound volume, the one she always seemed to return to. "Do you know what this book is?" she asked, her voice low. Ethan shook his head. "No, but I'd like to." Mrs. Blackwood reached out and took the book from the shelf. "This book is a doorway," she said softly. "A doorway to places you can't even imagine." Ethan's heart pounded. "Places?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Yes," Mrs. Blackwood replied. "Places where the veil between our world and others is thin, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blur." Ethan's curiosity was piqued. He had heard stories about such places, but he never thought they were real. "Have you ever read it?" he asked, nodding toward the book. Mrs. Blackwood hesitated for a moment. "Only a few times," she admitted. "But each time, something changes, something comes through." Ethan took a step closer. "What do you mean, something comes through?" "The words in this book are not just words," Mrs. Blackwood explained. "They're spells, incantations, each one has power. When I read them, sometimes something comes through, something from the other side." Ethan's heart raced. "Have you ever seen anything?" Mrs. Blackwood hesitated, then nodded. "Yes," she said softly. "Once." She took a deep breath, then began to tell her story, the story of a night long ago when she was younger, when she read from the book and something had come through. "It was a cold night," she said, her voice steady. "I had just finished my shift here, and I was alone, no one else in the library." As she read from the book, the air grew thick, and the temperature dropped. Mrs. Blackwood's voice was calm, almost hypnotic as she recited the ancient words. Then, suddenly, there was a sound, a whisper, like a breeze passing through the room. She continued. "I looked up and saw it, an image, like a figure made of smoke, standing at the end of the aisle. Ethan leaned closer. What did it look like? It was indistinct, Mrs. Blackwood said slowly. Like a shadow, shifting and moving with the light. It spoke, softly, calling my name. Ethan shivered. What did it say? It didn't say much, Mrs. Blackwood replied, her eyes distant. Just whispered things, words that didn't make sense. Ethan was on the edge of his seat. Did you try to communicate with it? Mrs. Blackwood shook her head. No. I didn't, at least, not on purpose. I just read from the book, hoping it would go away. The shadowy figure remained for what felt like hours. Mrs. Blackwood continued to read, her voice steady, until finally, the figure faded away, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. I haven't done it since, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I don't know what would come through next. Ethan was silent for a moment, absorbing the story. Do you think it was a spirit? He asked. Mrs. Blackwood shook her head. I don't know what it was. But whatever it was trapped by the words in the book. Ethan felt a shiver run down his spine. Do you think it's still trapped in there? Mrs. Blackwood's eyes flickered. I think so, she said softly. And I'm afraid that one day, it will find a way out. Ethan felt a sense of unease. What should I do? Mrs. Blackwood looked at him, her eyes serious. Leave it alone, she said firmly. Whatever is in that book, it's not something to mess with. There are things better left unexplored. Ethan hesitated, then nodded. He knew she was right. He thanked Mrs. Blackwood and left the library, his mind racing with what he had just learned. As he walked back to his car, he couldn't shake the feeling. Something had been watching him, something that wasn't quite human. Be careful what you seek, Mrs. Blackwood had said. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Ethan got into his car, his hands shaking as he started the engine. He drove away from the old library, leaving behind the secret that Mrs. Blackwood had shared. That night, as he lay in bed, Ethan couldn't sleep. He kept hearing the whisper, the sound of someone, or something, calling his name, Ethan. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to go away, wondering if Mrs. Blackwood had been right. Be careful what you wish for, he whispered, his voice trembling, and then, as the night deepened, he finally fell asleep, dreaming of doors he couldn't open, and whispers he couldn't ignore. From that night on, Ethan never told anyone about his visit to the old library. He kept the story to himself. Too afraid of what might come through if he ever opened that book again. And as he lay awake at night, listening to the silence, he always wondered, was Mrs. Blackwood right? Was there really something trapped in that book, watching and waiting, Ethan? The whisper would say, softly, urgently, every time he closed his eyes, be careful what you seek, Mrs. Blackwood had warned, and Ethan knew, he should have listened. The house on Hilltop Road, the arrival, the car wound its way up the narrow, winding road that cut through the dense woods on the outskirts of the town. The sun was just starting to dip below the horizon, casting a long shadow over the landscape. At the wheel was Sarah, a young woman in her early 30s with a troubled expression. Her fingers tightened around the steering wheel as the trees closed in around her, the branches above forming a canopy that blocked out the remaining light. Sarah had rented the old house on Hilltop Road sight unseen. It had seemed like the perfect place to escape, a secluded retreat away from the chaos of the city. The realtor had assured her that it was a hidden gem. A peaceful place away from the noise and stress of everyday life. But as she drew closer, the unease in the pit of her stomach grew stronger. The house came into view, an old Victorian mansion, its windows dark and its paint peeling. It was perched on the edge of a steep hill, surrounded by thick woods that seemed to close in on it from all sides. The road led directly to the front door of the house, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as Sarah parked her car. She sat there for a moment, staring at the place as if trying to decide if she could really go through with it. The air around the house felt heavy, oppressive, almost as though the trees themselves were watching her. Sarah took a deep breath and pushed open the car door. The sound echoing in the silence, the house was even more imposing up close, its shutters hanging askew, its roof sagging in the middle. Sarah approached the door slowly, her fingers brushing against the cobwebs that had gathered in the corners. She took a moment to gather her courage before reaching out and pushing the door open with a creak. Inside, the house was dark and musty, the air heavy with the smell of old wood and mildew. Sarah flicked on the light switch, but nothing happened. She tried again, a sinking feeling settling in her stomach. There was no electricity in the house. Of course there wasn't, she thought, her heart beginning to pound. How could there be, when the house looked like it had been abandoned for years? She moved cautiously through the rooms, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The furniture was covered in white sheets, the floorboards creaking under her feet. It felt like she was walking through a ghost town, every step echoing in the stillness. The walls were lined with portraits of people she didn't recognize, ancestors, she assumed, each one watching her with eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Sarah reached the kitchen at the back of the house and set her flashlight on the counter. She opened the cabinets, expecting to find nothing but empty shelves, but instead, she found a stack of old dishes, plates and cups, some chipped and cracked. There was also a small, tattered book sitting in the corner of the counter, its cover worn, the pages yellowed with age. Curious, Sarah picked it up and flipped it open. The handwriting inside was neat and precise, but it was clear that the book had been written a long time ago. The entries were simple, notes about meals prepared, repairs made to the house, weather reports for each day. But as Sarah read further, the tone of the writing began to change. The entries grew darker, more frantic, mentions of strange noises at night, of objects moving on their own, of shadows in the corners of rooms. Sarah's fingers brushed against a loose page as she turned the page, and she saw a series of drawings, sketches of the house. But not as it was now. The windows were lit, the doors standing open, and there were figures in the windows, shapes that seemed to move when she looked away. Sarah's heart was pounding in her chest as she looked at the drawings. She felt as though the house was watching her, its eyes following her as she moved through the rooms. She set the book down and moved back into the hallway, her flashlight illuminating the dust motes that swirled in the air. The silence in the house was overwhelming, no wind outside, no sound of animals in the woods. It was as though the house had swallowed everything up, leaving her alone with the shadows. That night, Sarah lay awake in the dark, her eyes wide open. The book beside her on the bed. She could hear the creaking of the house settling, the occasional rustle of something in the walls. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay, and she felt as though she was being watched by something that wasn't quite there, as she lay there, she heard it, a soft whisper, as though someone was speaking directly into her ear. "Welcome home," it said, its voice low and smooth. Sarah sat up, her heart pounding louder than the whispers, but the room was empty, just the shadows and the darkness. She held her breath, waiting for the voice to come again, but it was silent. After what felt like hours, Sarah finally managed to fall asleep. Her dreams filled with images of the house, its dark rooms, its hidden passages. She woke the next morning feeling groggy and disoriented, as though she hadn't slept at all. The whispers were still in her mind, a low murmur at the edge of her hearing. Over the next few days, Sarah began to explore the house in more detail. She found a series of old diaries hidden in one of the upstairs rooms, diaries that detailed the lives of the people who had lived there before. The entries were filled with stories of illness, of tragedy, of strange occurrences that couldn't be explained. The people who had lived in the house had always known that something was wrong, but they had never been able to leave, never been able to escape the darkness that seemed to follow them from room to room. As Sarah read, she began to feel a connection to these people. She could almost hear their voices in her mind, their whispers growing louder and louder. She spent her days reading the diaries, looking for clues about what was happening to her, the whispers that followed her, the shadows that seemed to move when she wasn't looking. One night, as she was sitting in the library, Sarah heard it again, the soft whispering, as though it was speaking directly to her. She turned around, her flashlight cutting through the darkness, but there was no one there. The library was empty, the shelves lined with books that hadn't been touched in years. Sarah's heart was pounding as she got to her feet and moved towards the door. Her eyes scanning the shadows. As she left the library, Sarah noticed something. There were faint scratches on the door, as though something had been trying to get in. She reached out and touched them, her fingers tracing the lines. The scratches were fresh, as though they had been made that night. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Was there someone else in the house? She moved quickly through the rooms, her flashlight moving from corner to corner, but there was no sign of anyone else. The house was silent, the only sound the creaking of the floorboards as she walked. Sarah's heart was pounding in her chest. She felt as though she was being watched, followed by something that she couldn't see. That night, as she lay in bed, the whispers grew louder, so loud that she could almost make out the words. "Sarah," they said, over and over again, their voices merging into one. Sarah closed her eyes, her breath coming fast and shallow, but the whispers continued. She could feel them in her mind, as though they were inside her head, whispering secrets that she couldn't understand. As the night wore on, the whispers grew stronger, more urgent. Sarah felt herself slipping away, the darkness closing in around her. She knew that if she didn't get out of the house, she would never leave, never escape the whispers, the shadows, the darkness. In a panic, Sarah got out of bed and grabbed her things, her bags, her keys, the book from the counter. She ran out of the room, down the stairs, and out the front door. She didn't stop until she was in her car, her hands shaking as she started the engine. The house was behind her, its windows dark, its walls silent. As she drove away, Sarah looked back at the house on Hilltop Road, its silhouette against the night sky. She knew that she could never go back, that the house had a hold on her, that it would always be with her. The whispers would follow her wherever she went, a constant presence at the edge of her hearing, Sarah never spoke of what happened on Hilltop Road again. She moved away, found a new place to live, and tried to forget the whispers, the house, the darkness. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howled through the trees, she would hear it, the faint whisper of a voice, calling her back, calling her home, and she knew, deep down, that she would never be free of the house, never escape the shadows that lurked in the dark. The House on Hilltop Road, Part 2. Sarah had been back in the city for nearly a week when she couldn't ignore the pull any longer. The whispers had started again, soft, insistent, as though they were right in her ear. She had tried to dismiss them, to tell herself that it was just her imagination playing tricks, but the truth was that she felt an inexplicable connection to the house on Hilltop Road. It was a connection she couldn't ignore, no matter how much she wanted to. One evening, as the sun set and the shadows began to lengthen, Sarah made a decision. She packed a small bag with essentials, clothes, a flashlight, and the old book she had found in the kitchen, and drove back out to the house. The road seemed longer this time, as though it was swallowing her up inch by inch. The closer she got, the more her heart began to pound, as if the house was calling to her, urging her to return. When she reached the old Victorian, the air around it was still, the trees seemed to close in tighter than before, as though they were guarding a secret. Sarah parked her car and took a deep breath, her hands trembling. She wasn't sure what she expected to find, but she knew that she couldn't leave until she had uncovered whatever it was that had drawn her back. This time, when she approached the door, there was no hesitation. Sarah pushed it open and stepped inside, her flashlight sweeping across the dark interior. The house felt colder than she remembered, the air thick with dust and a musty odor that seemed to hang in the corners of every room. Sarah moved cautiously through the hallway, her eyes scanning for any changes, any new signs of life. She found them in the library, of all places, a stack of diaries sitting on the old wooden table. The spines were cracked and faded, but the covers still had the same delicate patterns as before. Sarah picked one up and opened it, her fingers brushing against the brittle pages. The handwriting was familiar, the same neat script as the book she had found earlier, but the entries were different this time. They were frantic, almost hysterical, filled with stories of strange occurrences in the house, objects moving on their own. Whispers in the dark, doors that slammed shut for no reason. Sarah flipped through the pages, her eyes scanning the writing. There was a pattern to the entries, each one ended abruptly, as though the writer had been interrupted. She came to a page that was almost completely blank, except for a single line in the middle, "She's coming for me. I can hear her in the walls." Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she read it again. She knew who had written it, knew that it had been the previous owner of the house. Someone who had never escaped the darkness. The air in the room grew colder as Sarah closed the diary and set it back on the table. She moved back into the hallway, her flashlight cutting through the shadows. As she walked, she felt as though the walls were closing in around her, the same whispers from before, calling her name, urging her to listen, to understand. Sarah reached the main staircase and began to climb, her flashlight illuminating the dust motes that swirled in the air. The whispers grew louder as she went higher, the sound of them echoing in her mind. She was almost at the top when she saw it, a figure, just at the edge of her vision. It was dark and indistinct, a shadow moving too quickly for her to focus on, Sarah stopped, her heart pounding. "Hello," she called out, her voice shaking. The figure moved again, slipping into the darkness at the end of the hall. Sarah took a step forward, her flashlight moving from side to side, but there was nothing, just empty space. She continued down the hall, her steps slower now, more deliberate. The whispers were louder than ever, almost as though they were speaking directly to her. "You're not alone," they said, their voices blending together. "She's always here." Sarah reached the end of the hall and pushed open a door, the master bedroom. It was empty, the bed covered in a white sheet. Sarah moved inside and set her flashlight on the floor, its beam cutting through the darkness. The room was covered in layers of dust, the air thick with the smell of mildew. Sarah's fingers brushed against the bedspread as she moved closer. Her eyes scanning the room, there was something off about the room, a sense of wrongness that Sarah couldn't shake. She moved around the bed, her flashlight sweeping across the walls, and that's when she saw it, a small, barely noticeable crack in the wallpaper. Sarah reached out and touched it, her fingers tracing the line. The wallpaper shifted slightly under her touch, and she could hear it, a soft whisper, as though someone was speaking directly to her. "Go deeper," it said, its voice barely more than a breath. Sarah took a step back, her heart in her throat. What was this place? Why did it feel like the house itself was watching her, judging her? She took a deep breath and pulled at the wallpaper, careful not to tear it. The paper came away in pieces, revealing a hidden passage, a narrow, stone staircase that led down into the darkness. Sarah hesitated for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the stairs. The whispers were louder now, a cacophony of voices in her mind. "Go down," they urged. "You need to know." With a sense of unease, Sarah started down the stairs. The air grew colder as she went deeper, the walls closing in around her. She reached the bottom and found herself in a small, stone-walled chamber, its only light coming from the faint glow of her flashlight. The chamber was empty, save for a small, wrought iron door set into the far wall. Sarah moved closer and ran her fingers along the edge of the door. The iron was cold and smooth. There was no lock on the door, just a simple handle. Sarah hesitated for a moment before reaching out and turning it slowly. The door creaked open, revealing a small, dusty room. Sarah stepped inside, her flashlight sweeping across the space. There was a single, wooden table in the center of the room, covered with a tattered old book, its pages filled with more of the same neat handwriting as the diaries upstairs. Sarah moved closer and picked up the book, her hands trembling as she opened it. The writing was clearer this time, detailed entries about the house, its history, the strange occurrences that had plagued the people who had lived there. The book detailed the lives of a family who had lived in the house during the 1800s, a family that had been torn apart by tragedy and loss. As Sarah read, she began to understand. The house was more than just a place, it was a prison. The family in the book had made a deal with something in the woods, something dark and malevolent. They had offered their lives, their children's lives, in exchange for protection from the outside world. But the entity they had bargained with was not to be trusted. Its whispers were always at the edge of their hearing, urging them to do things they never would have done otherwise. Sarah turned the pages, her eyes scanning the writing. The last entry was dated many years after the family had moved out, a desperate plea for help, written by the last surviving member. It was signed simply with initials, E. M. Sarah's heart was pounding as she closed the book and set it back on the table. The whispers were louder now, almost deafening. "You need to leave," they said, their voices almost frantic. "You can't stay here." But Sarah knew she couldn't leave, not yet. There was something here, something that connected her to the house, to the darkness that seemed to follow her wherever she went. She moved back up the stairs and out of the hidden room, her flashlight casting long shadows against the walls. As she reached the main hallway, Sarah's flashlight flickered. She turned it off and back on again, hoping it was just a weak battery. But when she turned it on this time, the beam was dimmer than before. The darkness around her seemed to grow heavier. More oppressive. She could hear the whispers again, more urgent than ever. "Go home," they said, their voices blending together. "You're not safe here." But Sarah didn't listen. She moved towards the front door, her flashlight held high. As she reached for the handle, she heard it again, the figure, just at the edge of her vision. It was closer this time, almost touching her. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she turned, her flashlight sweeping across the room. There was nothing there, just the shadows, the darkness. Sarah pushed open the door and stepped out onto the porch, her heart in her throat. The car was parked below, just beyond the trees, but she felt as though something was watching her from the shadows. Waiting for her to turn her back, Sarah turned and looked back at the house, the windows dark, the door hanging slightly open. She knew that she could never truly leave, that the house would always be a part of her, a constant presence at the edge of her hearing. The whispers would follow her wherever she went, urging her back, telling her to stay. She took a deep breath and turned away, moving down the stairs and towards the car. As she drove away, she kept looking back at the house, its silhouette against the night sky. She knew that it wasn't over, that she would never be free of the whispers, of the darkness that seemed to follow her. Sarah made a promise to herself: she would never return to the house on Hilltop Road. It was a place of shadows, of secrets that were better left buried. But as she drove away, she couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't the end, only the beginning. Confrontation in the shadows. As Sarah drove away from the house on Hilltop Road, she felt an unsettling mix of relief and dread. The whispers had become a constant presence in her life, an ever-present reminder of the house's hold over her. She knew that returning to her normal routine wouldn't be easy. She couldn't simply forget what she had encountered. For days, Sarah tried to ignore the pull of the whispers, focusing instead on her work and spending time with friends. But the feeling that the darkness was never far away gnawed at her. The memories of that night in the house, of the ancient book, the hidden room, and the shifting shadows, were becoming more vivid, more real. One evening, as she sat alone in her apartment, the silence was broken by a sudden gust of wind. It was as if the whispers were reaching out to her, calling her back. Sarah could feel the weight of the house's secrets pressing down on her, demanding that she return. She tried to resist, but she knew she couldn't ignore it forever. That night, Sarah made the decision to go back. She packed a bag with essentials, a flashlight, her notebook, the old book she had found, and her laptop. She knew it was a risk, but she felt a strange sense of obligation to confront whatever was drawing her back. The drive to the house was eerily quiet, the road winding through dense woods that seemed to close in around her. As she reached the old property, the air felt colder, thicker than it had before. Sarah hesitated at the gate, her fingers tightening on the steering wheel. She knew that once she crossed the threshold, there would be no turning back. With a deep breath, she opened the car door and stepped out. The night was still, the only sound the distant howling of a dog and the occasional rustle of leaves. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine as she approached the front door. The whispers seemed louder, more insistent. "Please don't do this," she whispered to herself, her voice trembling. But she knew that if she didn't face whatever was inside, she would never be free. The front door creaked open as if it had been waiting for her return. Sarah hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. The house felt different, heavier, as though the walls themselves were watching her. She made her way through the hallway, flashlight in hand, and the shadows seemed to move with her. As she reached the library, the place where so many strange things had happened, Sarah's heart raced. The air was thick with the smell of old books and dust, and the whispers seemed to echo off the walls. She took a deep breath and moved forward, flipping open the old book she had brought with her. The ancient text seemed to pulse with energy as she read. The book was filled with symbols, drawings, and passages that seemed to speak of dark magic and forbidden knowledge. Sarah was drawn to a particular page, one with a detailed illustration of a door not on the physical plane, but one that connected to another realm. "Is this what I need to find?" she whispered, her fingers tracing the lines. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, as though they were trying to guide her. Sarah felt a growing sense of dread as she continued to read. The book described a ritual, a way to open the door and step through. She knew that this was what had drawn the previous owners of the house back, their desperation to escape the whispers and the darkness that seemed to follow them. As she read, Sarah began to piece together the dark history of the house, a cult that had once lived there, worshipping a dark entity they believed could be summoned through rituals described in the book. The whispers, she realized, were the voices of those who had tried to escape, trapped in the house by the entity's power. "Is this why they never left?" Sarah whispered, her hands shaking as she turned the pages. The more she learned, the clearer it became. She was not the first person to be drawn to the house, and she wouldn't be the last. Determined to break the cycle, Sarah made a decision. She would confront the entity, face it directly. She didn't know if she had the power to banish it, but she had to try. The whispers seemed to grow more desperate, almost pleading with her to leave. But Sarah was resolute. She made her way back through the house, feeling the darkness close in around her. As she reached the hidden room, now filled with shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, she took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside, the room was empty, save for the small wrought iron door in the center of the floor. Sarah could feel the energy radiating from it, a dark, almost malevolent presence. The whispers seemed to be coming from behind the door, urgent, almost frantic. "Please, don't do this," they seemed to beg. But Sarah knew that there was no other way. She reached for the handle, her fingers trembling as she pulled it open. The darkness beyond was almost palpable, a void that seemed to stretch out infinitely. Sarah hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and stepped through. the world on the other side was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a dark, twisted landscape, streets that seemed to stretch endlessly into the night, buildings that seemed to melt into the shadows. There was no sun, no moon, just an oppressive darkness that seemed to hang in the air. As Sarah moved through this other realm, she began to see figures, ghostly shapes that seemed to move in the shadows. They watched her, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Sarah knew that these were the remnants of those who had been drawn into the house, trapped by the entity's power. "Are you here to save us?" one of the figures whispered, its voice cracking like dry leaves. Sarah hesitated, unsure of what to say. "I don't know if I can," she replied, her voice steady despite the fear that was growing inside her. "But I have to try." As she continued to move through the landscape, Sarah could feel the entity watching her, its presence growing stronger with each step. She could sense its anger, its desperation, an almost tangible force that seemed to be pulling at her. Finally, she reached the source, the dark figure that seemed to be the center of this realm. It was a tall, shadowy presence, its eyes glowing with an unearthly light. "Who are you?" Sarah demanded, her voice steady. The figure seemed to hesitate, then stepped forward. "I am what you fear," it said, its voice a low rumble. "I am the darkness that hides in the corners of your mind." "Why are you doing this?" Sarah asked, her heart pounding. "Why won't you leave?" "Because I can't," the figure replied, its form shifting and changing as it spoke. "I am bound to this place. I am trapped here by my own actions." Sarah knew that this was her chance, her only chance to free not only herself but the other souls who were trapped in the house. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, determined to face the darkness head-on. "I can't let you out," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that was rising inside her. "You need to be trapped, because if you leave, more will suffer." The figure seemed to shrink back, its eyes dimming. For a moment it was silent, then it spoke again. "Very well," it said, its voice almost a sigh. "But remember, this is not the end. I will find a way to escape eventually." With that, the figure began to dissolve, its form fading into the shadows. Sarah felt a sense of release, almost as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. As the last of the darkness faded, she was back in the hidden room in the house on Hilltop Road. The air was still, the whispers gone. Sarah took a deep breath, feeling the chill lift from her bones. She knew that she had made the right choice. She had saved herself and the others trapped in the darkness. As she left the house, she felt a sense of peace, knowing that she had faced her fears and come out the other side. The whispers were silent now, a reminder of what she had survived, but no longer a threat. As Sarah drove away from the house, she looked in her rearview mirror one last time. The figure was there, fading into the night, its eyes dimming as it retreated back into the shadows. Sarah knew that it would never be truly gone. There would always be a part of her that was connected to the darkness, but for now, she was free. The house was behind her, and she was ready to move on with her life, no longer haunted by the whispers of the past. Epilogue: The Last Whisper. As Sarah drove away from Hilltop Road, the weight of the past few weeks settled on her shoulders. She could still feel the dark presence, feel its eyes on her, its whispers in the corners of her mind. She knew that she had faced something truly terrifying, something that had tested her in ways she had never imagined. The house on Hilltop Road was behind her now, its dark silhouette fading into the distance as she turned onto the main road. Sarah kept her eyes on the road, her grip on the steering wheel tight as though holding on would keep the darkness at bay. The night was still, the air cool and damp with the remnants of the storm that had passed earlier. Sarah's thoughts were scattered, memories of the hidden room, the ancient book, and the shadowy figure that had haunted her for so long. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, almost as though the entity had followed her, its presence lingering in the silence. As she drove through the empty streets of her town, Sarah tried to focus on the familiar landmarks, her home, the places she had visited with friends, the coffee shop where she used to relax. But no matter where she went, the whispers seemed to follow her, a constant reminder of what she had faced. That night, Sarah barely slept. She kept the lights on, the television running in the background to drown out the silence. Every creak of the house seemed to echo with the memories of Hilltop Road, the shadows that seemed to move in the darkness, the voices that seemed to call her name. Days turned into weeks, and Sarah tried to return to her normal routine, the office, her friends, the things that had once given her comfort. But the whispers never really went away. They would come to her in the middle of the night, a soft murmur at the edge of her consciousness. Sometimes, she would see shadows in the corners of her vision, fleeting, almost imperceptible, but they're all the same. One evening, as she sat in her living room, Sarah's phone rang. It was a call she had been dreading. The voice on the other end was shaky, almost desperate. "Sarah," the voice said, "you need to come back. It's starting again. Something's happening in the house." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. She knew what the caller meant, knew that the darkness was reaching out again, trying to draw her back. "I can't," she replied, her voice steady despite the fear that was growing inside her. "I'm not going back there. Please," the voice begged, "you have to help us. It's getting stronger, whatever is there, it's getting out." Sarah hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. She knew that she couldn't ignore this, couldn't leave those who were still trapped behind. She made a promise to herself that this time she would be ready. The drive back to the house on Hilltop Road was tense, the familiar road now feeling like a path to the unknown. Sarah could feel the darkness closing in around her, almost as though it was trying to pull her back, keep her from reaching the house. The whispers were louder now, urgent, almost frantic, as though they knew that this would be the final confrontation. When Sarah reached the house, she took a deep breath and stepped out of her car. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, the night silent except for the rustle of leaves in the wind. Sarah could feel the darkness waiting for her, could sense its presence in the shadows that seemed to move as she walked up to the door. As she pushed open the front door, Sarah was hit by a wave of cold air, an almost physical presence that seemed to fill the hallway. The whispers were louder now, almost deafening, as though they were coming from every direction. Sarah knew that this was it, the final confrontation. She made her way through the house, the shadows seeming to close in around her. As she reached the library, the place where it had all started, Sarah knew that this was the heart of the darkness, the place where it had first been awakened. With determination, Sarah made her way to the hidden room, the door now ajar, as though it was waiting for her return. She took a deep breath, then stepped inside. The room was just as she remembered it, the walls lined with books, the air heavy with the smell of dust. But this time, the shadows seemed to be more solid, almost as though they were alive, shifting and moving as she approached. "Show yourself," Sarah called out, her voice steady despite the fear that was rising inside her. The shadows seemed to writhe, as though reacting to her voice. "Why have you come back?" A voice whispered, the sound echoing in the stillness of the room. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. It was the same voice, the one that had haunted her for so long. "I came to end this," she replied, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "To stop whatever it is you're doing." The shadows seemed to pause, then move toward her, condensing into the form of the dark figure she had seen before. It was taller now, almost solid, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. "I am bound here," the figure said, its voice almost a hiss. "You can't stop me." "Yes, I can," Sarah replied, her voice firm. "I have to." The figure seemed to hesitate, then moved closer, its presence almost overwhelming. Sarah could feel its anger, its desperation, the darkness that seemed to radiate from it. "Very well," the figure said, its voice almost a growl. "But know this, if you send me back, it will only be a matter of time before I find a way out." Sarah knew that this was her only chance, her only opportunity to put an end to the darkness. She took a deep breath, then stepped forward. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady despite the fear. "Are you?" The figure hesitated, then seemed to shrink back. For a moment it was silent, then it spoke again. "Very well," it said, its voice almost a sigh. "But remember, I will always be there, waiting." With that, the figure seemed to dissolve, its form fading into the shadows. Sarah could feel the darkness lifting, the oppressive weight that had been on her shoulders for so long slowly disappearing. As she stepped out of the hidden room, Sarah felt a sense of release, a feeling of peace that she hadn't experienced in weeks. The house on Hilltop Road was behind her now, its secrets fading into the past. She knew that the darkness would never truly be gone. There would always be a part of her that was connected to it, but for now, she was free. Sarah's journey had come to an end, the whispers silent, the darkness gone. As she drove away from the house, she knew that she had faced her fears and survived. She had found the strength to confront the darkness and put an end to its hold over her, and as she looked in her rearview mirror, one last time, she saw the figure, fading into the night, its eyes dimming as it retreated back into the shadows. Sarah knew that it would never be truly gone. There would always be a part of her that was connected to the darkness. But for now, she was ready to move on, to leave the past behind and look forward to a future free from the whispers of the past. The abandoned schoolhouse, in the heart of the old, decaying town of Alderwood sat the abandoned schoolhouse, a large, three-story building with broken windows and graffiti covering the walls. The townspeople had long since given up on the idea of restoring it. It was a place of rumors and whispers, tales of ghosts and shadows lurking in the halls. Sam had heard the stories, of course, but he was too curious to stay away. On a dark, moonless night, Sam found himself standing outside the schoolhouse's heavy front doors, a flashlight in hand. The air was thick with fog, and the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the nearby trees. Sam took a deep breath, then pushed open the doors and stepped inside. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the beam of his flashlight. The floors were covered in dust, and as Sam walked down the hall, he could feel the weight of the place, like it was pressing down on him, trying to hold him back. He reached the first set of stairs and hesitated, his flashlight casting eerie shadows on the wall. There was a creak, a groan from above. Sam tightened his grip on the flashlight and began to climb. The second floor was just as dark, the air growing colder with each step. Sam could hear whispers, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to follow him as he moved down the hall. He passed empty classrooms, the desks overturned, chalkboards covered in dust. Each room seemed to have its own story, an old science lab, its beakers and chemicals left untouched, a music room, the piano keys covered in grime, and a gymnasium with a basketball hoop hanging crooked from the ceiling. As Sam made his way to the third floor, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. He felt a shiver run down his spine. This was not just an old building, it was something else, something trapped inside the walls. He reached the third floor and was met with silence, no whispers, no sounds at all. The flashlight beam flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. Sam moved forward slowly, his eyes scanning the darkness. "Hello?" he called, his voice barely a whisper. There was no answer, just the faintest of noises, a rustling from behind one of the doors. Sam turned toward it, his heart pounding in his chest. "Is someone there?" The door creaked open slowly, revealing a narrow, dimly lit hallway. Sam took a step back. Something about this place felt wrong, like he was stepping into a memory, a forgotten dream. He moved cautiously down the hallway, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. As he passed a door on his right, he heard it, a voice, soft, barely audible, saying his name. "Sam," it whispered, "Sam, come closer." Sam's breath caught in his throat as he turned, his flashlight flickering as he tried to find the source of the voice. It was coming from behind the door, low and breathy, like it was trying to pull him in. "Who are you?" Sam called, his voice shaking. There was no answer, just the whispering, growing louder, more desperate. Sam pushed open the door slowly, his flashlight revealing a small, darkened room, a desk covered in old papers, a cracked globe, and a picture frame on the wall, its glass shattered. As he moved into the room, the whispering grew louder still. "Sam, come closer, let me show you." Sam's heart was pounding as he reached for the picture frame, lifting it slowly. The picture inside was old, a group of children and teachers posed in front of the schoolhouse, their faces faded and worn. "Why are you showing me this?" Sam asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Because you need to know," the voice replied, the whispering growing more insistent. "You need to know why we're still here." Sam felt himself pulled toward the picture, his eyes fixed on the children's faces. There was something familiar about them, something that reached into his memory. The whispering grew louder, almost a chant now. "Sam, Sam, come with us." "No!" Sam cried, his voice breaking. "I'm not like you, I don't belong here." The room seemed to grow colder, the air heavy with the weight of the past. The whispers grew louder still, the faces in the picture beginning to move. Sam could see them. Children with sad eyes, reaching out to him. "Sam, come with us," the voice said again, its tone almost pleading. Sam turned and ran from the room, his footsteps echoing off the walls. As he reached the stairs, the whispers grew fainter, the presence of the schoolhouse less oppressive. He made it outside, breathing heavily, the fog closing in around him. Sam ran for his car, not stopping until he was back on the main road, the old schoolhouse fading behind him. As you listen to this story, let the sound of the rain be a comfort, the gentle patter against the roof, the soft lull of water on the window. Think of the abandoned schoolhouse. What was its secret? Why were the whispers calling out to Sam? Leave a comment below and let's keep the conversation going. And remember, sometimes the past never really leaves us, sometimes it lingers, waiting for someone to hear its story. The house on Whispering Hill. Emily had always been a restless sleeper, her dreams filled with fragments of memories from a childhood she barely remembered. When she inherited her grandmother's old house on Whispering Hill, she thought it might provide the peace she needed. Little did she know, the house had secrets of its own. The hill was a secluded place, nestled deep in the woods at the edge of town. The locals rarely spoke of it, and those who did usually whispered, never in full sentences. "It's haunted," they'd say with nervous glances, as though the very air around the hill carried the weight of something far older than the town itself. Emily arrived on a crisp autumn day, her small car crunching over the gravel path that led to the house. The place was a rambling old Victorian, the paint peeling and the windows shuttered tight against the coming winter. As she stepped out of the car, the wind picked up, rustling the dry leaves in the trees around her. The silence was thick, almost oppressive, as though the house was holding its breath. Inside, the house was like a time capsule, dusty furniture draped in white sheets, old photographs stacked in boxes. Emily explored the rooms, each one a snapshot of a life lived long ago, grandfather clocks that no longer chimed, mirrors covered in lace, and a large, empty library filled with forgotten books. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and old paper. As though the house itself had been waiting for her return, that night, Emily tried to sleep in her grandmother's old bedroom. The bed was large and ornate, with a lacy canopy draped over the top. She could feel the house watching her as she lay there, her eyes drifting over the cracked ceiling and the shadows in the corners of the room. The night was silent, except for the occasional creak of the house settling, a constant reminder that she was not alone. As Emily drifted off to sleep, she heard it, a soft whispering at the edge of her hearing. She sat up, straining to listen, but the room was silent. The whispering seemed to follow her through her dreams, murmuring her name, calling to her from the darkness. Emily tried to wake herself up, but her body felt heavy, as though she was trapped beneath the weight of the house itself. In her dreams, the house seemed to change, rooms appeared and disappeared, hallways stretching out into darkness. She wandered through the house, her footsteps echoing on the hardwood floors, until she found herself in a small, forgotten room at the back of the house. The air in the room was thick with dust, and the walls were lined with old books, books that seemed to whisper as Emily touched them, their pages flipping of their own accord. One book in particular caught her attention, a large, leather-bound volume with faded gold letters on the cover. Emily opened it, and the words on the pages seemed to blur and change as she read, stories of the house, of the people who had lived there over the centuries. The whispers grew louder, as though the house was speaking directly to her, telling her its secrets. "Emily," a voice whispered, clear as day, and Emily spun around, her heart pounding. But there was no one there, just the empty room and the sound of her own breath in the dark. The next morning, Emily woke to find the book on her bedside table, its pages now closed and the words no longer shifting. The whispering was gone, replaced by an uncomfortable silence. Emily tried to forget the dream, chalking it up to stress and the weight of inheriting a new home. But as the days went on, strange things began to happen, furniture moving on its own, shadows in the corners of her vision, and a constant feeling of being watched. Emily began to explore the house in earnest, looking for clues to explain the strange occurrences. She found that the house was full of hidden rooms, small, dusty spaces that seemed to appear and disappear at will. In one of these rooms, she discovered a hidden door, old and creaking, almost as though it had been there for centuries. Emily opened it, and found herself looking into a small, underground chamber, a place that seemed completely separate from the rest of the house. Inside the chamber, Emily found a series of old, worn-out books, diaries and journals, each one filled with the handwriting of people long gone. As she read through the pages, she began to piece together the story of the house, its past residents, their strange habits, and the reasons behind the whispers. The people who had lived there had been fascinated by the house's ability to move and change, to create new rooms and passages out of nowhere. They believed that the house was alive, that it had a consciousness of its own. Emily continued to research, finding that the house was built over an ancient burial ground, an old cemetery that had been lost to time when the city expanded. The book she had found in the hidden chamber was not just a random collection of stories, but a grimoire, a book of spells and rituals, used by the original owners of the house to communicate with the spirits that still lingered in the walls. It contained instructions for summoning and binding the spirits, a way to control the whispers and the strange occurrences that plagued the house. As Emily read, the whispers grew louder, almost as though they were trying to communicate with her. She could hear them in her sleep, in the back of her mind during the day. "Come home," they seemed to say. "Come back to us." One night, as Emily was about to go to bed, the whispers grew so loud that she felt as though she was being pulled into the walls of the house. She felt herself slipping away, as though the house was trying to take her back with it. Emily fought against it, closing her eyes and blocking out the whispers with all her might. When she opened them again, the room was silent, the house still around her. Emily realized that the only way to break the spell of the house was to leave the hill, leave the memories, leave the whispers behind. She packed her things in the middle of the night, her heart heavy with the weight of what she was leaving behind. As she drove away from Whispering Hill, she looked back at the house one last time, a dark silhouette against the night sky, and knew that she could never go back. As she drove into town, leaving the hill behind, Emily felt a sense of peace wash over her, a freedom she hadn't felt in years. The whispers, she hoped, would stay with the house, buried in its walls and forgotten in its rooms. And as she drove away, she whispered to herself, "Goodbye, Whispering Hill. Goodbye to the whispers, and goodbye to the past." And with that, she drove on into the unknown, knowing that some stories were best left untold. The Journey of the Silent River, Part 1, The River's Call. In a land where the sun kissed the earth with golden warmth, and the stars above shimmered like distant diamonds, there flowed a river unlike any other. It was called the Silent River, for its waters made no sound as they wound their way through the lush forest, over smooth stones, and under the sprawling roots of ancient trees. It was a river that held secrets deep within its waters, and only those who were meant to understand its mysteries were ever drawn to its banks. The journey of the silent river began in a quiet valley, where the trees stood tall, their branches reaching out like welcoming arms. There, a young woman named Elara lived in a humble cottage. She had always felt a strange connection to the river, a pull that seemed to tug at her heart whenever she gazed upon its tranquil waters. The river had been there for as long as she could remember, flowing silently and serenely through the valley, its presence both comforting and mysterious. Elara had grown up hearing stories about the river, stories whispered by the elders of the village, stories of how the river had once been loud and rushing, but over the centuries, it had become quiet, its voice fading into the silence of the earth. Some said the river had witnessed the passing of time, the shifting of seasons, and the secrets of the land. Others spoke of a great power hidden within the river. A power that could only be unlocked by someone truly worthy. But Elara had always wondered, why had the river gone silent? And what was this power that everyone seemed to speak of, yet no one truly understood? One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to emerge, Elara sat by the river, her feet dipping into its cool, clear waters. The air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and pine, and the rustling of the leaves in the gentle breeze created a symphony of whispers. Elara closed her eyes, letting the peace of the moment wash over her, but as she did, something unusual happened. A soft voice, barely more than a whisper, reached her ears. Elara. She froze. The voice seemed to come from the river itself, a voice so soft and faint that she wasn't sure if she had imagined it. But as the words echoed in her mind, she felt an undeniable pull. It was as if the river was calling to her, asking her to come closer, to listen, to understand. Elara. The voice whispered again, this time clearer, more distinct. The journey is beginning. You must come. Her heart raced. The air around her seemed to shimmer with energy, and the stars above twinkled as if in response to the river's call. Elara stood slowly, her mind spinning with questions. What journey? What was the river trying to tell her? Without another thought, she stepped into the river. Her bare feet sinking into the soft earth beneath the water. The current, usually gentle and calm, began to stir as if in anticipation of her presence. The river was guiding her, urging her to move deeper into its flow, and so, she began her journey. Part 2, The Waters of Memory. As Elara walked further into the silent river, she noticed that the water, once clear and still, now seemed to pulse with an inner light. The river, though silent, was alive with energy, and the whispers of the earth, the trees, and the wind seemed to gather around her, as though the world itself was holding its breath. She could feel the river's power coursing through her, its current pulling her forward with a strength that belied its calm appearance. Every step she took brought her deeper into the river's embrace, and with each step, the world around her seemed to shift, to change. The landscape transformed as the river led her forward. The familiar valley with its rolling hills and green meadows faded behind her, replaced by an ancient forest where the trees were impossibly tall and their branches intertwined to form a canopy that blocked out the sun. The air grew thick with the scent of moss and damp earth, and the ground beneath her feet became soft and spongy, as though the very soil were alive. As she walked deeper into the forest, she began to see strange shapes flicker at the edges of her vision, silhouettes of creatures that seemed to exist only in the shadows. There were glowing eyes watching her from the dark, shapes that slithered among the roots, and whispers that echoed from unseen corners. Yet, despite the eerie presence of the forest, Elara did not feel afraid. Instead, she felt drawn forward, as though the river was guiding her towards something important. The current grew stronger, and Elara found herself carried further into the heart of the forest, where the river split into multiple branches. Each path seemed to lead deeper into the unknown, and the whispers of the earth grew louder, as though the very trees were speaking to her, sharing their ancient knowledge. Elara, a voice called from the darkness, and she turned to see a figure standing by the riverbank. It was a woman, cloaked in flowing robes that shimmered with the same soft light as the river. Her face was kind, but there was a depth to her gaze that made Elara feel as if she were staring into an abyss. "You have come far," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "But your journey is not yet complete. There are memories that must be reclaimed, and the path ahead will be challenging." Elara's heart skipped a beat. "Memories? What do you mean?" The woman smiled faintly. "The river has carried you to the waters of memory. Here, you will encounter your past, your choices, and the paths you have taken. The river holds the truth of all things, and it will show you what you must understand to continue." With a wave of her hand, the woman gestured to the river. The waters began to ripple, and images appeared on the surface. They were images of Elara's past, moments from her childhood, moments of joy, sorrow, and pain. She watched herself as a child, running through the meadows, laughing with friends, and playing by the river. But as the images shifted, they began to show darker moments, times when she had felt lost, times when she had made mistakes, and moments of doubt. The woman's voice was soft but filled with power. "These are the memories that have shaped you. They are a part of you, but they do not define you. The river shows you who you were, but it is up to you to decide who you will become." Elara stared into the river, her heart heavy with the weight of the memories. She realized that the river had not brought her here to judge her, but to help her understand herself. The journey was not about changing the past, it was about accepting it and using it to guide her forward. She nodded slowly, understanding now what the river was asking of her. She had to let go of her fear and doubt, to trust in the journey ahead, and to embrace the power of the silent river within herself. Part 3. The heart of the river. The deeper Elara ventured into the forest, the more the river's current seemed to slow, as if it were guiding her gently toward the heart of the land. The trees grew taller, their trunks wider, their roots twisting together like the threads of an ancient tapestry. The air was thick with magic, and the sense of stillness was profound, as though time itself had paused. As she approached the heart of the forest, she felt a shift in the air, a subtle tension that seemed to resonate with the river itself. The water, once so calm and serene, began to ripple with greater intensity, and the trees around her began to hum, their deep voices filling the air with a low, steady vibration. In the center of the forest, Elara found a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a massive stone arch, overgrown with ivy and moss. It seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, its surface shimmering in the moon's soft glow. The river led her to the arch, its waters swirling and shifting as if urging her forward. She stepped closer, her heart racing with anticipation. This was the heart of the river, the place where all the answers lay. As she approached the arch, the whispers grew louder, their words unintelligible yet somehow familiar. The air hummed with an almost palpable energy, and Alara felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the moment when the river's journey would reach its climax. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped through the arch, and the world around her seemed to dissolve. Part 4. The Realm Beyond the Arch. As Alara stepped through the stone arch, the world around her transformed. The cool moonlight that had bathed the forest clearing dissolved, replaced by a kaleidoscope of shimmering colors. It was as though she had entered a realm woven from threads of light, sound, and energy. The silent river, now a luminous stream of liquid starlight, flowed endlessly in all directions, its currents creating patterns that danced across the infinite expanse. The air here felt different, lighter, as if she were no longer bound by the laws of the world she knew. Each breath she took was filled with a warmth that calmed her spirit, and every sound, though faint, resonated like a soothing melody. The realm beyond the arch was alive, a place of pure magic and mystery. Alara, a familiar voice echoed, pulling her attention to a figure that emerged from the radiant currents of the river. It was the woman she had seen earlier, the one with the shimmering robes. But here, her presence was more vibrant, her form glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. "Where am I?" Alara asked, her voice trembling with awe. The woman gestured to the flowing starlit waters. "You are in the source, the very heart of the silent river. This is where its journey begins and ends, where time and space converge, and where all things are connected. Few have ever entered this sacred place, and none without purpose." The woman's gaze grew more intense as she continued. "You have crossed into the realm beyond because the river has chosen you. Its silence is not just the absence of sound, it is a call, a question that has lingered unanswered for centuries. Now, it falls to you to listen, to understand, and to decide." Alara's heart pounded. "What must I do?" The woman raised her hand, and the currents of the river shifted. A shimmering path formed ahead, its surface rippling with images of landscapes, faces, and moments frozen in time. The silent river flows through all realms, binding the fabric of existence. Its silence has been a protection, but also a warning. Something ancient stirs within its depths. Something that must either be awakened or sealed forever. To proceed, you must confront what lies ahead on this path. Alara hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. But the pull of the river was undeniable, and she knew there was no turning back. She nodded firmly. "I'll face whatever I need to." The path of echoes. As Alara stepped onto the shimmering path, the images within the currents became clearer. They were fragments of lives, some familiar, others entirely foreign. She saw herself as a child, playing by the river's edge, her laughter blending with the soft rustle of the trees. But alongside these memories were glimpses of others, strangers whose lives were intertwined with the river's flow. One image showed an elderly man kneeling by the river, his hands clasped in prayer. Another depicted a warrior wading into the waters, his face etched with determination and fear. There were countless others, a farmer, a scholar, a child, all connected by the same shimmering thread. As she moved forward, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. They weren't random murmurs but voices, voices of those who had come before her, each carrying their own story, their own struggles, Elara." A voice called, soft but urgent. She turned to see a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the path. It was a young girl, her face obscured by the glow of the river. The girl extended her hand, her voice trembling. "Help me." Elara's breath caught in her throat. "Who are you? What do you need?" The girl pointed to the shimmering waters below, where a dark shape writhed like an ink stain spreading through the light. "It's coming. The silence isn't peace, it's a prison. And the walls are breaking." The words sent a chill through Elara. She looked down at the dark shape, which pulsed with a malevolent energy. Whatever it was, it had been trapped within the river's silence, and now it was struggling to break free. The path beneath her feet began to tremble, and the currents of the river swirled violently. The whispers turned to cries, the voices overlapping in a cacophony of urgency. "Elara, you must choose." The woman in the shimmering robes appeared again, her voice cutting through the chaos. "This darkness has been sealed for centuries, but the seal is weakening. You can reinforce it, binding the darkness once more, or you can release it and face the consequences." Elara's mind raced. The weight of the decision bore down on her, and she realized the enormity of her role. If she chose to seal the darkness, it would mean perpetuating the silence of the river, continuing the cycle that had kept its power hidden but dormant. But if she released it, she would face an unknown force, one that could bring either destruction or understanding. "Why me?" she asked, her voice breaking. "Why is this my burden?" The woman's gaze softened. "Because the river chose you. You carry its essence within you, its strength and its wisdom. You are the only one who can decide its fate." The awakening, Elara knelt by the river's edge, her reflection shimmering in the starlit waters. The dark shape writhed beneath the surface, its presence both terrifying and mesmerizing. Closing her eyes, she placed her hands into the water, letting the river's energy flow through her. She felt the whispers surround her, the voices of the past guiding her. They spoke of balance, of courage, and of the need to face one's fears. Elara opened her eyes, her resolve firm. "I will not run from this," she said. "If the river is to flow freely, it must no longer carry this burden alone." With a deep breath, she plunged her hands deeper into the water, and the currents surged around her. The dark shape rose from the depths, its form taking shape as a towering figure of shadow and light. It loomed over her, its presence overwhelming, but Elara stood her ground. "You seek freedom," she said, her voice steady. "But freedom cannot come at the cost of balance. If you are to be released, it must be as part of the river, not against it." The shadow paused, its form wavering. For a moment, the entire realm held its breath. Then, slowly, the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness merging with the light of the river. The currents calmed, and the whispers softened into a gentle hum. The river's silence was broken, not by chaos, but by harmony. A soft melody rose from the waters, a song of renewal and unity. Part 5. The Keeper's Oath. As the shadow dissolved into the luminous waters of the silent river, Elara felt a profound stillness settle over the realm. The darkness had not been destroyed but absorbed, its presence transformed into something harmonious. The river's song, now a soft and serene melody, echoed through the vast expanse of the realm beyond. Elara looked up at the shimmering figure of the woman in robes, who now stood beside her with an expression of quiet pride. "You have done what few would dare," the woman said. "You faced the river's burden and gave it a voice. The harmony you created will ripple through all who are connected to these waters." Elara nodded, her hands still glowing faintly from the energy of the river. Yet, questions lingered in her mind. What happens now? The darkness. Was it truly tamed? The woman's expression grew serious. The darkness was never meant to be an enemy, nor the silence a cage. The river's silence was its way of protecting itself from chaos, but in doing so, it denied its own balance. By facing the darkness, you have restored what was broken. However, this is not the end. The river will always need a guardian, someone to ensure its harmony remains intact. Elara blinked. A guardian? You mean me? The woman's form shimmered, her outline glowing brighter. You have walked its path, Elara. The river has chosen you as its keeper. This realm, its secrets, and its melody now flow through you. But this is not a solitary burden. The river connects all who touch its waters. You will never be alone in this task. The keeper's choice, the shimmering path shifted beneath her feet, forming a bridge that extended into the horizon. Along its length, Elara saw glowing orbs, each one containing a memory, a vision, or a fragment of a life connected to the silent river. She felt drawn to them, as though they were calling her to understand their stories. The first orb revealed an image of the old man she had seen earlier, a farmer who had prayed to the river during a drought. His connection to the water had brought rain to his lands, saving his family. Another orb showed the warrior, whose courage had been fortified by the river's silent strength during a time of war. As she moved along the path, more orbs illuminated, their stories weaving a tapestry of lives shaped by the river's flow. Elara, the woman's voice interrupted her thoughts. The river offers its gifts freely, but with each gift comes a cost. Those who are connected to it carry its essence, and their choices shape its destiny. Elara paused at one orb that showed her own reflection. In it, she saw her younger self, standing by the riverbank, her hands skimming the water's surface. The memory of her childhood wonder and the sense of belonging it had brought surged within her. The woman stepped closer. As its keeper, you will guide the river's course, deciding where it flows and how its gifts are shared. But you must also be its protector, ensuring that no one seeks to exploit or disrupt its harmony. The call of the river, Elara felt the weight of her new role settle upon her. It was not a burden but a responsibility, a connection to something far greater than herself. She turned to the woman, determination gleaming in her eyes. "I accept," she said. "If the river needs a keeper, I will be that keeper. But I need to understand it fully, its origins, its purpose, and the darkness that was sealed within it. Will you help me?" The woman smiled, her form beginning to dissolve into the shimmering currents. "I am but a guide, a reflection of the river's will. The answers you seek lie within its depths. Listen, Elara. The river will speak to you." As the woman disappeared, the path extended further, leading toward the river's heart. Elara stepped forward, her footsteps steady and resolute. Each step brought her closer to the core of the silent river, where its secrets awaited, the eternal flow. Reaching the river's heart, Elara found herself before a vast expanse of swirling light and shadow. The currents here moved in intricate patterns, each one a story waiting to be told. She knelt by the edge, placing her hands into the water once more. The river's energy surged through her, filling her mind with visions. She saw the river's beginnings, born from the union of light and dark, its purpose to connect and balance all realms. She saw its journey through time, flowing through lands and lives, shaping destinies, but she also saw the shadow that had been sealed within it, a remnant of chaos from the river's creation. It was not evil but raw, untamed energy that needed guidance. By facing it, Elara had allowed it to merge with the river's light, restoring its balance. As the visions faded, Elara felt a deep sense of clarity. The river's song, once a faint whisper, now resonated within her. She rose to her feet, her connection to the silent river complete. From the heart of the river, she turned and began her journey back. The path lighting her way. The whispers of the river followed her, no longer cries for help but a gentle melody of gratitude and trust. Elara knew her life would never be the same. She was no longer just a wanderer, she was the keeper of the silent river, its guardian, and its voice. And as she emerged from the realm beyond, stepping back into the moonlit forest, she felt the river's presence within her, a constant reminder of the harmony she had restored. Part 6. The Shadowed Tributary. As Elara adjusted to her role as the keeper, her connection to the silent river deepened. The river's song became her guide, its melody a language of emotions and memories. But with this heightened connection came an unexpected discovery. There were hidden tributaries, unseen branches of the river that diverged from its flow. One tributary, in particular, seemed to call to her with a voice distinct from the harmonious chorus she had come to know. It was a whisper laced with urgency, a cry muffled by the weight of shadows. This tributary did not glow with the river's usual brilliance. Instead, it shimmered faintly, as though its essence was veiled by an unseen force. The forgotten path. Elara stood at the edge of the silent river, where the tributary began to diverge. The currents here were different, sluggish, darker, and colder. She knelt by the water, dipping her hand into the stream. A shiver ran through her as fragmented visions flashed in her mind, a village shrouded in mist. A child standing at the water's edge, their eyes wide with fear. A figure cloaked in darkness, their hands weaving patterns into the air as the river's glow dimmed around them. The visions were fleeting, but they left a lingering sense of unease. Elara rose, her resolve firm. If this tributary was connected to the river, it was her duty to understand its story and bring it back into harmony. The shimmering path appeared once more, extending over the tributary's surface. With a deep breath, Elara stepped onto the path, the whispers growing louder with each step. The village of Hollow Wake, the tributary led her to a hidden realm, a place cloaked in perpetual twilight. The air was thick with mist, and the sky was an ashen gray. Ahead, she saw the faint outline of a village. The houses were small and weathered, their wooden frames sagging under the weight of neglect. As Elara approached, she noticed that the villagers moved like shadows, their forms hazy and indistinct. Their faces were pale, their eyes hollow. They seemed to exist on the edge of reality, caught between the physical and the spectral. A child emerged from one of the houses, their small forms solid amidst the ethereal villagers. Their wide eyes locked onto Alara, and they ran to her, clutching her hand tightly. "You came," the child said, their voice a trembling whisper. "The river told us you would." Alara knelt to meet the child's gaze. "What happened here? Why is your village like this?" The child hesitated, glancing toward the tributary. "The Dark One came. They touched the river, and everything changed. The light faded, and we became this." The mark of the Dark One. The child led Alara to the edge of the tributary, where the water pooled into a small lake. At its center stood an ancient stone altar, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly. The whispers of the tributary grew louder here, merging into a mournful wail. Alara felt the presence of something powerful and malevolent lingering near the altar. She approached cautiously, her heart pounding as she examined the runes. "They used the altar to bind us," the child explained. "The Dark One said they needed our light for their power. They stole it from the river and from us." Alara's hand brushed against the stone, and a surge of energy coursed through her. She saw a figure cloaked in shadows, their hands tracing the runes as they chanted in an ancient tongue. The tributary's glow dimmed, its song silenced, and the villagers began to fade into spectral forms, the river's warning. Alara pulled her hand back, the vision fading. She turned to the child, her mind racing. The Dark One had corrupted the tributary, severing its harmony with the silent river. The villagers' spectral state was a result of this imbalance, their essence tied to the stolen light. "The river sent me to help," Alara said, determination hardening her voice. "But I need to understand how to undo this." The child pointed to a small cave at the edge of the lake. "The Dark One left something behind. It's in there. We're too afraid to go near it, but maybe you can." Alara nodded and made her way to the cave. The whispers grew louder as she entered, the air heavy with an oppressive energy. At the cave center, she found a black crystal pulsating with a dark light. Its surface was etched with the same runes as the altar, the Keeper's Dilemma. Alara hesitated, the weight of the crystal's power pressing down on her. She realized that the crystal was the source of the tributary's corruption. It held the stolen light, but its energy had been twisted by the Dark One's influence. To restore the tributary, she would need to cleanse the crystal. But the process would not be without risks. The dark energy could lash out, or worse, it could taint the silent river itself. Alara closed her eyes, reaching out to the river's song for guidance. The melody flowed through her, steady and reassuring. She opened her eyes, her resolve firm. "I will restore this tributary," she whispered, "and I will protect the river's harmony." She reached for the crystal, her hands glowing with the river's energy. As her fingers touched its surface, the dark light surged, and the cave was engulfed in shadows. Part 7. The Cleansing Light. Alara braced herself as the shadows surged around her, the air in the cave growing dense with an unnatural chill. The black crystal in her hands pulsed erratically, its dark light struggling against the glow radiating from her fingers. The power of the silent river coursed through her, a harmonious counterpoint to the chaotic energy within the crystal. The whispers of the corrupted tributary grew into a cacophony, as if the very essence of the Dark One's influence was resisting her efforts. Elara's breath came in short gasps, her grip tightening on the crystal. "You cannot silence me," a deep, disembodied voice echoed in the cave, chilling her to the bone. It was the Dark One's voice, a presence lingering in the energy of the crystal. Elara stood firm, summoning her connection to the silent river. "You have no place here. This river is not yours to corrupt." The shadows lashed out like tendrils, encircling her in a vortex of darkness. The glowing path that had guided her into the cave flickered, threatening to vanish. But Elara focused on the song of the river, its melody a guiding light amidst the chaos, the struggle for harmony. Elara poured the river's energy into the crystal, the glow in her hands intensifying. She envisioned the tributary as it once was, pure, radiant, and part of the river's harmonious flow. The dark tendrils recoiled slightly, their grip weakening as the crystal's light began to shift. The spectral villagers appeared at the cave's entrance, their forms wavering. They watched in silence, their hollow eyes reflecting faint hope. The child who had guided Elara stepped forward, their voice small but determined. "Keeper," the child called, "we believe in you." Elara drew strength from their words. She directed her energy into the crystal with renewed vigor, chanting softly in harmony with the river's song. The runes etched into the crystal began to glow, their dark energy replaced by a golden light. The disembodied voice growled, its tone filled with anger and desperation. "You think you can erase me? I am a part of this river now." Elara's voice rose above the growl, steady and unwavering. "You are a distortion, and distortions can be undone." The breaking point, the shadows within the cave grew denser, pressing in on Elara as she continued to channel her energy. The Dark One's power surged, attempting to overwhelm her, but the silent river's song grew louder, resonating through the cave walls. The crystal in her hands trembled violently, the conflicting energies within it battling for dominance. Elara could feel the weight of the Dark One's influence, an ancient and relentless force that refused to relinquish its hold, but the river's melody was stronger. It carried with it the strength of countless generations of keepers. A legacy of harmony and resilience. The golden light within the crystal burst outward, enveloping the cave in a radiant glow. The shadows disintegrated, their anguished cries fading into silence. The oppressive chill lifted, replaced by a warmth that spread through the air, the tributary restored. As the light faded, Elara opened her eyes to find the cave transformed. The once dark walls now shimmered with faint reflections of the river's glow. The black crystal in her hands was gone, its energy dissolved into the tributary's flow. The spectral villagers at the cave's entrance began to change. Their forms solidified, their hollow eyes filling with life. They looked at one another in awe, then turned their gaze to Elara. "You freed us," the child said, tears streaming down their face. "The river sings again." Elara stepped out of the cave and approached the tributary. Its water was no longer sluggish and dark. It now glowed with the same serene light as the silent river, its song a harmonious addition to the melody she had come to cherish, the legacy of the river. The villagers gathered by the restored tributary, their faces alight with gratitude and wonder. Elara knelt by the water's edge, letting the river's song wash over her. She could feel the presence of the silent river flowing through the tributary, its harmony restored. as the villagers began to rebuild their lives. Elara knew her journey was far from over. The silent river had many branches, each with its own story and challenges. But this tributary's restoration was a reminder of the river's enduring strength and the importance of her role as keeper. Elara turned to the child, who now stood by her side. The river has given us a second chance. We must honor its gift and protect its harmony. The child nodded, their expression resolute. We will. And we'll never forget what you've done for us. With the tributary's song guiding her, Elara prepared to continue her journey along the silent river, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Part 8, The Forgotten Branch. The restoration of the tributary brought peace to the village, but Elara's work as keeper was far from over. As the silent river's melody coursed through her mind, she began to sense a faint disturbance far downstream. It was a subtle dissonance, like a single sour note in an otherwise perfect symphony. The villagers gathered by the river as Elara prepared to leave. The child who had guided her placed a small, smooth stone in her hand. It shimmered faintly with the river's glow. For guidance, the child said softly. It's part of the river now, like you. Elara nodded, touched by the gesture. She slipped the stone into a pouch on her belt, the river's song humming through her veins as she set out once more. The map of the river. As Elara traveled, the dissonance grew stronger. The silent river's song remained harmonious, but the faint discord tugged at her, guiding her toward a path overgrown with dense foliage. She consulted the ancient map entrusted to her, tracing her finger along the river's many branches. One stood out, a faded, nearly illegible line leading to a region marked only as the Forgotten Branch. The map held no further details, as if even the cartographer had hesitated to record it. Elara hesitated. The Forgotten Branch was not a place she had ever heard of in her training, and the map's lack of information unsettled her. But the keeper's duty was clear, wherever the river's harmony was disrupted. She must go. The shrouded path, the journey to the Forgotten Branch, was fraught with challenges. The path narrowed and twisted through dense forests where sunlight barely penetrated the canopy. The air grew heavy, laden with the scent of moss and earth. Elara could feel the river's presence beneath her feet, though it was weaker here, as if struggling to reach this part of the land. The dissonance grew louder, no longer just a faint discord but a steady, grating hum that set her teeth on edge. She emerged from the forest into a clearing where the river split into two streams. One flowed clear and bright, while the other was dark and still, as if frozen in time. The Forgotten Branch. The silent village. Elara followed the dark stream to a village unlike any she had seen before. The buildings were intact, but there was no sign of life. Doors hung ajar, and windows gaped like empty eyes. A cold mist swirled through the streets, muffling sound and cloaking the village in an eerie stillness. As she stepped into the village square, the river's dissonance intensified, reverberating in her chest. The air was thick with unease, and she could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon her. A faint glow caught her attention. In the center of the square stood an ancient stone fountain, its basin filled with dark, unmoving water. The glow emanated from a single object submerged within it, a shard of crystal. Much like the one she had encountered in the corrupted tributary, the voice of the Forgotten. As Elara approached the fountain, a voice whispered on the wind, faint and broken. It was not the menacing growl of the dark one she had faced before, but something else, pleading, sorrowful. "Help us," the voice said, barely audible. Elara froze, her hand hovering over the fountain. The shard pulsed faintly, its light flickering like a dying ember. She reached out with her senses, letting the river's melody guide her. The shard was not entirely dark. There was a trace of the river's harmony within it, buried beneath layers of corruption. "What happened here?" she asked aloud, her voice steady despite the unease creeping through her. The whisper returned, louder this time. "We were forgotten. The river abandoned us." "A choice to make," Elara frowned. The silent river's harmony flowed through all its branches, even the most remote. If the forgotten branch had been cut off, it was not by the river's choice. Something else had caused this. She knelt by the fountain, her fingers brushing the shard's surface. It was cold, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. The shard held the memories of the villagers, their despair and longing for the river's touch, but as she prepared to cleanse it, a shadow moved at the edge of her vision. She turned sharply, her hand dropping to the hilt of her staff. "You should not be here." A deep voice rumbled, a figure stepped out of the mist, cloaked in black. Their face was obscured, but their presence was undeniable, a guardian of the forgotten branch, or perhaps its captor. "The river abandoned this place for a reason," the figure said. "Do not disturb what was meant to be left in silence." The keeper's resolve. Elara stood tall, meeting the figure's unseen gaze. "The river does not abandon. Its harmony is for all. If this branch is silent, it is because something silenced it." The figure laughed softly, a sound devoid of mirth. "You presume to understand the river's will, keeper. But you are bound by your duty, and I am bound by mine." They raised a hand, and the shadows around them writhed, coalescing into tendrils that lashed out toward Elara. She leapt back, her staff glowing with the river's light as she deflected the attack. The fight was swift and brutal, the figure's shadows clashing against the river's energy. But Elara's connection to the silent river gave her strength, and the figure faltered under the force of her determination. With a final burst of light, the shadows dissipated, and the figure staggered. They dropped to one knee, their voice softer now. "If you restore the forgotten branch, you must face its truth. Are you prepared for that burden?" Elara stepped forward, her staff glowing. "Whatever the truth is, it belongs to the river. And I will restore its harmony." The figure nodded slowly, their form dissolving into mist. The shard in the fountain pulsed brighter, its corruption receding as Elara poured the river's energy into it. The echoes of the forgotten. As the shard's light grew, the village began to change. The mist lifted, revealing vibrant colors beneath the decay. The buildings seemed to breathe, their walls straightening and their windows glowing warmly. The villagers began to reappear, their forms emerging from the shadows. They looked around in wonder, their eyes wide with disbelief and joy. The river's song returned to the forgotten branch, its harmony resonating through the village. The dissonance was gone. Replaced by a sense of peace, Elara stood by the fountain, the shard now a brilliant beacon of light. The villagers gathered around her, their faces filled with gratitude. "You've brought us back," one of them said, tears streaming down their face. "The river flows for us again." Elara smiled softly. The river flows for all who honor its harmony. You were never truly forgotten. As the villagers celebrated, Elara turned her gaze downstream. The silent river called to her still, its melody guiding her toward new challenges and discoveries. Part 9. The River's Secret. Elara lingered in the revived village, observing the subtle changes as the silent river's harmony fully restored the forgotten branch. The villagers, once shadows of their former selves, now bustled with life. Yet, a question remained unanswered. Why had the forgotten branch been silenced in the first place? The glow of the restored shard pulsed faintly in her pouch, a quiet reminder of the unresolved mystery. Elara could feel its energy beckoning her to venture further downstream, toward the source of the discord that had disrupted the river's song. The elder's warning. As Elara prepared to leave, the village elder approached her. He was a frail man with silver hair and eyes that glimmered with the wisdom of countless seasons. "You have done more for us than we could ever repay," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "But I must warn you, there are places along the river that even the bravest dare not tread." Elara regarded him with calm determination. The river's harmony must be restored, no matter the cost. The elder sighed, nodding reluctantly. "Very well. Follow the river's path, but beware the place where the water turns black. There lies the heart of the corruption, and with it, the truth you seek." The shimmering divide, the journey downstream was unlike anything Elara had experienced. The silent river's melody grew stronger, more intricate, as if it were weaving a tapestry of emotions and memories. She passed through vibrant meadows and dense forests, each alive with the river's renewed energy, but as she ventured closer to the source of the disturbance, the landscape began to change. The air grew heavy, the trees twisted into unnatural shapes, and the river's once clear waters darkened to an ominous shade of gray. At the edge of a vast marshland, the river split into two currents. One flowed with the familiar glow of harmony, while the other was dark and still, exuding an unsettling energy. This was the shimmering divide, the point at which the river's dual nature became undeniable. Elara hesitated, feeling the weight of the choice before her. The shard in her pouch pulsed, guiding her toward the darker current. With a deep breath, she stepped into the marsh, the water lapping at her boots with an icy chill. The guardians of the marsh was eerily silent, the only sounds the faint ripple of water and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. The dark current seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface reflecting distorted images of the surrounding landscape. As Elara pressed forward, she sensed a presence watching her. Shadows shifted at the edges of her vision, and faint whispers floated on the air, indistinct but filled with a sense of warning. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced into forms, figures cloaked in darkness, their features obscured. They surrounded her, their voices merging into a haunting chant. "You tread where none should go, Keeper," one of them intoned. "Turn back, or face the river's wrath." Elara gripped her staff tightly, its glow piercing the gloom. "I am here to restore the river's harmony. Stand aside, or I will force my way through." The figures hesitated, their chant faltering. One stepped forward, lowering its hood to reveal a face etched with sorrow. "The river does not wish to be whole," it said softly. "The divide is its choice, its protection. If you proceed, you will shatter the balance." The heart of the corruption, ignoring the warnings, Elara pressed onward, the dark current growing stronger with each step. The air grew colder, the whispers louder, until she reached a clearing where the river pooled into a vast, black lake. At the center of the lake stood an ancient structure, half submerged and covered in thick vines. Its architecture was unlike anything Elara had seen before, both beautiful and foreboding, as if it had been crafted by hands both mortal and divine. The shard in her pouch pulsed wildly, resonating with the structure's energy. This was the source of the corruption, the place where the river's harmony had been fractured. Elara waded into the lake, the water freezing against her skin. As she approached the structure, a voice echoed from within, deep and resonant. "Why have you come, Keeper?" it asked. "Do you seek to heal what is broken or to claim its power for yourself?" "I seek to restore the river's harmony," Elara replied, her voice unwavering. "Whatever lies within, I will face it." The river's memory. Inside the structure, the air was thick with energy, the walls pulsating with a dim, otherworldly light. At the center of the chamber lay a massive crystal, its surface fractured and dark. As Elara approached, the crystal began to glow faintly, and images filled her mind, visions of the river's past. She saw the silent river as it once was, a single, unbroken flow of energy that connected all life. But something had changed. A great force, ancient and malevolent, had sought to claim the river's power for itself, shattering its harmony and creating the divide. The crystal's glow intensified, and the voice spoke again. The river chose to split itself, to protect what remained from the corruption. To restore its harmony is to risk its destruction. Are you prepared to bear that burden? The Keeper's choice. Elara stood before the crystal, the weight of its words sinking in. The silent river had made a sacrifice to preserve its essence, creating the divide as a barrier against the corruption. To mend the divide would be to invite the risk of its return. But the river's harmony was incomplete, its song forever marred by the dissonance. "I cannot let the river remain broken," Elara said, her voice resolute. "It was never meant to be divided. I will restore its harmony, no matter the cost." With a deep breath, she raised her staff and channeled the river's energy into the crystal. The chamber shook, the fractures in the crystal glowing brighter until they began to close. The dark energy resisted, lashing out at Elara with tendrils of shadow. But she held firm, the river's melody surging through her, overpowering the corruption. The rebirth of the river. When the light finally subsided, the crystal was whole again, its surface gleaming with pure, radiant energy. The dark lake began to clear, its waters merging with the brighter current to form a single, unified flow. The silent river's song returned in full, a symphony of harmony that resonated through the land. The marsh transformed, its twisted trees straightening and blooming with vibrant life. Elara emerged from the structure, her body weary but her spirit triumphant. The figures who had guarded the marsh bowed their heads in respect, their forms dissolving into the light. As the river carried her back toward the village, Elara felt a profound sense of peace. The silent river was whole once more, its melody a testament to the strength of unity and the resilience of harmony. Part 10. Eternal Harmony. Elara returned to the village along the revitalized riverbank, her heart swelling with relief and fulfillment. The silent river now flowed as a single, radiant stream, its melody echoing with clarity and power. The air felt lighter, the sun warmer, and the once shadowed lands sparkled with new life. the villagers awaited her arrival, their faces glowing with gratitude and awe. They had witnessed the transformation from the village outskirts as the divided currents merged into one, bringing with them the promise of renewal, the keeper's homecoming. As Alara stepped into the heart of the village, the elder approached her, his trembling hands clasping hers. His eyes shone with tears, his voice breaking with emotion. "You have done the impossible," he said, his voice a mix of wonder and reverence. "The river sings again, and with it, our people's future is restored." The villagers surrounded Alara, offering words of thanks, flowers, and small tokens of their appreciation. But Alara's focus was on the shard in her pouch. It pulsed faintly, as though bidding her farewell. Its purpose fulfilled, she withdrew the shard and held it aloft. The crowd grew silent as its glow dimmed, then burst into a soft, radiant light that dispersed into the river. The shard had returned to the flow, its essence becoming one with the harmony it had helped restore. The call of the river, for a time, Alara remained in the village, basking in the joy of the people and the beauty of the revitalized land. But she soon began to sense a new calling. The river's melody, though whole, now carried a deeper resonance, a beckoning to explore its source and understand its true nature. The elder approached her one evening as she gazed at the glowing waters. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked, his tone knowing. Alara nodded. "The river is calling me again. Its song is complete, but there is more to its story. I must follow it to its origin." The elder placed a hand on her shoulder. "You are the keeper, Alara. The river's fate is intertwined with yours. Go, and may its harmony guide you always." The source of eternity, Alara set out the next morning, her staff glowing softly in response to the river's melody. The journey upstream was a stark contrast to her previous trials. The river flowed with a serene brilliance, its waters clear and alive with energy. As she neared the river's source, the landscape transformed into a realm of pure wonder. Towering crystalline trees lined the banks, their branches shimmering with iridescent light. The air was filled with the hum of the river's song, now joined by a chorus of natural harmonies. At the heart of this enchanted realm lay the river's origin, a massive pool of luminous water, its surface rippling with vibrant colors. Floating above it was an ethereal figure, its form shifting between shapes of light and shadow, the guardian of balance. The figure turned to Alara, its voice resonating with both warmth and authority. "Keeper," it said, "you have restored the river's harmony and safeguarded its essence. Few have the courage or wisdom to undertake such a task. Who are you?" Alara asked, her voice steady but filled with wonder. "I am the guardian of balance," the figure replied. "The silent river is not merely a source of life, it is the thread that binds all realms together. Its song is the voice of existence itself." The guardian gestured to the pool. "By mending the river, you have preserved the balance between light and shadow, creation and destruction. But this balance is fragile, and it must be guarded eternally." The final choice, the guardian's words carried a weight that Alara could not ignore. She realized that her journey was far from over, that her role as keeper extended beyond the river's restoration. "You have a choice, keeper," the guardian said. "You may remain here, at the source, to guide the river's harmony for all time. Or you may return to the world, carrying its melody within you, to inspire and protect those who dwell along its banks." Elara hesitated, her heart torn. She had grown to love the people and places she had encountered along the river, yet the source called to her with an undeniable pull. After a moment, she made her decision. The eternal keeper, Elara, stepped forward, her staff glowing brighter with each step. She approached the pool and knelt before the guardian. "I will remain," she said. "The river's song is too precious to risk. I will guard it with my life." The guardian nodded, its form radiating approval. "You have chosen wisely, keeper. Your spirit will become one with the river, your essence a part of its eternal flow." As the words echoed through the air, the pool began to glow, its light enveloping Elara. She felt herself merging with the river's energy, her physical form dissolving into the harmony she had fought so hard to restore, the river's legacy. The silent river continued to flow, its song carrying the essence of Elara's courage and sacrifice. The villagers and travelers who passed along its banks spoke of the keeper's tale, her legacy inspiring generations to protect the delicate balance of their world, and at the river's source, the crystalline trees shimmered with a soft light, a testament to the keeper who had become one with the song, ensuring its harmony for all eternity. The keeper of dreams, at the edge of a quiet town stands an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. Beneath its shadow, the people whisper of the keeper of dreams, a spectral figure who walks among the sleeping. It is said that the keeper guards dreamers from their own fears, turning nightmares into wondrous stories and leaving behind a trail of peace. Clara, a young girl tormented by relentless nightmares, seeks the keeper's aid. One night, as she lies awake in her small bed, she whispers her plea into the darkness. The air grows still, and a soft light fills the room. The keeper appears, a towering figure cloaked in shimmering veils that ripple like moonlit water. Without a word, the keeper takes Clara's hand and guides her into her dream. The familiar terror looms ahead, a shadowy figure that has haunted her for years. But the keeper raises a hand, and the shadow softens, dissolving into a gentle stream of light. Together, they walk through Clara's dreamscape, transforming her fears into scenes of beauty. A dark forest becomes a field of glowing flowers, a stormy sea calms into a serene lake. As they journey, the keeper tells Clara stories of other dreamers. One tale is of a boy who faced a dragon, only to discover it was his own courage in disguise. Another is of an old woman who dreamed of her childhood, finding comfort in memories she thought lost. Each story fills Clara with warmth, banishing her fears and replacing them with wonder. When Clara awakens, the keeper is gone, but her nightmares never return. She feels a quiet strength within her, as though the keeper's touch lingers in her soul. Years later, she tells her own children of the keeper, passing on the stories that once saved her. The lantern in the fog, the moor is a place of endless gray, where the horizon blurs into the sky and the ground sinks beneath weary feet. Its dense fog swallows sound, turning every footstep into a muffled echo. Yet, in the heart of this desolation, a wandering light can often be seen. Locals call it the lantern, a beacon that glows faintly through the mist. While some warn that it leads travelers astray, others claim it guides the lost to safety. Victor, a young botanist, ventures into the moor on a rainy evening, chasing rumors of rare plants that bloom in its depths. As night falls, the fog thickens, and the world around him disappears into an oppressive gray. Panic sets in when he realizes he has lost his bearings. The Moor's silence feels alive, pressing against his ears. When he spots a faint glow in the distance, the light is steady, bobbing gently as if carried by an unseen hand. Desperate and exhausted, Victor follows it. The lantern's glow illuminates just enough of the path to keep him moving, but never reveals its source. As he walks, whispers rise from the fog, soft and indistinct at first, but growing clearer with each step. They are not voices of warning or malice but calm, almost melodic, recounting fragments of stories about the moor. One voice tells of a traveler who ventured too far and became one with the mist, their soul lighting the way for others. Another recounts the legend of a shepherd who followed the lantern and found a hidden grove where the fog never touched. Victor feels a strange calm as he listens, the stories weaving a protective cocoon around him. Hours pass, though it feels like mere moments, and the ground beneath his feet grows firm. The lantern leads him to the edge of the moor, where the fog dissipates, revealing a small village. Victor turns to thank his mysterious guide, but the light has vanished. The whispers, however, linger in his mind, their soothing cadence accompanying him into a deep, dreamless sleep that night. The lighthouse at the edge of the world, the storm rolled in quickly that night, wrapping the coastline in a heavy shroud of mist and rain. Waves crashed violently against the jagged rocks, and the mournful cry of seagulls faded into the roar of the wind. At the very edge of the small fishing village stood a solitary lighthouse, its beams slicing through the darkness with methodical precision. For over a century, the lighthouse had guided sailors through the treacherous waters of the northern sea. But the villagers spoke of strange occurrences, lights seen where none should be, and whispers carried by the wind. They claimed the lighthouse was haunted, its keeper cursed to walk its spiraling staircase for eternity. When Daniel arrived, he dismissed the stories as mere superstition. A young historian, he had come to document the history of the structure and to spend a week living there as part of a university project. The lighthouse keeper, an elderly man named Elias, had reluctantly agreed to let him stay. "You'll hear things," Elias warned as they ascended the staircase. His voice was rough, his face weathered by years of wind and salt. "Don't go searching for their source." Daniel had laughed nervously, unsure whether Elias was being serious or merely playing into the tales the villagers loved to tell. That first night, Daniel found it hard to sleep. The storm rattled the old lighthouse, and the wind howled like a living thing. As he lay in the small bed provided for him in the keeper's quarters, he thought he heard footsteps on the stairs, slow, deliberate, and far too heavy to belong to Elias. He sat up, his heart pounding, but the sound faded as quickly as it had come. The following morning, Elias found him in the kitchen, bleary-eyed and clutching a cup of coffee. "Rough night?" Elias asked, his tone neutral. "I thought I heard someone on the stairs," Daniel admitted, feeling a little foolish. Elias simply nodded. "It's the wind," he said after a moment. "Plays tricks on you." But as the days passed, Daniel became less certain of that explanation. On his third night, he awoke to the sound of distant voices, low and indistinct, as though a group of people were murmuring just out of earshot. He got up and followed the sound, his feet cold against the stone floor. The voices seemed to lead him to the base of the spiral staircase, where he found nothing but shadows and silence. The next morning, Elias was gone. Daniel found a note scrawled hastily on the table. "Keep the light going. I'll be back soon." Hours turned into days, and Elias did not return. Daniel took on the responsibility of maintaining the light, climbing the stairs every evening to ensure the beacon continued its endless sweep. But the isolation began to wear on him, and the strange occurrences grew more frequent. He heard whispers in the wind, footsteps on the stairs, and once, late at night, he saw a figure standing at the edge of the rocks, staring up at the lighthouse. When he rushed outside to confront them, there was no one there. One evening, as he was cleaning the lantern room, he found something unusual, a small, leather-bound journal hidden beneath a loose floorboard. It was old, its pages yellowed with age, and the entries were written in a shaky hand. "The light must never go out," one entry read. "They come when the darkness falls." Another entry described a shipwreck, a schooner that had been lost decades ago during a particularly violent storm. The writer claimed the crew had perished. Their bodies never recovered, and that their spirits lingered, drawn to the lighthouse's light. That night, Daniel stayed awake, unable to shake the feeling that he was being watched. Just before dawn, he heard the creak of the stairs again. This time, he grabbed a flashlight and headed toward the sound. As he ascended the spiral staircase, the air grew colder, the stone walls slick with moisture. The beam of his flashlight flickered, casting long shadows that danced unnervingly. At the top of the stairs, he froze. A figure stood by the lantern, a man dressed in tattered sailor's clothes, his face pale and waterlogged. The man turned slowly to face him, and Daniel's breath caught in his throat. The sailor's eyes were empty, his mouth moving soundlessly. He raised a hand, pointing toward the horizon where the first light of dawn was breaking, and then, as suddenly as he had appeared, the sailor was gone. Daniel stumbled back down the stairs, his mind racing. He spent the day combing through the journal, searching for answers. One entry caught his attention. "They are bound to the light, trapped between this world and the next. If the light goes out, they will be free." That evening, as the storm returned with renewed fury, Daniel made a decision. He climbed to the lantern room, his heart pounding, and extinguished the light. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness and the sound of the wind. Then, one by one, they came, figures emerging from the shadows, their faces pale and sorrowful. They filled the room, their murmurs rising into a haunting chorus. Daniel stood frozen, unable to move as the spirits turned to him. The sailor he had seen before stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "Thank you," the sailor whispered, his voice carrying over the storm, and then, they were gone. When Elias returned the next morning, he found the lighthouse empty. The light had been relit, its beams steady and strong, but there was no sign of Daniel. The journal lay open on the table, a single entry written in Daniel's handwriting: "They are free." Elias looked out at the horizon. The storm clouds breaking to reveal a calm, endless sea. For the first time in years, the air around the lighthouse felt lighter, the whispers silenced, but as he turned to climb the stairs, he thought he heard footsteps behind him. Returned to the lighthouse, Elias had not heard from his friend Daniel in several days. The lighthouse was a foreboding place, and Daniel's sudden silence gnawed at Elias like a splinter in his mind. Concerned and unable to shake the unease, he decided to journey to the isolated lighthouse, braving the biting winds and the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. The trek was treacherous, the jagged cliffs and crashing waves below reminding Elias of the many lives the lighthouse was meant to protect. As he climbed the final hill, the faint glow of the beacon came into view, flickering like a dying ember. He reached the heavy door, hesitating for just a moment before pushing it open. Inside, an unsettling quiet greeted him. The room was in disarray. Daniel's notes were scattered across the desk, his bed was unmade, and the lantern on the table was unlit. The air felt heavy, not with the weight of abandonment, but as though the lighthouse was holding its breath, waiting for Elias to take his place. A first glimpse into the unknown. On the desk, Elias found Daniel's journal lying open. The entries described Daniel's encounters with the spirits and his resolution to release them. The final pages, however, were blank, save for a pen left snapped in half. A cold shiver ran down Elias' spine as he read Daniel's words. I must enter the darkness to free them. If I do not return, perhaps I was never meant to. The stillness of the lighthouse was unnerving. Elias felt as though he was being watched, though every time he turned, the room remained empty. A soft whisper broke the silence, faint yet distinct, Elias. He froze, the sound reverberating through his mind. Gathering his courage, he followed the voice, which seemed to drift from the spiral staircase leading to the beacon room. Each step felt heavier than the last as the whispering grew louder, joined by faint, overlapping murmurs. When he reached the top, he found the light burning steady but dim, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw Daniel's silhouette standing in the glow. Daniel? Elias called out, his voice trembling. But the figure dissolved into nothing, leaving only the hum of the machinery, the burden of the light. Elias spent the next days combing through Daniel's notes, trying to piece together what had happened. The journal revealed details about the spirits trapped within the lighthouse, sailors, keepers, and wanderers, their souls bound by the cursed crystal at the heart of the beacon. Daniel had hoped to release them, believing that their anguish fed the light that kept the surrounding seas safe. But something had gone wrong, and now Daniel himself was among the lost. As Elias tried to uncover more, the lighthouse seemed to stir. Shadows moved in the corners of his vision, and the whispers became more distinct. One night, as he was trying to sleep, he felt a cold hand brush his shoulder. He sat up abruptly, his breath visible in the freezing air. At the foot of his bed stood Daniel, or what was left of him, Elias. You have to finish what I started, Daniel said, his voice a hollow echo. The storm and the spirits. The next evening, a massive storm rolled in, battering the lighthouse with winds so fierce it felt like the structure might collapse. As Elias worked to keep the beacon functioning, the spirits became bolder, their forms appearing more clearly in the flickering light. One by one, they confronted him, their faces twisted in anguish, demanding freedom. In the chaos, Elias found the crystal that powered the lighthouse, pulsating with an eerie, otherworldly glow. It was as if the stone itself was alive, feeding on the souls it had captured. Daniel's voice echoed in Elias' mind, destroy it, Elias. Set them free. But the crystal was protected by an invisible barrier, and every time Elias attempted to approach it, he was thrown back by a force he could not see. The choice, exhausted and overwhelmed, Elias knew he had to make a choice. He could leave the lighthouse as it was, continuing its function but condemning the spirits to eternal torment. Or he could destroy the crystal, risking not only his own life but the very fabric of reality. As the crystal was said to be a bridge between worlds, as the storm reached its peak, Daniel appeared once more, his form flickering like a dying flame. "You must do this," he urged, his voice filled with sorrow. "I am already lost, but you can save them." Summoning all his courage, Elias reached for the crystal one final time. This time, instead of resisting, it seemed to pull him in, and he felt a searing pain as his hand closed around it. Chapter 6. The Release. With a mighty effort, Elias smashed the crystal against the floor. A blinding light engulfed the room, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then came the screams, thousands of voices crying out at once, not in pain, but in release. The light grew brighter until Elias could no longer see, and when it finally faded, the lighthouse was dark, the spirits were gone. The storm had ceased. But Elias was not alone. Standing in the shadows, Daniel gave him one final look, a faint smile on his face, before disappearing into the void. Aftermath. Elias emerged from the lighthouse at dawn, the air crisp and calm. He knew he could never return, the lighthouse had served its purpose, and its light would never shine again. But as he walked away, he felt a sense of peace, knowing that the souls trapped there had finally found rest. Years later, on stormy nights, sailors claimed to see a faint light coming from the old lighthouse. Some said it was the spirits returning to guide lost ships. Others believed it was Elias himself, keeping watch. The silent ruins. Elias woke to an eerie stillness. The relentless storm that had battered the island was gone, leaving behind a mist so thick it felt like a shroud. The lighthouse stood in silence. Its once dominant beam of light was extinguished, and its structure appeared older, as though centuries of decay had set in overnight. Elias rubbed his temples, his head pounding. The last thing he remembered was the blinding shatter of the crystal, the surge of energy, and then, darkness. Now, as he stumbled toward the lighthouse, a strange weight pressed on him, like unseen eyes were watching his every move. Inside, the lighthouse was a ruin. Walls that had been pristine were cracked and crumbling. Machinery rusted and broken. But what unnerved Elias most was the silence. The haunting whispers, the cries of tormented souls, everything was gone, yet, as he stepped into the room where the crystal had been, he felt it. A pulse. Faint, but unmistakable, coming from beneath his feet, a warning from the past. Elias spent hours searching for answers. It was then that the visions began. The first appeared in the shattered lantern room. A figure materialized, translucent and flickering like a fading memory. It was an old lighthouse keeper, his eyes hollow, his face etched with sorrow. "You've done what we feared." The ghost rasped. "The crystal was our prison, but also our shield. Without it, the abyss stirs." Elias tried to respond, but the apparition dissolved into mist. As he descended the staircase, more figures appeared, keepers from different eras, each delivering the same warning. The crystal had held back something ancient and unspeakable. Then Daniel appeared, his form more solid than ever before. He leaned against the rusting machinery, his eyes filled with an unreadable emotion. "You didn't destroy the curse, Elias. You only broke the seal." And now, the lighthouse's true purpose must be fulfilled. What purpose? Elias demanded. What are you talking about? Daniel only gestured toward the floor. Where faint carvings could be seen beneath layers of dust, you need to go deeper. The labyrinth below, it took Elias hours to clear the debris. Beneath the machinery, he uncovered a trapdoor, its edges lined with symbols similar to those on the crystal. The door was ancient, the wood petrified, the hinges rusted shut. With great effort, Elias pried it open, revealing a staircase spiraling into darkness. Armed with a flickering lantern, Elias descended. The air grew colder, heavier. The walls of the passageway were carved with strange, twisting runes that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. The stairs ended in a vast cavern. At its center was a massive void, a swirling black vortex. Its edges crackling with an unnatural energy. The sight made Elias stagger. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been torn open. Around the void were remnants of a ritual, stones arranged in intricate patterns, burned candles, and what looked like human bones. Elias realized that this was what the lighthouse had been guarding, not a beacon for ships, but a prison for something unspeakable. The darkness awakens. As Elias approached the void, the air seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. Whispers began to fill the chamber, not like the spirits from before, but deeper, darker, voices that seemed to crawl into his mind and twist his thoughts. From the shadows emerged figures. They were humanoid, but wrong. Their forms flickered like shadows on a wall, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Elias realized these were the manifestations of the darkness that the crystal had kept at bay. The figures surrounded him, their whispers growing louder. Elias fought back, using the lantern's light to push them away, but it was clear he couldn't hold them off forever. Then Daniel appeared again, his presence driving the shadows back momentarily. His face was grave. The void is breaking free, Daniel said. There's only one way to stop it. Someone must take my place. What do you mean? Elias asked, his voice shaking. The lighthouse isn't just a beacon, it's a seal. The keeper isn't just a guardian of ships, they're the guardian of the void. When I died, I became part of it, holding the darkness back. But my time is over. It needs a new keeper. The sacrifice, Elias felt the weight of Daniel's words. He had come to the lighthouse seeking escape, redemption, a fresh start. But now, he faced a choice: abandon the island and let the darkness consume the world. Or sacrifice himself to save it. Daniel extended his hand. I can guide you through the process, but once it's done, there's no going back. Tears streamed down Elias' face as he nodded. What do I need to do? Daniel led him to the edge of the void. The symbols on the ground began to glow, and Elias felt the pull of the abyss. It was cold, consuming, but not entirely malevolent. It was as though the void recognized his willingness to sacrifice. As Elias stepped into the ritual circle, memories flooded his mind, his mistakes, his regrets, but also his courage, his capacity for love. He thought of the souls he had released, the lives he might save by making this choice. The process was excruciating. The void seemed to tear at his very essence, pulling him apart and reassembling him in a way that defied comprehension. When it was over, Elias was no longer entirely human. He was part of the lighthouse now, bound to its light, its purpose, the eternal watch. Years passed. The lighthouse returned to its former glory, its beam once again cutting through the fog. Sailors spoke of its guiding light, but none ever saw a keeper. From within the lighthouse, Elias watched over the seas. He felt the presence of ships, the gratitude of those he guided to safety. But he also felt the void beneath him, its restless hunger kept in check by his vigilance. He was at peace, knowing he had found his purpose. Legacy. Decades later, a lone traveler arrived on the island. Drawn by the lighthouse's mysterious glow, they explored its empty halls and found Elias' journal. In it, they read of his journey, his sacrifice, and the truth about the lighthouse. As the traveler left, journal in hand, they looked back at the lighthouse one last time. The beam of light seemed to flicker, as though acknowledging their presence, before shining steadily once more. The Lullaby of the Moonlight, Part 1, the beginning of the dream. On the edge of a quiet village, where the forest met the sea, there stood an ancient stone tower that had long been forgotten by the people. The village was nestled in a valley, hidden from the world by a veil of mist and thick trees. The townspeople never ventured too far from the comforts of their homes, fearing what lay beyond the village boundary. The soft, constant sound of the ocean waves crashing against the cliffs was their lullaby, their sense of peace. But it was the moonlight that had the real power, for it was under its glow that the true magic of the land came to life. For generations, people spoke of the tower as a relic of old myths. A place cursed with a strange power. The legend said that once every century, the moon would shine upon the tower in a way that could awaken the long-dormant spirit of the lullaby. But over the years, the story had faded, and no one remembered the original meaning behind the legend. That is, until Lyra, a young girl with a heart full of curiosity, heard the song. Lyra had always been different from the other villagers. While the others were content to stay within the safety of the village, Lyra was drawn to the wild unknown. The forest called to her, and at night, when everyone else was asleep, she would sneak out of her house and wander among the trees, listening to the whispers of the wind. She felt something was calling to her from the depths of the forest, but she never knew what it was. One cool evening, as the moon was at its fullest, Lyra ventured further than ever before. The sky above was painted with silver light, and the stars twinkled like 1,000 eyes watching over the world. She found herself standing at the foot of the forgotten stone tower, its silhouette rising against the night sky like a dark sentinel. The wind had shifted, and for the first time, Lyra felt a strange sensation in the air, something both peaceful and unsettling. As she approached the base of the tower, she noticed something odd, faintly glowing markings etched into the stone, swirling and delicate. Almost as if they had been waiting for her. The moment her fingers brushed against them, she felt a rush of energy course through her. The glow grew brighter, and a soft melody began to echo around her, as if the very stones of the tower were singing. Lyra's heart quickened. She didn't understand what was happening, but she knew in her bones that this was the beginning of something important. The song seemed to pull her closer, and without thinking, she stepped inside the tower. The air inside was cold, yet comforting, and the sound of the melody intensified. The walls of the tower were covered in ancient tapestries, depicting scenes of the moon rising over the sea, and shadowy figures dancing beneath its glow. At the center of the room stood an ornate, silver harp, glowing softly in the moonlight that streamed through a high window. Lyra approached it cautiously, her hands trembling with both fear and excitement. The harp was the source of the music, its strings vibrating with an energy that seemed alive, as if the moon itself were playing the instrument. Unable to resist, Lyra gently plucked one of the strings. The sound that emerged was hauntingly beautiful, soft, yet filled with longing, as though it carried the weight of centuries. The music seemed to awaken something deep within her, something forgotten and ancient. The air around her shimmered, and she felt as if she were no longer in the tower at all, but transported to another world. As the music played, Lyra's surroundings began to shift. The walls of the tower dissolved into mist, and she found herself standing on a vast, silver plain under a brilliant full moon. The stars above twinkled like jewels, and the ocean's waves crashed gently against the shore, their rhythm echoing the melody of the harp. And then she saw him. A figure in flowing robes stood in the distance, bathed in moonlight. His face was pale and ethereal, his eyes like mirrors reflecting the sky. He seemed to glide toward her, his steps silent on the silver ground. Lyra's breath caught in her throat, unsure if she was dreaming or if this was some magical reality. "Do you hear it, Lyra?" the figure asked, his voice soft like the wind, but filled with a deep, undeniable power. "The lullaby," he continued. "The song of the moon that soothes the world, the lullaby that carries the souls of the lost across time." Lyra couldn't speak. The words were foreign, but the feeling of understanding washed over her like the tide. The lullaby, the song she had heard, she knew it now. It wasn't just music. It was a magic older than the stars, older than the earth itself. The moonlight that shone upon the harp was not just a light, but a conduit for something beyond her comprehension. The figure extended a hand toward her, his face now soft with an expression of sorrow and longing. "I am the keeper of the moon's lullaby," he said. "And I have been waiting for you, Lyra. For the moon has chosen you." Lyra's heart raced, her mind a whirlwind of questions. What did this mean? Why had the moon chosen her? What was she supposed to do? "You are the one who will carry the song to its rightful place," the keeper explained. "You must play the lullaby under the full moon, so that the lost souls may find peace. But there is a price to pay for such power. To sing the lullaby is to lose something, your innocence, your childhood, your very connection to the world you know." The keeper's gaze was filled with both compassion and an unspoken warning. "Once you begin this path, there is no turning back. Are you ready?" Lyra looked out over the silver plain, the ocean shimmering in the distance. The air was thick with magic, and the wind carried the scent of salt and earth. The keeper's words echoed in her mind, but one thing was clear: this was her destiny. The moon had chosen her for a reason, and though the cost was unknown, she felt an unshakable pull toward her purpose. With a deep breath, Lyra nodded. "I am ready," she said, her voice steady despite the trembling in her chest. The keeper smiled, and with a graceful motion, he turned and walked toward the silver harp. Lyra followed, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the waves. The moment she touched the harp strings again, the world around her seemed to pulse with energy. The melody filled the air, and the lullaby of the moonlight began. As the song flowed from her fingers, the stars above seemed to shine brighter, and the ocean's waves moved in sync with the music. Lyra played, her heart and soul entwined with the ancient melody, her voice joining the song in a way she had never known was possible. The keeper stood beside her, his presence a quiet anchor as the world around them seemed to dissolve into the music. The lullaby of the moonlight carried on the wind, soothing and gentle, a song of peace for those who had passed into the night. The moon's glow grew brighter, casting everything in its silver light. And as Lyra played, she knew that the lullaby would live on forever, as long as the moon continued to rise. The moon had chosen her to carry the song, and now it was her duty to ensure its harmony remained undisturbed. The music continued, and the world whispered along with it, a lullaby that would guide the lost souls into the beyond, and bring peace to all who heard its call. Part 2, The Moon's Secret. Lyra awoke the next morning in her small cottage at the edge of the village, the soft light of dawn creeping through the window. The memory of the previous night still lingered in her mind, as vivid and real as though she had never left the tower. She could still feel the haunting, beautiful melody of the lullaby of the moonlight vibrating through her bones, and the quiet pull of the keeper's voice beckoning her. But now, it was gone. The silence of the morning felt oppressive in comparison to the world of the night before, where the air had hummed with an energy that made everything feel alive. She sat up in bed, her heart still racing with the remnants of the strange dream. Or had it been a dream? Everything felt too real for it to be one. She stood and went to the window, looking out over the village. The sun had risen in the sky, bathing the world in a warm, golden light. The sea sparkled in the distance, its waves gently lapping against the shore. The forest stood silent, its depths still cloaked in shadow. But Lyra knew it was there, the world of moonlight, magic, and mysteries that she had stumbled into. Suddenly, she remembered the harp. The song. The keeper. She had to go back. The pull of the moon was undeniable. Last night, it had chosen her. The full moon had shone on her with an intensity she had never felt before, drawing her into the tower where the ancient music echoed through the stones. The lullaby of the moonlight had awoken something within her, a power and a responsibility she hadn't fully understood until now. She quickly gathered her things, a cloak to keep warm against the chill of the morning air, a small satchel with food and water for the journey, and made her way out of her cottage. As she walked through the village, her feet light and quick, she tried to calm the storm of questions swirling in her mind. What would she find at the tower? What had the keeper meant when he said there was a price to pay for the power of the lullaby? The journey to the tower felt longer today, even though the sun had barely risen. The path through the forest seemed unfamiliar, as if the trees themselves had shifted during the night. The further she walked, the more the air grew thick with the scent of earth and the salty tang of the sea. The world around her seemed quieter than usual, as if holding its breath in anticipation. When Lyra reached the foot of the tower, her pulse quickened again. The strange markings on the stones were still there, glowing faintly, waiting for her touch. She stepped forward, her heart racing, and as her fingers brushed against the cool stone, the world around her shifted once again. The tower seemed to breathe, as if it were alive. The once solid walls of stone shimmered, fading into a soft mist. The moonlight seemed to pierce through the clouds, bathing the tower in silver light. Lyra stepped forward, her steps echoing in the hollow silence, until she reached the door. It creaked open as if inviting her in, and Lyra stepped inside without hesitation. The tower felt even more alive than before, its energy pulsing with an intensity she hadn't experienced the night before. The walls were still adorned with the ancient tapestries, their vibrant colors reflecting the glow of the moon. At the center of the room stood the harp, its strings glowing faintly, beckoning her to play. Lyra approached it slowly, feeling the weight of her decision. She had come here with a purpose, to understand the lullaby and its true meaning, to discover why the keeper had chosen her. As she reached for the harp, she noticed something new. The silver strings of the instrument seemed to vibrate with anticipation, waiting for her touch. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the strings. "You have returned," came the soft voice, and Lyra turned to see the keeper standing at the edge of the room, his face calm, his eyes unreadable. His pale figure seemed to glow in the moonlight, and his presence filled the room with an otherworldly calm. "I have returned," Lyra whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of what she was about to do. "The song, it calls to me. I have to know more," the keeper nodded, his gaze distant. "The moon has chosen you, Lyra. It has awakened something in you, a part of you that was always there, but hidden away. The song you hear, it is not just a melody. It is the voice of the moon itself, the heartbeat of the world. But be warned, once you begin, there is no turning back." Lyra nodded. She had known that from the moment she first touched the strings of the harp. But something inside her, something deep and primal, told her that this was her destiny. The lullaby of the moonlight was calling her, and she could not resist. With a deep breath, Lyra plucked the first string of the harp. The sound that emerged was soft at first, like a breath of wind passing through the trees. But as she continued to play, the music grew stronger, filling the room with its haunting beauty. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and the walls of the tower began to dissolve into the mist, as though the tower itself were being transported to another realm. The keeper stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Lyra. "Do you hear it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "The song, it is more than just music. It is the rhythm of the stars, the heartbeat of the universe. The moon itself sings with you, guiding you on your path." Lyra closed her eyes, letting the music flow through her. The world around her faded, and she was no longer in the tower. Instead, she found herself standing in a vast, silver landscape. The moon shining above her with an intensity she had never seen before. The ocean stretched out before her, its waves glowing softly in the moonlight, the sound of the tide echoing in her ears. As she played, the landscape began to shift. The moon above her seemed to grow larger, its light bathing everything in a silvery glow. Figures began to emerge from the shadows, their faces glowing with an ethereal light. They were the souls of the lost, Lyra realized, drawn to the music of the lullaby. The keeper stood beside her, watching as the souls gathered around, their faces filled with longing and peace. "The song calls them," he said softly. "It guides them to the other side, to the place where they can find rest. But you must be careful, Lyra. The lullaby is not without its dangers." Lyra nodded, understanding. She had been chosen to carry the song, to guide the lost souls to their final resting place. But she also knew that she had a choice to make. The music of the lullaby was powerful, but it came at a cost. As the keeper had warned her, once she began, there was no turning back, but as she looked out over the ocean, the moon shining brightly above her, Lyra knew that this was her purpose. The lullaby of the moonlight was a gift, and it was one that she had to embrace fully. With a final, sweeping motion, she played the last note of the song, and the souls that had gathered around her began to drift into the sky, their faces peaceful and content. The music echoed through the night, a soft, haunting lullaby that would never fade, and Lyra knew that she had fulfilled her destiny. The moon had chosen her, and the lullaby of the moonlight would live on, guiding the lost and the weary to their final rest. Part 3, The Path of Shadows. As the last note of the song echoed through the air, a sense of tranquility washed over Lyra. She stood there, her fingers resting on the harp, feeling the strings vibrate with the energy of the completed song. The souls of the lost had drifted away, leaving behind a soft glow in the moonlit landscape, like the fading embers of a long-forgotten fire. But as the night deepened, the serene feeling began to shift, and a new, unfamiliar presence filled the air. The keeper, still standing beside her, gave her a long, silent look. His expression was unreadable, as it always had been, but there was a certain heaviness in his eyes now, something that had not been there before. "You have completed the lullaby," the keeper said, his voice soft but firm. "But the path ahead is not as clear as it once seemed. The moon's song has not only guided the souls to rest, it has awakened something else. Something dark." Lyra turned to him, her heart pounding with unease. "What do you mean?" "I followed the song, it led me here, to this place. The souls are at peace now. Isn't that what matters?" The keeper stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where the ocean met the sky. "You have done more than guide the lost souls, Lyra. You have touched the very fabric of the moon's power. And with it comes an ancient force, one that sleeps beneath the surface of this land. A force that has been waiting for the right moment to rise." Lyra felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The moonlight, once soft and inviting, now felt distant, almost foreign. She couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong, that something had changed in the very air around her. The keeper's eyes darkened, and for the first time, Lyra saw a flicker of fear in them. "The power you have awakened is ancient, and it is not to be trifled with. It has been bound for centuries, kept at bay by the lullaby. But now that the song has been completed, the boundaries between the worlds are growing thin." Lyra's mind raced. "What boundaries? What are you talking about?" The keeper looked down at the harp in her hands, his face growing solemn. "The moon has two sides. The one that gives life and peace, and the one that brings chaos and darkness. The lullaby of the moonlight was created to keep the balance, to ensure that the darker side of the moon would remain hidden, sealed away from the world. But now," he stopped, his words hanging in the air like a heavy fog. "Now, it seeks to break free." The moon's glow seemed to pulse in the distance, its light flickering like the flame of a dying candle. The air grew thick with tension, and Lyra felt the weight of the keeper's words settle on her shoulders like a heavy cloak. The power she had just unlocked was far more dangerous than she had realized. "What do I do?" Lyra whispered, her voice trembling. "How do I stop it?" The keeper shook his head. "You cannot stop it, not without making the ultimate sacrifice. The path of shadows is now yours to walk. The only way to ensure the balance is restored is to confront the darkness, to face what lies beneath the surface. But be warned, Lyra, the path will not be easy. The shadows will try to consume you, to twist your mind and your heart. You must be stronger than the temptation of the moon's darker side. Lyra clenched her fists, her determination hardening. I won't let it take over. I've come this far. I won't back down now. The keeper studied her for a long moment before nodding. Very well. The first step on your journey lies within the forest, beyond the cliffs. There, you will find the temple of the twilight moon. It is said that those who seek the truth must pass through the temple's trials. Only then will you understand the full extent of the moon's power, and how to wield it. Lyra nodded, though doubt still lingered in her mind. The keeper had told her nothing of what awaited her at the temple, but she could see the urgency in his eyes. Whatever this darkness was, it had to be stopped. Be careful, the keeper warned, his voice low. The shadows are clever. They can twist reality, make you see things that aren't there, make you believe things you shouldn't. Trust only what you know to be true. With that, the keeper turned and disappeared into the mist, leaving Lyra alone in the moonlit landscape. The stillness was suffocating, but she knew she had no time to waste. The path ahead would be treacherous, but she couldn't afford to hesitate. The fate of the world depended on what she would find at the temple of the twilight moon. Lyra traveled through the night, guided only by the pale glow of the moon above her. The forest grew darker and denser as she ventured deeper into the land, the trees stretching high into the sky, their branches tangled like twisted fingers. The air felt thicker here, heavy with the presence of something ancient. Something forgotten. As she walked, she could hear whispers on the wind, low, indistinct voices that seemed to be calling her name, urging her to turn back. But she pressed on, each step bringing her closer to the unknown. Eventually, she reached the cliffs that overlooked the valley below. Far in the distance, she could just make out the silhouette of the temple, its jagged spires reaching up toward the sky like dark fingers. The moonlight bathed the temple in an eerie glow, and Lyra felt a chill crawl up her spine. She made her way down the cliffside, her footing sure despite the treacherous terrain. As she approached the temple, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They seemed to come from every direction, pressing against her mind, testing her resolve. When she finally reached the entrance to the temple of the twilight moon, she found the doors slightly ajar, as if waiting for her. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the darkness beyond. Inside, the air was cold and still. The stone walls of the temple were covered in intricate carvings, depicting scenes of the moon's cycles and the ancient rituals performed to keep the balance. But there was something wrong about the carvings. Some of the faces etched into the walls seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. She stepped deeper into the temple, her heart racing. The atmosphere was thick with an unsettling energy, and Lyra could feel the weight of something watching her, something lurking just beyond the edge of her vision. She walked cautiously, her footsteps echoing in the silence. At the end of the hall, she saw a set of stairs leading down into the darkness. The air was heavy here, thick with the scent of damp stone and the faintest trace of something decayed. With a deep breath, Lyra descended the stairs, ready to face whatever awaited her in the heart of the temple. The trial was just beginning. Part 4, The Trial of Shadows. As Lyra descended the darkened staircase, the air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch further, as if reaching out to claim her. Each step she took echoed in the vast, hollow chamber beneath the temple, a sound that felt more like a warning than anything else. The walls around her, adorned with faded carvings of celestial figures, seemed to close in as if the stone itself were alive, watching her progress. The stairs led to a vast underground hall, the floor covered in a fine dust that had not been disturbed for centuries. The only light came from a faint, flickering glow in the distance, an ethereal, silver light that seemed to pulse with a rhythm of its own. Lyra felt the pull of it, the same magnetic force that had drawn her to the temple itself. In the center of the hall stood a pedestal, and upon it lay a large, ancient book. The book's cover shimmered with an iridescent sheen, its surface etched with patterns that resembled the moon's phases. The air around it hummed, vibrating with an energy that seemed to resonate with the very core of her being. Lyra approached cautiously, her breath shallow. The book called to her, its presence both inviting and terrifying. As her fingers brushed against the cover, she felt a surge of cold run through her, but she did not pull away. The whispers she had been hearing since entering the temple grew louder now. But they were not in any language she recognized. They were like fragments of old songs, fragments of forgotten dreams. She opened the book, the pages creaking as if they had not been touched in millennia. The first page was blank, but as she turned the pages, the ancient script began to appear, slowly and deliberately, as though the book itself was alive. Lyra's eyes widened as the words formed, written in a language she could not understand but somehow felt she could. They seemed to burn into her mind. The shadows are not what they seem, Lyra. You have already begun the descent. The voice wasn't spoken aloud, but rather whispered in her mind, familiar yet foreign. It wasn't the keeper. Nor was it anything she had heard before, but it felt as though it were speaking directly to her soul. The moonlight seemed to flicker, casting erratic shadows on the walls, and the whispers surged again, louder now, as if in response to the words in the book. Lyra's heart raced. She knew she had to continue, but the weight of the book's revelation pressed heavily on her. The moon's darker side, she murmured under her breath, remembering the keeper's warning. The trial. As if on cue, the ground beneath her feet trembled. The temple groaned as though it were waking from a long slumber. Lyra stumbled, gripping the pedestal for support. The moon's glow grew more intense, bathing the hall in its unnatural light. And then, the shadows. They began to move. At first, they were subtle. A flicker here, a ripple there. But soon, the shadows coalesced into distinct forms, tall, faceless figures that stretched and twisted in unnatural ways. They moved toward Lyra, their movements slow but deliberate, as if they had all the time in the world. The air around her grew thick, suffocating. It was as if the very darkness of the world had taken shape and was closing in on her. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She had been warned about the shadows, but she hadn't expected this. These were no mere tricks of light. They were alive, sentient, and hungry. Her heart hammered in her chest, but she forced herself to remain calm. She had to focus. The book had shown her something important. She reached for it again, desperate for guidance. The words on the page had begun to shift, forming into something clearer. the trial of shadows is the trial of the self. Only by facing your darkest fears can you pass. Lyra's breath quickened as the shadows encircled her, closing in on all sides. She didn't know what that meant, but she felt the weight of it pressing down on her. Her mind raced for answers. "Facing my darkest fears," she whispered, her voice trembling. But she knew that the shadows were not just after her body, they were after her mind, her soul. They would exploit her every weakness. With a sudden rush, the shadows lunged, their forms a blur of darkness and cold. Lyra stumbled back, barely avoiding their grasp. The shadows were not content to simply surround her, they wanted to break her, to make her question everything she believed. Her thoughts turned to the Keeper's words. "Trust only what you know to be true," that was it. She had to trust herself. She had to remember what had brought her here, what had given her the strength to come this far. Her music. The lullaby of the moonlight. The harmony of the moon, the soft whispers of the night that guided the lost souls to rest. Lyra took a deep breath, her fingers instinctively reaching for the harp that she had carried with her. But there was no time to retrieve it from her pack, no time to prepare. The shadows were upon her, and they had no mercy. Instead, she closed her eyes, focusing on the music within her. The notes, the rhythm of the lullaby, the gentle waves of melody that had always calmed her. She began to hum, soft at first, then louder, as the shadows pressed in from all sides. The sound filled the air, resonating through the temple's stone walls. The shadows recoiled at the sound, their forms faltering, like smoke caught in the wind. Lyra kept singing, the melody growing stronger with each note. It was a song of light, of hope, of peace, but the shadows fought back. They writhed and twisted, struggling to extinguish the music that filled the hall. For every note Lyra sang, the darkness grew more ferocious, lashing out like a storm, but Lyra didn't falter. She knew this song, every note, every breath. It was part of her, and she was not going to let the shadows take that away. Her voice grew louder, the song a powerful force against the encroaching darkness. The shadows recoiled, their movements growing slower as the melody of the moon filled the air. And then, with one final, powerful note, the shadows evaporated into the air, dissipating like mist before the morning sun. Lyra stood there, panting, her body trembling with the effort. The moonlight flickered, then steadied, returning to its calm, gentle glow. The temple was silent once more, the oppressive weight of the shadows lifted, but Lyra knew that this was only the beginning. The trial had been won, but the path ahead was still uncertain. The moon's dark side had been momentarily subdued, but she knew it would not stay dormant forever. Whatever lay ahead, Lyra was ready. She would not let the darkness win. Part 5. The heart of the night, the moonlight, now steady and warm, bathed the stone halls in a tranquil glow, as if to comfort Lyra for the ordeal she had just faced. The shadows that had once haunted her were now gone, but their presence lingered in the corners of her mind, a reminder of the trial she had endured. She took slow, deliberate steps away from the pedestal where the book lay, the soft echo of her footfalls the only sound in the cavernous space. Her breath was still shallow, her heart racing with the intensity of the trial. But as she moved deeper into the temple, a sense of peace began to settle over her. The air felt lighter now, as though the weight of the shadows had been lifted from her shoulders. It was quiet, almost too quiet, as though the very night itself was holding its breath. Lyra paused before a narrow archway at the far end of the hall. It was framed in ancient, intricate carvings, constellations, moons, and stars, woven together in a design that spoke of time long past. She knew, instinctively, that this was the next step. Beyond this archway lay the heart of the temple, the place where the true power of the lullaby of the moonlight resided. Her hand hovered above the arch, her fingers tingling with the strange energy that pulsed in the air around her. It was as if the very stone beneath her feet was alive, humming with a quiet resonance, waiting for her to make the next move. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward, passing through the arch and into a small, circular chamber. The walls of the chamber were covered in more carvings, intricate patterns of vines, flowers, and celestial symbols. In the center of the room stood an altar, simple and unadorned, but glowing with a soft, silver light. Upon the altar lay a small, delicate crystal, its surface smooth and polished, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to mirror the beat of her own heart. As Lyra approached the altar, the air around her grew still, as though the entire temple had fallen into a deep slumber. The crystal seemed to hum with energy, drawing her closer, urging her to take it in her hands. She hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the decision. This was no ordinary artifact. It was said to be the source of the lullaby's power, the key to unlocking the moon's true potential. The keeper had warned her that only those pure of heart and intent could wield the crystal's power without succumbing to its dangerous allure. Lyra's fingers brushed against its smooth surface, and for a moment, the world seemed to tilt. Her vision blurred, and she felt a wave of dizzying energy rush through her, flooding her mind with strange, incomprehensible images, flashes of the moon in its darkest phase, of vast, shadowy figures, and of an ancient, forgotten place beneath the surface of the earth. But in the center of it all, she saw a single, calm face, a woman with eyes that glowed with the soft light of the moon. Lyra gasped as the vision faded, leaving her breathless and disoriented, but as the world around her stabilized, she knew one thing for certain: the crystal was calling to her. It wanted her to take it, to wield its power. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. With trembling hands, Lyra lifted the crystal from its pedestal. The moment it left the altar, the temple seemed to stir, the air shifting with a palpable energy. The crystal pulsed in her hands, its light growing brighter with each beat. Lyra felt the power of the moon surge through her, filling her with warmth and a sense of purpose that she had never known before. But there was something else, something darker, lurking at the edges of her consciousness. A whisper, soft at first, then growing louder. It was the same voice she had heard in the shadows, the one that had guided her through the trial. But this time, the voice was different. It was no longer the calm, reassuring tone she had grown familiar with. It was now sharp, urgent, and filled with an ominous warning. "Lyra," the voice whispered, its tone turning cold. "You have taken the crystal, but the trial is far from over. The heart of the moon is not for the faint of heart. You have drawn the attention of the ancient forces that guard its power. You have awakened them." Lyra's grip on the crystal tightened, and a chill ran through her. The voice continued, the words growing more insistent. the darkness that lies beneath the moon is far older than you can imagine. It will stop at nothing to reclaim what you have taken. A shiver ran down Lyra's spine. The temple seemed to tremble, and the soft glow of the crystal dimmed slightly, as though reacting to the warning. She looked around the chamber, her eyes darting from one shadow to the next. The air had grown colder, and the faintest whispers seemed to come from all directions. "Do not listen to the shadows," the voice urged. "They will lead you astray. The power you now hold is a double-edged sword. You must decide whether you will use it for good or fall prey to its darker side." Lyra took a deep breath, steadying herself. The voice, whatever its source, was right. She had come this far, but the journey was far from over. The true test had only just begun. The crystal pulsed again, brighter now, almost as if it were waiting for her decision. Taking one final glance around the chamber, Lyra made up her mind. She would not let the shadows claim her. She had come to understand the power of the moon, to wield it with grace and wisdom. She would face whatever challenges lay ahead with the strength that had carried her this far. The temple grew silent, the whispers fading into nothingness. The crystal in her hands hummed softly, its light steady and calm. Lyra held it close, feeling its warmth spread through her, grounding her in the moment. The lullaby of the moonlight had led her this far, and it would guide her through whatever came next. Part 6. The Waking Dream. The crystal in Lyra's hands pulsed steadily, a soft, soothing hum that resonated deep within her chest. The whispers from the shadows had faded, but the echoes of their warning lingered in her mind, like a distant memory she couldn't quite grasp. She could feel the power of the moon coursing through her veins, filling her with a sense of calm and clarity, yet she could not shake the uneasy feeling that something was still watching, waiting. With a steady breath, she looked around the chamber once more. The walls, adorned with ancient symbols and markings, seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, the celestial constellations dancing before her eyes as though alive. The air was thick with the scent of old stone and the faintest trace of jasmine, a fragrance that seemed to drift in from somewhere just beyond the walls. The power of the crystal felt tangible now, as though it had become a part of her. Its glow was warm and steady, like the heartbeat of the moon itself, and as she clutched it close, she could feel a growing connection between herself and the ancient forces that had guided her here. But she knew that this wasn't the end of her journey, not yet. She could sense that the temple was not merely a place of power but a living entity, its heartbeat tied to the rhythms of the world around it. The crystal was a key, unlocking doors she had yet to discover. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, and Lyra understood that it would be a path filled with dangers and challenges unlike anything she had faced before. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, her feet moving with purpose. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The further she walked into the temple, the more the air seemed to change. The walls grew narrower, the space more confining, and a faint hum echoed from somewhere deep within the temple's bowels. It was a sound unlike any she had heard before, low and rhythmic, like a distant heartbeat, yet somehow unsettling. She continued onward, drawn to the sound as if it were calling to her. The light from the crystal illuminated her path, casting long shadows that danced along the stone walls, as though the darkness itself had come alive. Eventually, she reached a set of heavy, wooden doors, their surface covered in intricate carvings. A swirl of constellations, crescent moons, and enigmatic symbols adorned the doors, all leading toward the center, where a single, large keyhole awaited. Lyra instinctively knew that the crystal would fit into this keyhole. She hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward and inserting the crystal into the lock. The moment the crystal touched the keyhole, a shudder passed through the door, and the air around her seemed to hold its breath. Slowly, the doors creaked open, revealing a vast, circular chamber. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, on which rested a large, silver mirror. Its surface was smooth and reflective, yet it seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, as though it were made of something far older than the temple itself. Lyra approached the mirror cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the pull of the mirror, an unspoken invitation that beckoned her closer. As she gazed into its depths, she saw not her own reflection, but a scene unfolding before her. It was a dream, or something close to it. The world she saw in the mirror was different from the one she knew, familiar, yet warped, as though it were a reflection of her own reality twisted by time and fate. In the distance, she could see a vast, dark forest, its trees towering and twisted, their branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie light over the landscape, and there, standing at the edge of the forest, was a figure. At first, she could not make out the details of the figure, but as the image sharpened, she saw that it was a woman, tall and graceful, with long, flowing hair that shimmered like silver. Her eyes glowed with the same soft light as the moon, but there was something haunting in their gaze, something unsettling. She was standing at the threshold of the forest, as though waiting for Lyra. The woman raised her hand slowly, gesturing for Lyra to approach. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The figure in the mirror was no stranger. It was the same woman she had seen in a vision earlier, her face calm, serene, but there was a sense of urgency in her movements, as though time was running out. Without thinking, Lyra reached out toward the mirror, her fingers grazing its surface. The moment her touch made contact, the world around her seemed to shift. The temple walls dissolved, replaced by the dark, looming trees of the forest. The moon hung above her, its light a soft, comforting presence, and the figure of the woman was standing before her, waiting. Lyra, the woman's voice echoed in her mind, soft and distant. You have come. The lullaby of the moonlight is yours to command, but you must understand its true power. It is not a gift, it is a responsibility. Lyra took a step forward, drawn to the woman's presence, but before she could speak, the world around her seemed to shift again. The forest was gone, and in its place stood the familiar stone walls of the temple. The mirror before her was no longer a gateway, but an object of deep mystery. She was back where she had started, the crystal still in her hand, its glow steady and bright. The air around her was still, but she knew deep within herself that the path she had seen in the mirror was real. It was a part of her destiny, a path she would need to walk in order to understand the full power of the moon's song. And so, with a renewed sense of purpose, Lyra took a deep breath and turned toward the door at the far end of the chamber. The next part of her journey awaited, and though she did not know what challenges lay ahead, she knew that she was ready to face them, guided by the lullaby of the moonlight. Part 7. The Echoes of the Past. Lyra's steps echoed softly through the stone halls as she made her way deeper into the temple. The air had grown heavier with each step, thick with an energy she could not yet understand. The soft hum of the crystal in her hand, which had guided her so far, pulsed with increasing intensity, as though urging her forward. The moon's glow continued to bathe the chamber in ethereal light, casting long shadows across the ancient walls. The mirror, now a distant memory, had revealed something more than just the path before her. It had shown her a glimpse of the past, a time long forgotten. The woman in the mirror, she knew now that the woman had been her ancestor. A sorceress of immense power who had once been entrusted with the same crystal Lyra now held. It was as if the past and present were intertwined, as if she had always been destined to return to this very place. As she ventured deeper into the temple, the whispers returned, but this time, they were different. They were no longer warnings or cryptic messages. They felt like the voices of those who had walked this path before her, the ancient sorceresses who had once embraced the lullaby of the moonlight. The more Lyra listened, the more she understood. Their voices weren't meant to frighten her, they were meant to guide her, to teach her the truth about the moon and its song. She passed through archways adorned with carvings that seemed to shift before her eyes. The symbols were ancient, far older than anything Lyra had ever seen. Some depicted phases of the moon, while others showed the rise and fall of stars. Each symbol seemed to whisper something just beyond her reach, a message encoded in the fabric of time itself. In the distance, Lyra could see a faint glow, a soft, shimmering light that beckoned her closer. The closer she got, the clearer the sound of a distant melody reached her ears. It was faint at first, like the echo of a lullaby, but as she drew near, it became more distinct. It was the song of the moon, faint, haunting, and beautiful. Lyra's heart raced as she followed the sound. She had heard this melody before, in her dreams, in the whispers of the wind. But now, it was real. The melody seemed to pull at her very soul, urging her to hurry, to reach the source before it faded. Finally, she stepped into a large, circular chamber. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a large stone tablet. The surface of the tablet was smooth and etched with more symbols, symbols that mirrored those she had seen on her journey, but this time, they were clearer, more distinct. The room itself seemed to hum with energy, the very air vibrating with the song of the moon. Lyra could feel the power in her bones, an undeniable force that seemed to call her name. She stepped forward, her pulse quickening with each movement. She could feel the pull of the stone tablet as if it were alive, waiting for her. As she approached, the melody became louder, more distinct. It filled the chamber, wrapping around her like a warm, comforting embrace. The song was calling her to the tablet. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against its surface. The moment her skin made contact with the stone, the melody seemed to shift. The hum of the song deepened, resonating within her chest, and the tablet began to glow. For a brief moment, Lyra was engulfed in a flash of light. Her vision blurred, and she felt herself being pulled into the very heart of the temple, into the deep recesses of the past. The world around her seemed to fade away, replaced by images from long ago, visions of the ancient sorceresses who had once wielded the crystal. She saw them standing before the very same pedestal, their hands raised in unison, their voices joining together in the sacred lullaby. The crystal in Lyra's hand pulsed in response, its energy flowing into her. She could feel the power of the moon, the weight of the centuries of magic that had been passed down through generations. It was a connection deeper than blood, deeper than time itself. The song of the moon was not just a lullaby, it was a call to those who were chosen, to those who were worthy. But as the visions began to fade, Lyra sensed something darker lingering beneath the surface. The lullaby of the moon had its price, and that price was not always kind. The sorceresses who had come before her had faced their own trials, their own struggles. Some had embraced the power, while others had fallen victim to it. The vision shifted, and she saw the same woman from the mirror, the one who had beckoned her, the one who had seemed so familiar. Her face was no longer serene, but filled with sorrow and regret. The woman's lips moved, but no sound came. Lyra's heart ached as she tried to reach out to her, but the image faded before she could make contact. Suddenly, Lyra was back in the chamber, standing before the pedestal, the tablet glowing faintly beneath her touch. The melody of the moon still filled the air, but now it felt different. The lullaby was not just a source of comfort, it was a warning, a reminder that the path ahead was not without danger. She stepped back from the pedestal, the weight of the knowledge she had gained settling heavily upon her shoulders. The lullaby of the moonlight was not a song of peace, it was a song of power, of transformation. It could heal, but it could also destroy. Lyra knew she had to be careful. The journey ahead would not be easy, and the temptations of the song were strong. But she was ready. She had come this far, and she would continue on. As she turned to leave the chamber, the whispers returned. Their voices soft but clear. They spoke of the trials she would face, of the darkness that awaited. But they also spoke of hope, of the strength within her to overcome whatever lay ahead. Lyra clenched the crystal in her hand, the soft hum of its power filling her once more. The moonlight bathed her in its glow, and she stepped forward, ready to face the challenges ahead. The lullaby of the moon had called her here. It was time to answer. Part 8, The Awakening Night. Lyra stepped out of the sacred chamber, her mind heavy with the ancient knowledge she had uncovered. The crystal in her hand pulsed softly, its energy a constant reminder of the power that lay within her grasp. The lullaby of the moonlight still hummed in her ears, its notes echoing through her soul, both comforting and unnerving. The moon was high in the sky, casting its ethereal light over the temple and surrounding forest. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant murmur of the wind, but there was something else, something more subtle that made Lyra's skin prickle. The moonlight, though beautiful, seemed different tonight. It felt almost alive. She stood in the doorway of the temple for a long moment, staring out at the vast expanse before her. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction, dark and mysterious, its trees whispering secrets she couldn't yet understand. The lullaby she had heard earlier was still echoing in the distance, but now it felt closer, as if it were beckoning her to follow. Lyra knew she couldn't stay in the temple forever. The answers she sought were beyond these walls, out in the forest where the ancient song had first called her. With a steadying breath, she tucked the crystal into her satchel and began her journey, the weight of the moon's gaze heavy upon her, as she ventured deeper into the forest. The shadows grew longer, wrapping around her like tendrils. The trees seemed to move with her, their branches swaying in a way that felt deliberate, as if they were guiding her path. The further she went, the stronger the pull of the lullaby became. It was no longer just a distant melody, it was in her very bones, urging her onward, Lyra moved swiftly, her senses heightened by the eerie beauty of the forest. The song of the moonlight was growing louder with each step, but it wasn't the only sound she could hear. Somewhere in the distance, she could hear the sound of running water, the gentle flow of a stream or river. She had no memory of a water source being nearby, but the forest seemed to be shifting around her, revealing new paths, new sounds, new mysteries with each step she took. The moonlight seemed to intensify as she walked, casting an almost surreal glow on the forest floor. The trees appeared to be alive, their leaves shimmering as if kissed by the stars themselves. Yet, despite the beauty around her, there was an undeniable sense of unease that lingered in the air. The forest was not as it seemed, and Lyra felt it in her very core. Eventually, the path she was following opened into a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone well, ancient and weathered, its edges covered in moss and creeping ivy. The well was unlike anything she had seen before, with strange symbols carved into its surface. Symbols that matched those she had seen in the temple. Without thinking, Lyra approached the well, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The lullaby of the moonlight seemed to pulse from within the well itself, its melody now vibrating through the ground beneath her feet. She hesitated for only a moment before reaching out to touch the stone. The moment her fingers made contact, the air around her seemed to shift. The song of the moonlight grew louder, almost deafening in its intensity. The well itself seemed to hum, the stone vibrating beneath her touch. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. Lyra stumbled back, her heart racing. The well began to glow with an eerie, silvery light, and the symbols carved into its surface seemed to shift and twist, rearranging themselves into new patterns. The lullaby, now a cacophony of haunting notes, filled the clearing, drowning out all other sounds. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as the ground around the well cracked open, revealing a set of narrow, winding stairs leading deep into the earth. The air that emerged from the darkness below was cool and damp, tinged with the scent of ancient earth. Without fully understanding why, Lyra knew that she had to go down. The pull of the lullaby was too strong, its call too urgent. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come, and descended into the darkness. The stairs seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. The air grew colder with each step, the walls damp to the touch. The faint glow from above quickly faded, leaving Lyra in near-complete darkness. Only the soft pulse of the crystal and the distant echo of the lullaby guided her descent. After what felt like an eternity, the stairs finally ended, opening into a vast underground chamber. The space was vast, stretching far beyond her line of sight. The floor was covered in a thick layer of mist, swirling lazily around her feet. Strange symbols, similar to those she had seen earlier, were etched into the stone walls, their meaning still elusive. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight that seemed to penetrate even the deepest depths of the earth. The altar was surrounded by a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces covered in more symbols, their edges worn smooth by the passage of time. Lyra's heart raced as she approached the altar. The lullaby was louder now, its haunting melody vibrating through her chest, filling her mind with a sense of urgency. The altar seemed to beckon her, as if it were calling her by name, urging her to fulfill her destiny. As she stood before it, the crystal in her hand pulsed in time with the song of the moon. She could feel the energy in the room, a raw and ancient power that seemed to reverberate through her very soul. It was as if the very essence of the moon itself was calling to her, asking her to unlock its secrets, to embrace the magic that flowed through her veins, but Lyra was not yet ready. She could feel it, the darkness that lingered at the edge of the moonlight, the shadow that had been following her since the beginning of her journey. It was patient, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. With a final glance at the altar, Lyra turned away, the pull of the moonlight still strong but no longer blinding. She knew that the time had not yet come. There was more she had to learn, more she had to understand before she could face what lay ahead, as she retraced her steps back to the stairs. The echoes of the lullaby faded, replaced by the quiet hum of the crystal. The moon's song had led her here, but it was not yet time to fully embrace its power. There was still much to be done, many secrets to uncover before the final song could be sung. Lyra's journey was far from over. The moonlight had shown her the path, but the shadows were closing in. She would need all of her strength, all of her courage, to face what awaited her in the depths of the unknown. Part 9. The Shadows Beneath. Lyra's footsteps echoed in the hollow silence as she made her way back through the narrow passage leading out of the ancient underground chamber. The pulse of the crystal in her hand had slowed, its light now a mere flicker, as though it, too, was in mourning for the answers still hidden in the deep shadows of the world. The lullaby of the moonlight had softened, but it lingered in her heart like a song that refused to be forgotten. The air had grown colder as she ascended the stone stairs, and the deeper she climbed, the more the darkness seemed to press in on her. It was as if the very earth around her was alive, aware of her presence, waiting for her to make the next move. The ancient symbols carved into the walls seemed to twist and shift as if mocking her hesitation, as if to say, "You are not yet ready," but Lyra knew she had no choice but to continue forward. She could feel the weight of the prophecy settling on her shoulders, a burden she was beginning to understand more fully with each passing moment. The moon's song had guided her here, to this ancient place beneath the earth, but it had not yet shown her how to confront the darkness that had been growing since the beginning of her journey. As Lyra emerged from the depths of the well, stepping back into the night, she was greeted by the same eerie silence. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its pale light over the clearing. The same moon that had once promised her answers. But now, under its gaze, everything felt uncertain. The gentle pull of the lullaby was still there, but now it seemed to carry a warning, a sense of foreboding that made Lyra's skin crawl. She glanced toward the horizon, her gaze drawn to the edge of the forest where the trees seemed to grow taller, more twisted, as though they were creeping toward her. The shadows beneath them were long and unnaturally dark, and Lyra felt an undeniable sense that something, someone, was watching her. The forest had always been a place of mystery, but now it felt hostile, as though it had been waiting for her to return. Her heart quickened as she stepped away from the well and into the clearing. The soft rustling of the leaves around her seeming to whisper secrets she wasn't ready to hear. The lullaby continued, its melody carrying through the trees, guiding her once again, though now it seemed more like an invitation than a call. With a deep breath, Lyra made her decision. She could not ignore the path any longer. The moon's song had led her here, and she would follow it to its source. Whatever darkness waited ahead, she would face it head-on. It was the only way to uncover the truth, the only way to understand the role she had yet to fully grasp in the tale of the moon and its haunting lullaby. As she moved deeper into the forest, the shadows seemed to follow her, wrapping around her like a shroud. The trees grew more twisted with every step, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. Lyra's senses were heightened, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Every whisper of the wind, every crackle of a distant branch, sent her heart racing. She had been in this forest before, but tonight, it felt different. More alive. More aware. The song of the moon had guided her here, but it no longer felt like a song of comfort. The melody had become distorted, its once soothing notes now filled with a strange dissonance. The lullaby seemed to beckon her toward the heart of the forest, but with each step, she felt as if she were drawing closer to something far darker than she could imagine. The trees seemed to shift around her, their trunks twisting and bending in unnatural ways, blocking her path as if they were trying to keep her from going any further. But Lyra refused to stop. The lullaby still called to her, urging her onward, and she knew that the answers lay just beyond the shadows. As she reached the center of the forest, the trees parted to reveal a clearing bathed in silver light. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone circle, the remnants of a long-forgotten ritual site. The stones were worn, their surfaces etched with the same symbols that had appeared in the underground chamber. The air was thick with the scent of earth and damp moss, and the hum of the lullaby seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath her feet. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she stepped into the circle. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the moonlight seemed to intensify, its glow casting long shadows that danced eerily across the stones. The lullaby of the moon grew louder, filling her mind with the same haunting melody that had guided her every step, but as she stood in the center of the stone circle, a chilling silence fell over the clearing. The song ceased, leaving only the sound of her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. Lyra glanced around, her eyes searching the darkness, but there was nothing. No movement. No sign of the presence she had felt following her, yet, something was there. The silence itself seemed to be watching her. Suddenly, the earth beneath her feet trembled. The stones around the circle began to glow with an otherworldly light, and the air grew thick with energy. Lyra's pulse quickened as she watched the symbols on the stones shift and change, their forms becoming more complex, more intricate. The lullaby, once a soft and gentle song, now filled the air with a rising, almost hypnotic intensity. Then, a figure emerged from the darkness, stepping into the clearing with a slow, deliberate pace. Lyra's heart raced as she tried to make out the figure's form in the shifting light. It was tall, shrouded in a cloak that seemed to blend with the shadows. The face was hidden beneath a hood, but Lyra could feel the presence of something ancient. Something powerful, radiating from the figure. The lullaby swelled to a crescendo, and the figure's voice joined in, a deep and resonant tone that vibrated through Lyra's very bones. "You have come," the voice said, its words flowing like the song itself, both haunting and beautiful. Lyra swallowed hard, gathering her courage. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear that clung to her chest. The figure paused, its form shifting in the moonlight. "I am the keeper of the moon's secrets," the voice answered. "I have watched over this forest for centuries, guarding the lullaby that calls to those destined to awaken its power." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. The lullaby. Is it a curse? She asked, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. The figure's form seemed to waver for a moment, as though the question had struck a deep chord. The lullaby is both a blessing and a burden, it replied. It guides, but it also demands. The one who hears its call must be willing to embrace the darkness within, for only then can the moon's true power be unlocked. Lyra took a step forward, her gaze never leaving the figure. And what happens to those who refuse? The figure's hooded face tilted slightly, as though considering her words. They are lost, it said, the voice barely more than a whisper. The moon does not forget those who turn away. The shadows will claim them, and they will fade into the night. A chill ran down Lyra's spine as the weight of the figure's words settled over her. But she knew, deep in her soul, that there was no turning back. The lullaby had already chosen her. Then I will embrace it, Lyra said, her voice filled with newfound resolve. I will embrace the darkness and the power that lies within. The figure's form seemed to glow brighter, its presence more intense, as if it had been waiting for those very words. Then come, it said, its voice both a command and an invitation. The time has come to awaken the true power of the moon. With a final glance at the stone circle, Lyra stepped forward. Her heart steady, her fate sealed. Part 10, The Final Awakening. Lyra's steps were certain now, her mind focused on the task at hand. The figure before her, cloaked in shadow, had beckoned her forward, and with each passing moment, she felt the pull of the moon's power intensify. The lullaby, soft at first, now pulsed through the air, its melody deepening into something far older, far more profound. It felt like a call from the earth itself, from the very fabric of the night sky, drawing her into its grasp. The figure in front of her stepped aside, the cloak flowing like smoke in the wind, revealing a towering stone altar at the center of the circle. It was covered in moss, worn by time, but there was an undeniable energy that hummed beneath its surface. As if it had been waiting for this moment for centuries. You have come, the voice whispered, now both familiar and strange. Now, you will fulfill your destiny. The moon's true power lies beneath this altar. The truth you seek is buried in the dark. Lyra's heart beat faster as she approached the altar. The air had grown thick, almost suffocating, as if the very atmosphere were heavy with secrets. The song of the moon had transformed into something more than a lullaby. It was a symphony now, the music resonating deep within her chest, guiding her hand to the stone. As her fingers brushed the surface of the altar, the ground trembled slightly beneath her feet. A strange warmth emanated from the stone, and Lyra felt a surge of energy course through her. The symbols etched into the rock began to glow faintly, casting eerie shadows that danced around her like specters. With a deep breath, Lyra closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythm of the lullaby. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The choice had been made. She placed both hands firmly on the altar and closed her eyes, her breath steadying deep, preparing herself for the final step. The figure behind her remained silent, watching her with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. Lyra could feel its gaze, but she did not look back. The time for doubt had passed. Suddenly, the air around her seemed to shift. The lullaby grew louder, almost deafening, until it felt as though the very universe was singing in unison. The moon, hanging high in the sky, seemed to pulse with a light so bright that it nearly blinded her. A wave of energy crashed over her, and for a brief moment, she was no longer aware of her surroundings. It was as if she had stepped into another realm entirely, one where time and space no longer had any meaning. A flash of images filled her mind, visions of the past, the present, and the future all blending into one. She saw the moon, not as a pale orb in the sky, but as a living, breathing entity, its light intertwined with the earth, the wind, and the stars. She saw the ancient guardians of the forest, their faces hidden in shadow, watching her from the corners of her vision. And in the deepest recesses of her mind, she saw herself, changed, her very essence entwined with the moon's power. The lullaby reached a crescendo, and just as it seemed like it would overwhelm her, a single note pierced through it all, sharp and clear. It was the key, the final piece that unlocked the mystery of the moon and its song. The stone beneath her hands shifted, and with a soft groan, it parted down the middle, revealing a hidden chamber below. A deep, otherworldly glow emanated from within, casting long, jagged shadows across the clearing. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest, but she did not hesitate. She stepped forward, her body moving on its own accord, drawn by the song, by the power that now called her. The figure behind her spoke once more, its voice a whisper carried on the wind. "You have found it. The heart of the moon's power. Now, the choice is yours." Lyra descended into the chamber, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. At the center of the room, atop a pedestal, rested a small crystal, a pale, silver stone that shimmered with an inner light. The lullaby seemed to emanate from the crystal itself, its song now in perfect harmony with the rhythm of Lyra's own heartbeat. She stepped closer, the stone calling to her in ways she could not fully understand. Her fingers hovered over it. And for a moment, she hesitated. The weight of the decision before her was overwhelming. What would it mean to claim this power? To wield the moon's light for herself? As if sensing her doubt, the song shifted, becoming softer, more gentle. It was no longer a command but a gentle urging, a reminder that the choice was hers to make. The lullaby spoke not of conquest but of balance, of harmony. The crystal before her was not a weapon, it was a gift. A gift that could bring peace, not only to herself but to the world around her. Lyra closed her eyes and, with a steady breath, reached out. Her fingers brushed the surface of the crystal, and the moment her skin touched it, a surge of warmth rushed through her. It was as if the very light of the moon had entered her soul, filling every part of her with a sense of purpose, a sense of belonging. The crystal pulsed with energy, and she knew, without a doubt, that this was what she had been destined for all along. The lullaby filled the chamber, its final note ringing out, echoing through the forest, the clearing, and beyond. Lyra felt herself becoming one with it, the melody, the moon, the earth. She was no longer simply a part of the world around her, she was its protector, its guide, its connection to the ancient forces that had always been there, waiting. As the glow of the crystal faded, Lyra felt a deep peace settle within her. The lullaby's song had reached its final note. And with it, the journey was complete. She had embraced the moon's power, not with fear or uncertainty, but with acceptance and love. The figure in the shadows, its face still hidden, spoke for the last time, its voice filled with both pride and sadness. You have awakened the power of the moon. Now, you must carry it forward, protect it, and share it with the world. You are the keeper of the song, Lyra. Never forget the lesson of the lullaby. Lyra nodded, her heart full, her spirit at peace. She knew now that the journey had only just begun. The lullaby would always be with her, guiding her through the shadows and the light, helping her find the balance she had sought all along. And as she turned to leave the clearing, the last note of the lullaby echoed softly in the night, a reminder that the moon's song would never truly end. It would always be there, waiting for those who were ready to listen. The painted portrait. When Eliza's grandmother passed away, she left behind a collection of old family heirlooms, pieces of furniture, jewelry, and artwork that had been passed down through generations. Among them was a particularly strange painting, a portrait of a young woman, her eyes always looking straight ahead, her expression serene. Eliza had always been fascinated by the painting when she was a child, but now that it was hers, it felt different, almost unsettling. The portrait was large, the frame carved from dark wood, its surface polished to a high gloss. The young woman in the painting had long, flowing hair and a delicate, almost ethereal beauty. Eliza hung the painting in the hallway of her small apartment. Hoping that it would bring some warmth to the otherwise sterile space, for the first few nights, the painting remained unchanged. The woman's expression never wavered, her eyes always calm, her lips slightly parted as if waiting for someone to speak. Eliza would walk past the painting, her eyes lingering on the woman's face. There was something about her that seemed familiar, though Eliza couldn't quite place it. Then, one night, Eliza woke to find the woman's eyes staring directly at her. It wasn't just her imagination, the painting had changed. The woman's once serene expression was now one of sadness, her eyes filled with tears. Eliza gasped, her heart skipping a beat. What's happening? She whispered, reaching out to touch the glass. But as her fingers made contact, the image seemed to flicker, as if the woman was trying to break free. Eliza backed away, her mind racing. Was it a trick of the light? Had the painting been tampered with somehow? She shook her head, her heart still pounding as she tried to make sense of what she had just seen. The next morning, Eliza approached the painting cautiously, her fingers brushing the frame. The woman's expression had returned to its original calm, her eyes no longer filled with tears. Eliza frowned, confused. How could the painting change like that? For the next few nights, the changes continued. Every night, when Eliza went to bed, she would wake to find the woman's image altered. Sometimes her eyes would be filled with anger, other times with fear. The changes were subtle at first, but as the nights passed, they became more pronounced. Eliza started to feel as if she was being watched, like the woman in the painting was somehow alive, her eyes following Eliza as she moved about the apartment. She would catch herself staring at the painting, trying to understand what was happening, but the woman's expression remained a mystery. One evening, Eliza decided to stay up and watch the painting, to see if it really was changing on its own. She poured herself a glass of wine and settled on the couch, her eyes fixed on the portrait. As the hours passed, the room grew dark, the only light coming from the street lamps outside. At midnight, Eliza saw it. The woman's eyes changed again, this time from sadness to a look of horror. The painting seemed to flicker, the image shifting as if the woman was trapped in a nightmare. Eliza held her breath, her heart pounding as she watched. "What's happening to you?" she whispered, leaning closer. Suddenly, the woman's eyes seemed to focus on Eliza, as if she was looking right through the canvas. Eliza jumped back, her breath catching in her throat. "Can you hear me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman's lips moved, forming words that Eliza couldn't hear. Eliza leaned closer, her fingers reaching out to touch the glass once more. "Please," the woman seemed to say, her voice a breath of air. "Help me." Eliza gasped, stumbling back. "What do you want from me?" The woman's expression changed again, her eyes now filled with anger, her lips curling into a snarl. "Get out," she seemed to hiss. "You don't belong here." Eliza turned and ran, her heart pounding as she fled the room. She spent the rest of the night on the couch, watching the painting from a distance, too afraid to get any closer. The next morning, Eliza woke to find the painting back to its original state, the woman's eyes calm, her expression serene. Eliza couldn't explain what had happened the night before. Was it a dream? A trick of the light? But as the days went on, the changes became more frequent. The woman's expressions more intense, fear, anger, sadness, confusion, each night a different emotion reflected in her eyes. Eliza began to document the changes, taking photos of the painting each morning to compare them to the previous night's image. One evening, as she was going through her photos, she noticed something strange. There were subtle differences in the woman's face from one night to the next. The changes were so slight that they were barely noticeable, but they were there, tiny lines appearing around her eyes, a slight droop to her lips. "What are you hiding?" Eliza whispered, her fingers brushing the frame. That night, she decided to confront the painting. She would ask the woman directly what was going on. As she lay in bed, the painting across from her, Eliza took a deep breath. "Tell me what you want," she said, her voice steady. The woman's image changed, her eyes grew wide, her face filled with fear. "Please," she seemed to say, her voice barely a whisper. "You have to help me." Eliza felt a surge of pity for the woman. She looked so lost, so desperate. "I don't know how to help," she said, her voice breaking. The woman's image shifted again, her eyes narrowing as if she was angry. "Why won't you help me?" she demanded, her voice echoing in Eliza's mind. Eliza shook her head. "I don't know how," she said, her voice barely a whisper. The woman's image seemed to flicker, her expression changing once more. This time, she looked resigned, almost defeated. "I don't belong here," she said, her voice barely a breath. "I'm trapped." Eliza felt tears sting her eyes. "I'll find a way to help you," she promised, her voice steady. But as the woman's image disappeared from the painting, the frame seemed to grow dark, the light around it fading. "Please," the woman's voice echoed in Eliza's mind. "You have to find a way to free me." Eliza woke the next morning to find the painting back to normal. No change in the woman's expression, no hint of the fear she had seen the night before. Over the next few weeks, Eliza continued to watch the painting, hoping to find a pattern, some way to help the woman trapped inside. But every time she thought she was getting closer, the changes would become less frequent, the woman's expression returning to that calm, distant gaze. One evening, after weeks of sleepless nights and constant worry, Eliza had a breakthrough. As she was staring at the painting, trying to understand what was happening, she noticed a small crack in the frame, just above the woman's right eyebrow. It was barely noticeable, but it was there, a flaw in the otherwise perfect surface. "Is this how I can help you?" Eliza whispered, her fingers tracing the crack. The woman's image flickered, her eyes narrowing. "What do you see?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "A crack," Eliza said, her fingers brushing the glass. "Is this where you're trapped?" The woman's eyes filled with sadness. "Yes," she said, her voice breaking. "You have to find a way to break through it." Eliza nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. "I'll find a way," she promised. Over the next few days, Eliza searched for answers, books, online forums, old diaries, anything that might help her understand what the painting was, what the woman wanted. But all she found were more questions. No one seemed to know anything about paintings that could trap souls, could change like this. Late one night, as she was sitting with the painting, her mind racing, Eliza had a thought. Maybe the woman wasn't trapped by the painting itself, but by the emotions and memories that the painting held. What if she could help the woman by releasing those memories, by understanding what had happened to her? Eliza made a decision. She would try to communicate with the woman in the painting, try to understand her story. She sat down in front of the painting, her fingers brushing the glass. "Tell me what happened to you," she said, her voice steady. The woman's image flickered, her eyes filling with tears. "I was taken," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Trapped in this painting." Eliza leaned closer. "Who took you?" The woman's image grew darker, her expression turning to fear. "I don't know," she said, her voice barely more than a breath. "But they didn't mean to trap me. This was an accident." Eliza felt a surge of hope. Maybe if she could find out who had painted the portrait, she could find a way to release the woman. "Can you tell me anything about the artist?" she asked, her voice steady. The woman's image flickered again, her eyes narrowing as if she was thinking. "I don't know. He was old, had a studio. I think it was in the city." Eliza made a mental note. She would start by searching for old artists in the city, looking for clues that might lead her to the painter of the portrait. That night, as she lay in bed, Eliza couldn't stop thinking about the woman in the painting, who had trapped her, why she was still here, and what Eliza could do to help. She dreamed of the woman, saw her trapped in the painting, her eyes filled with fear and sadness. The next morning, Eliza got up early and started her search. Old newspapers, art galleries, museums. She went through stacks of old records, looking for anything that might lead her to the artist who had painted the portrait. It was slow work, but Eliza was determined. She felt as if she had a connection to the woman in the painting. A need to help her find peace. Late that afternoon, Eliza found something, a small article in an old newspaper about a forgotten artist, a man who had lived in the city a century ago. The article mentioned a series of paintings, all of them strange, unsettling, portraits that seemed to change when no one was looking. Eliza's heart raced. Could this be the artist who had painted the woman in the portrait? She took the name and address listed in the article and made her way to the city, her mind racing with possibilities. When she arrived at the address, she found an old building, its windows boarded up, its exterior covered in grime. Eliza hesitated, then climbed the stairs to the door. Her heart pounding in her chest, the door creaked as she pushed it open, and Eliza stepped inside. A dark, musty hallway, the air thick with dust. She called out, her voice echoing in the empty space, "Hello." She called, no answer. Eliza moved cautiously down the hallway, her fingers brushing the walls. She came to a door at the end of the hall, its paint peeling, its hinges rusted. She pushed it open, her breath catching as she stepped into a large studio, a room filled with paintings, canvases stacked against the walls, paint splatters covering the floor. "Hello." Eliza called again, her voice trembling. This time, there was a response, a soft, almost mournful voice from the shadows. "Who's there?" The voice asked. Eliza turned to see an old man, his hair white, his eyes sad. He stepped into the light, his fingers brushing the canvases. "I'm looking for information about a painting," Eliza said, her voice steady. The old man turned to look at her, his eyes narrowing. "Which painting?" Eliza hesitated, then took a deep breath. "The portrait of the woman." The man's expression changed, his eyes growing wide. "The painted portrait?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Eliza nodded. The man moved closer, his fingers tracing the edges of the canvas. "I painted that years ago. Can you tell me about it?" Eliza asked, her voice steady. The man hesitated, then nodded. "It's not what you think," he said, his voice breaking. Eliza moved closer, her fingers brushing the frame. "What do you mean?" The man looked at her, his eyes filled with sadness. "The painting, there's something trapped inside it. A spirit, a woman who can never escape." Eliza felt a chill run down her spine. "How did this happen?" The man hesitated, then took a deep breath. "It wasn't supposed to end like this," he said, his voice breaking. "I was working on the painting, just trying to capture something. A moment. But when I finished, there was something wrong. The woman. She was there, in the painting, trapped. Can you help her?" Eliza asked, her voice trembling. The man shook his head. "No, there's nothing I can do. Once a painting like this is finished, it's permanent. She's trapped, forever." Eliza felt tears sting her eyes. "But there has to be a way to free her, there has to be." The man looked at her, his eyes filled with sorrow. "I wish there was," he said softly. "But once a painting like that is created, it's like a cage, there's no way out." Eliza took a step back, her mind racing. "But there has to be something, some way to break the curse." The man shook his head. "I don't know what else to tell you," he said, his voice breaking. "It's too late for her." Eliza felt a surge of anger, then despair. "But she's still there," she said, her voice rising. "You created her, can't you help her?" The man looked away, his shoulders slumping. "It was an accident," he said softly. "I never meant for this to happen." Eliza took a deep breath, her fingers brushing the painting one last time. "I'll find a way," she said, her voice steady. "I have to." The old man watched her, his eyes filled with a mix of pity and regret. "Good luck," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. Eliza turned and left the studio, her heart heavy with the weight of the woman's story. She didn't know what to do next, She only knew that she couldn't leave the painting behind, couldn't give up on the woman trapped inside, for the next few weeks. Eliza searched for answers, books, old texts, anything that might help her understand how to free the woman. She even tried talking to the painting, asking the woman for clues, for guidance. Every night, the painting would change, different expressions, different emotions reflected in the woman's eyes. Eliza would wake to find her staring back at her, pleading for help, her eyes filled with fear and desperation. "I don't know how to help you," Eliza whispered one night, tears streaming down her face. "But I promise, I'll find a way." As the weeks passed, the changes became less frequent, the woman's image growing fainter, as if she was losing hope. Eliza knew that she didn't have much time, if she didn't find a way to break the curse. The woman would be lost forever. Late one night, as she was going through her notes and photographs of the painting, Eliza had an idea, a way to communicate with the woman, a way to understand what had happened to her. She sat in front of the painting, her hands on the frame, and closed her eyes. "Tell me what you need," she whispered. For a moment, there was silence, then the woman's voice, soft, almost too faint to hear. "Freedom," she whispered. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. "How do I help you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Find the key," the woman said, her voice growing stronger. "There's a key somewhere in the painting." Eliza's eyes flew open, her gaze fixed on the portrait. "A key?" The woman nodded, her image becoming clearer. "Yes, find it, break the curse." Eliza leaned closer, her fingers brushing the glass. "Where is it?" The woman's image flickered, then disappeared. Eliza sat back, her heart pounding. A key, hidden in the painting. But how could she find it? What did it look like? The woman hadn't given her enough clues. Eliza spent the next few days searching the painting, looking for anything that might stand out, anything that could be a clue. She even started to sketch the painting, trying to capture the smallest details. Late one night, as she was lying in bed, Eliza had a sudden thought. What if the key was hidden in the frame itself? She got up and grabbed a flashlight. Then returned to the painting. Carefully, Eliza started to inspect the frame. She ran her fingers along the edges, looking for any signs of a hidden compartment, any crack or seam that could be a clue. It took hours, but eventually, she found it, a small, barely visible indentation near the bottom of the frame. Eliza held her breath as she pressed the indentation. Nothing happened at first, then she heard a faint click. She pulled on the bottom of the frame, and it swung open, revealing a small compartment, hidden from view. Inside the compartment was a small, antique key, its surface worn and scratched, but still intact. Eliza's heart raced as she took the key and placed it on the painting. "Is this it?" she whispered. The woman's image appeared once more, her eyes filled with hope. "Yes," she said, her voice barely more than a breath. "That's the key." Eliza took a deep breath, then reached out and placed the key in the woman's hands, her fingers passing right through the glass. As she did, the woman's image seemed to brighten, the sadness in her eyes fading, replaced by a look of peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. The painting started to glow, the light inside it expanding until the entire portrait was filled with a bright, white light. Eliza felt herself being pulled into the painting, her vision fading as if she were falling asleep. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in her apartment. She was standing in the small, dimly lit room from earlier, the room where the woman had first appeared to her. The woman was there too, standing in front of her, her eyes filled with gratitude. Did it work? Eliza asked, her voice trembling. The woman smiled, her expression one of pure relief. Yes, she said softly. I'm free now. Eliza felt tears sting her eyes, tears of joy, tears of relief. She had done it, she had found a way to free the woman from the painting. Thank you, the woman said again, her voice stronger now. You saved me. Eliza nodded, her heart swelling with pride. I'm just glad you're free, she said softly. The woman took a step closer, her fingers brushing Eliza's cheek. You have a gift, she said, her voice breaking. Never forget that. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the room around them started to fade. Eliza felt herself being pulled back into the painting, her vision blurring. Wait. She cried, reaching out, but it was too late. Eliza woke up in her bed, the painting on the wall unchanged, the woman's eyes still calm, her expression still serene. Eliza sat up, her heart pounding. Had it all been a dream? Had she really freed the woman from the painting? She got up and went to the hallway, staring at the portrait. The woman's eyes seemed to follow her, as if she was still there, still watching. Thank you, Eliza whispered, her voice breaking. I hope you're at peace now. From that day on, the painting remained unchanged. No more tears, no more fear in the woman's eyes. Eliza would sometimes catch herself staring at the portrait, wondering if she had really saved the woman, or if it had all been a trick of the light. As the years passed, Eliza moved away, started a family, lived her life. But she never forgot the woman in the painting, never forgot the night she had spent in that strange, dark room, the feeling of having helped someone who had been trapped for so long. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind howled outside, Eliza would think she heard a voice, soft, almost too faint to hear, whispering her name. Thank you, the voice would say. Thank you for saving me. And Eliza would smile, knowing that she had done something truly extraordinary, something that had changed a life, even if it had been trapped inside a painting.